This video is sponsored by Normandy1998 and Ash. Hey everyone, welcome to the full story video of my 100 subscriber special, What If Ash Was Brandon's Son? The channel sure has come a long way since then, with the experience I gained from this story helping me to evolve into a better content creator. In recognition of that, and as something of a tangible timeline of my development, I've decided to leave these videos as close to their original form as possible, making only small quality of life changes, such as leveling out the music, so the narration can actually be heard, since I really had no concept of audio mixing early on. With that said, I hope you'll excuse the faults of these early videos and stick with this story to the end, since it's one I'm really proud of. So without further ado, let's get on with the story. This tale begins in the Battle Pyramid, where Pyramid King Brandon is about to face his latest challenger. However, this challenger, just like this match, is anything but ordinary. Across from Brandon stands a tall man with spiky blonde hair, who the referee introduces as Palmer. Palmer greets Brandon with great deference, calling him the mightiest of all the Frontier Brains. However, today he intends to take that title for himself. Brandon says he is welcome to try, but he doesn't plan to go down without a fight. In the audience, a boy's voice hollers his approval, causing both combatants to look up at him. Among the assembled Frontier Brains, Elite Four members, and even Champion Cynthia herself, sits a boy dressed in green khakis. He looks very bashful at this sudden attention, and his worry only increases when he sees Brandon's steely glare. The Pyramid King apologizes for his son, saying Ash has a tendency to get overexcited from time to time, but Palmer waves this off with a smile, saying he completely understands, since his own son tends to be rather boisterous. This elicits an ear-splitting screech from a boy with Palmer's blonde unruly hair, who tells his father he'll have to pay a whopping fine for likening him to that blockhead. Palmer tells everyone that this is his son Barry, then playfully tells the youth to put it on his tab, since right now he's got to focus on his battle. Barry quiets down somewhat, and the referee announces that this will be a one-on-one match. Both trainers acknowledge this, and Brandon sends out Reggie Rock, while Palmer chooses Milotic. The battle begins with Palmer taking the offensive and calling for a hydro pump. Brandon responds with an iron defense, causing Regirock to brace itself against the super effective move. Palmer praises this strategy, but says it takes offense to win battles, calling for Ice Beam. Brandon seems unfazed by this, and tells his Pokemon to use Lock-On. Regirock obeys, allowing itself to be frozen up to its shoulders, but nonetheless locking onto its target. Palmer seems unconcerned by this, and tells Milotic to use Hydro Pump again, now that Regirock is helpless. Brandon tuts that his Pokemon are never helpless, then calls for a Hyper Beam that cuts right through the Hydro Pump. Palmer tells Milotic to dodge, and though its lithe body allows for fluid movement, the Hyper Beam circles back around and hits Milotic squarely where Regirock locked on. Milotic collapses, and the referee readies himself to declare it unable to battle, but Brandon stops him, saying he knows it still has the will to fight. Palmer agrees, and Milotic slowly rises while Regirock recharges. When both Pokemon are back in fighting shape, Palmer calls for another Hydro Pump. Brandon tells Regirock to escape, but despite its best efforts, the water move hits, shattering the ice and pushing Regirock back. Palmer flashes a grin and tells Brandon that this battle has been highly informative, but it's time to end things. Brandon says he completely agrees. Standing tall, both trainers call out their attacks in perfect unison. Palmer orders a final Hydro Pump, while Brandon switches things up with a Zap Cannon. The two attacks soar past each other, rather than clashing, and hit their respective targets head-on for super effective damage. In the aftermath, there is total silence and stillness. Then both Milotic and Regirock fall unconscious. The match is declared a draw due to double knockout, and the two trainers step into the center of the arena to shake hands. Following the match is an after-party hosted by Battle Frontier owner and operator Scott. There he announces that this exhibition match had two purposes: to celebrate the start of a new season in the Battle Frontier, and to mark the reopening of the Johto Battle Frontier right here in Sinnoh. Meanwhile, among the celebrated guests, Brandon and Palmer share a drink and discuss their mutual love of history. But all good things must come to an end, and the two men are promptly interrupted by their sons. Unlike the amicable relationship the fathers have, the sons immediately get off on the wrong foot. Ash demands Barry apologize for calling him a blockhead earlier, but Barry snaps that he deserved it, and that if his blockheaded antics hadn't put Palmer off, he surely would have won against that old geezer. This only angers Ash more. He says that Brandon may be an old geezer, but he's still his dad, which makes Brandon facepalm, while Palmer gives him a consoling pat on the back. Ash then suggests they settle settle this with a Pokemon battle, to which Barry agrees, saying Ash has 30 seconds to get in the ring or he'll get a massive fine. But before the battle can begin, the two young men are approached by Scott. Knowing the boys well, he greets them warmly and says that with passion like that, they should be taking on frontier brains, not each other. This causes both boys' eyes to light up and they eagerly turn to their fathers, asking if they can take on the battle frontier. Brandon and Palmer look reluctant, but Scott goes in a bat for them, saying they're always looking for new challenges and who better than a pair of up-and-coming young trainers, raised by their respective region's strongest frontier brains. He also adds that thanks to one of the former Johto brains going on an indefinite sabbatical, they're down to 5, and if these young men both become champions, they could become the final 2 frontier brains Sinnoh needs. This excites the boys so much that they forget their previous animosity, each declaring that they're going to become the next Sinnoh frontier brain. But this only starts a new argument over who is going to win the battle frontier first. Through some bizarre logic, they decide to settle this with a foot race around the battle pyramid, while their fathers try helplessly to say that they haven't even agreed to them taking this challenge yet. Ash and Barry seem pretty evenly matched in their foot race, making good time around the first side of the pyramid, but as they turn the corner, they unwittingly slam into a girl who has just come outside for some air. She shrieks as she is knocked over, then berates both boys, calling them those idiot loudmouths from before. Ash and Barry both protest this name, saying in perfect harmony that maybe the other is an idiot, but they certainly are not. This only makes the pair glare at each other, but the girl tells them to stop squabbling and help her up before she gets dirt on her clothes. The boys obey and apologize for knocking her over. She accepts their apology and introduces herself as Caitlyn. Ash says it's nice to meet her, while Barry mutters he's sure he's heard that name somewhere, but he just can't place where. Caitlyn tells them it's not important, and that she overheard from Scott they might be taking on the battle frontier. Both boys puff out their chests and declare their dream to become powerful frontier brains like their dads. Caitlyn says that to be a frontier brain, one must have brains, like the name suggests, and that as it stands, they don't have a brain between them. So for their own sake, she had best come with them and keep them out of trouble. Barry protests he doesn't need a nursemaid, while Ash delightedly says it's settled, pulling each of his new companions into a headlock hug. Back inside, Scott has finally talked Brandon and Palmer into allowing Ash and Barry to do the challenge. Each father takes their son aside to tell them to be careful and remember what they've taught them. Brandon also has another message for his son, saying that the Sinnoh region is steeped in legend, lore, and history, and to keep up his studies while on the road. Ash promises to do just this, saying the special Pokemon they caught together will definitely help him in that endeavour. When the group reunite, Scott tells them the nearest facility is Thornton's Battle Factory, just past Sunny Shore City, which isn't too far from their current location at Lake Valor. Ash and Barry thank Scott for this information and depart, meeting up with Caitlyn, who was mysteriously absent from this meeting with Scott and the Frontier Dads. The trio make their way along Route 222, but since it was already evening before they left, they don't get very far. Caitlyn is affronted when Ash and Barry tell her they're going to be camping, and she refuses, demanding they keep going until they reach civilization. Ash says he thought she knew there'd be camping involved in a journey, but she retorts that her version of camping is a hotel with less than 5 stars. Barry rather tactlessly jokes that she's in luck, since they're sleeping under way more than just 5 stars, which causes Caitlyn to call him an idiot, commandeer his sleeping bag, and set up camp away from the boys. They're all woken the next day by a booming voice that cries, "Live from Sunny Shore City!" The trio look for the source of the noise, and find a small, multicolored flying-type Pokemon with a long protrusion from the back of its head. All having knowledge of Pokemon thanks to their upbringings, they recognize it as a Chatot, with Barry declaring his intention to catch it. Barry calls out his partner, a Piplup, who shakes itself awake, then prepares to face its opponent. Chatot recognizes the challenge, and opens with a peck. Piplup gets hit, and Barry yells for Piplup to show off its own peck. Piplup does as it's told, turning the match into a back-and-forth barrage of pecks between avian Pokemon. When it seems like neither Pokemon will take the lead with this strategy, Barry tells his Piplup to use Bubble Beam. Since Chatot was expecting another peck, this point-blank attack catches off guard for extra damage. It also creates the opening that Barry needs to throw a Pokeball. The ball shakes 3 times, then stops, bringing Chatot into the fold. Barry delightedly brings out his new Chatot, who approaches Piplup and shakes its wing in a gesture of mutual respect for a battle well fought. Meanwhile, Caitlyn comments that Barry's a bird brain for catching another small bird Pokemon when he already has one. This infuriates Barry, who demands Caitlyn pay a fine for such an insult. Caitlyn does not take kindly to this, going very quiet and saying that if he ever threatens her with a fine again, she will use her psychic powers to shred his little mind. In this state, it, he will be nothing but a hollow husk, incapable of thought or feeling, while whatever small piece of what was once his self-identity wanders a void of endless darkness for all eternity. She then turns to Ash and says they best get going if they want to reach the battle factory today. Ash and Caitlyn get back on the road, while Barry stays rooted to the spot, unsure if Caitlyn really has the psychic powers to carry out her threat, but is too afraid to find out. The trio make their way to Sunyshore without any problem, though it seems Chatot heard Caitlyn call Barry a bird brain, and so continuously calls him this, until he puts it back in his Pokeball to shut it up. When they arrive in the city, Caitlyn and Barry want to stay for a while to check out the sights, which Ash reluctantly agrees to, seeing as how he's outvoted. The trio spend some time at the Sunyshore markets, where Caitlyn is able to buy a fancy tent, and the lighthouse where they see Pokemon Rock through a set of coin-operated binoculars. At this point, night has fallen, and they decide to spend the night at the Pokemon Center. Here Chatot and Piplup are healed, along with Caitlyn's Ralts, even though it didn't battle. However, when asked whether Ash would like to have his Pokemon healed, he declines, saying it's better to let his partner keep slumbering in its ball. This intrigues Caitlyn and Barry, with Caitlyn snapping that if this is his attempt at being mysterious, it's just coming off as annoying, while Barry relentlessly prods Ash, telling him to show him his Pokemon right now. Ash shakes his head, saying he can't. He reveals that his Pokemon is exceptionally rare, and that his father told him not to go around showing it off, since Pokemon are partners, not trophies. Caitlyn understands, but Barry only gets more agitated now that he knows it's a rare Pokemon. His demands to see it get more vehement, and Ash finally shuts him down with a "No!" worthy of his father. He then tells Barry he can see it tomorrow in his battle with Thornton, but for now he has to be patient. The next day, the trio heads south from Sunyshore, and it only takes them about an hour before the battle factory comes into view through the tree line. Reinvigorated, Ash and Barry sprint towards their goal, while Caitlyn yells she can't run in these shoes, and the guys are jerks for abandoning her. In no time flat, Barry and Ash arrive at the battle factory, and are greeted outside by Thornton himself. He welcomes the two challengers, saying he is sure to glean plenty of valuable data from battling the sons of two frontier brains. He then asks which of them is going to battle him first. For once, Barry has a practical solution to this quandary, showing off the Poketch on his wrist, saying that they can use the coin flip app and flip for it. Ash agrees, and Barry calls Tails, saying Tails never fails. It immediately lands on heads. Thornton welcomes Ash as his first challenger, while Barry sulks, declaring Ash must have hacked the app, since Tails never fails. The three young men then step inside, with Barry heading for the stands, while Ash and Thornton enter the arena. As they take their places, a slit opens in the floor, and a metal tray containing rings of various sizes rises up in front of both Ash and Thornton. Thornton explains that this is the special condition of his facility, and that these rings are called battle bands. He demonstrates by taking one of the bands and clipping it around his waist. He then tells Ash to do the same, and also put one around his Pokemon. He will only need to do this once, however, since their battle will be a one-on-one. Ash asks what the function of these bands are, and Thornton gives him a condescending sigh, saying he was just getting to that. He then points at a number of screens high above them, and tells Ash that occasionally trivia questions will appear on screen. Either of them can attempt to answer these questions, and if they are the first to get them correct, their Pokemon will gain a benefit from the band, such as increased power. However, if they get them wrong, both trainer and Pokemon will be electrocuted. Ash says that sounds a bit harsh, but Thornton dispassionately says he's welcome to ignore the questions if he wants, since there's no penalty for silence. Only wrong answers and stupidity are punished in his battle factory. Ash accepts these terms and says he's ready. Thornton brings out a Bronzong, clipping a battle band to its bell-shaped body, then tells Ash to do the same. At last, Ash brings out his Pokemon, and to everyone's surprise, it's small and rather blobby. With a body of liquid metal, a golden hexagonal nut for a head, and a single black eye, it is unlike any Pokemon the assembled group have ever seen. Thornton calls for the Battle Factory's computer to scan it, but the results come up inconclusive. Ash explains that his Pokemon is called Meltan, and it was said to have vanished thousands of years ago. However, one day, while exploring a ruin in Kanto with his father, Ash came across the little Pokemon, and they become fast friends. Since then, they've been a team, but this is their public debut, because Brandon always feared people would try to steal what is perhaps a one-of-a-kind Pokemon. Thornton calls Meltan a fascinating specimen, and when Ash fits it with the smallest battle band available, he announces that it's time for the battle to begin. At once, Bronzong and Meltan rush into the center of the ring, while a trivia question appears on screen. Magikarp evolves into what Pokemon? Ash knows this one, but Thornton is quicker, saying the answer is C. Gyarados. The screen chimes, and a soft humming emerges from Bronzong's battle band, as it seems the benefit from the answer was a speed boost. The increased speed allows it to get ahead of Meltan and hit it with a heavy slam before the smaller steel type can attack. Meltan is slammed into the ground, but thanks to its typing, it manages to resist what might have otherwise been a finishing blow. Nonetheless, Ash tells it to show Bronzong its own strength with a headbutt. Meltan gets back up and rockets at Bronzong, hitting it and causing it to ring like a gong. Meltan then backs up, and Ash calls for a Thunder Shock, while Thornton orders a Gyro Ball. The two attacks clash in midair. Just then, a new trivia question appears on screen. True or false, Torterra is the heaviest starter Pokemon. Both trainers call true, but once more, Ash is just a little too slow, granting Bronzong with an attack boost that pushes its Gyro Ball past Thunder Shock and into Meltan. Meltan is sent skidding back, and Ash can see that it's looking worse for wear. He asks if it can keep going, and the tiny Pokemon nods its metallic head yes. Ash then calls for another headbutt, which Meltan does with a running leap. However, this is a trap by Thornton, who says that now Meltan is in close to finish things with another heavy slam. The attack connects, and Meltan hits the dirt, while up above, the screen begins beeping and flashing. Ash asks what this means, and Thornton says the battle band can sense that Meltan is near the end of its rope, so they're about to enter the lightning round. Ash asks what this is, and Thornton explains it is a series of rapid-fire questions, all centered on a single theme, with more powerful benefits and harsher punishments. The beeping stops, and both trainers look to the screen as it displays the theme of this lightning round: legends and lore. The first question appears on screen. How many eyes does each of Hoenn's legendary titans possess? Both Ash and Thornton yell their answer, and while Thornton says 8, Ash says 7. There is a pause while they wait to see who is right, before Ash and Meltan's bands ping, and a yellow light activates on each, while Thornton and Bronzong's shock them. This frazzles Thornton, who mutters that he's never gotten a question wrong before, and how did Ash know that when he didn't? Ash replies that back home he's in charge of the Reggie's grooming, so he's seen those eyes enough times to know how many there are. Thornton says no matter, calling for another Gyro Ball. Meltan leaps back, narrowly avoiding the attack, and then the next question appears. Before it was known as Sinnoh, what was this region called? Ash knows this one too, but this time Thornton doesn't try to cut him off, perhaps afraid of another shock. Ash says the answer is Hisui, and their battle band pings again, with a second yellow light turning on. This causes Thornton's composure to crack further. With him yelling at Bronzong, they can't allow Meltan to get all 3 lights. A similarly worried Bronzong nods and begins charging a giant Gyro Ball. Thanks to the yellow colour of the lights on the band, and the use of the term lightning round, Ash tells Meltan to meet it with a Thunder Shock. Thanks to the recent boosts Meltan received from the 2 right answers, it and Bronzong's attacks clash perfectly as the last question appears on screen. The screen reads, final question, double points. What is the name of the electric-type member of Kanto's legendary birds? Both trainers scream, Zapdos! With barely a millisecond between them, and there is silence while the computer calculates who answers first. After a pause that seems to last forever, where the only sound is Gyro Ball and Thunder Shock still clashing, a soft ping is heard. Both trainers look down to see if their band is lit up, and Ash sees that his has all 3 lights blazing. Thornton howls as a pulsing noise comes from Meltan's band, and then the tiny steel type is engulfed in a crackling yellow aura. Meltan looks back at its trainer, and when their eyes meet, it is clear what they must do. With a resounding voice, Ash calls for Meltan to put all its new power into the Thunder Shock. At once, the aura surrounding Meltan flows from it and charges down the electrical current. For a second, it almost looks like Meltan has summoned Zapdos itself, as the newly empowered attack obliterates the Gyro Ball and slams hard into Bronzong. Bronzong is sent flying, and when it hits the back wall, it is clearly unconscious. Ash is declared the winner, and Thornton takes this loss badly, yelling that Barry was right. Ash must have hacked the Poketch and then his computer, since there's no way he'd get a trivia question wrong, and there's absolutely no way he'd lose to a novice like him. Tears fill his eyes as he screams that Ash is a cheat, and therefore disqualified. Ash wants to protest this, but another voice gets in before him. Caitlyn has arrived at last, and she tells Thornton that for a man of logic and reason, he is acting like an emotional child. Thornton snaps at her to shut up, but then Caitlyn gives him a look that clearly means something and scares Thornton back to his senses. With a gulp, Thornton reluctantly hands over the factory print, a metallic rectangular image of the battle factory, roughly the size of a credit card. He also gives Ash a frame with 5 indentations, sized for these prints, and says that once he's filled all 5, Ash will be the master of the Sinnoh frontier. Our journey continues in the same place it left off, the battle factory, with Ash and Barry admiring Ash's new factory print. There is great deference in the boys' eyes as they examine every square centimetre of the small metal rectangle. That is until Caitlyn tells them to stop being weirdos and knock it off. The boys protest that they're not weirdos, and that proof of beating any frontier brain is a big deal. Caitlyn mutters that maybe she's just seen enough prints that the thrill is gone, causing Barry to demand to know where she would have seen other frontier prints. Caitlyn goes red and tells Barry to stop sticking his nose in other people's business if he doesn't want it broken. Before more barbs can be flung, a ping draws the trio's attention, and they all spin to look at an elevator door near the back of the arena. It slides open, and out of it emerges Thornton and a fully healed Bronzong. The Frontier Brain apologizes for keeping them waiting, and seems to be in better spirits than after his battle with Ash. Barry eagerly asks if that means it's time for their battle, and Thornton says it is, asking if Barry remembers the rules. Barry says he does, reiterating the trivia system and how right answers give buffs, while wrong ones result in electric shocks. Thornton says that's all correct, and straps Bronzong's battle band back on, while encouraging Barry to choose his Pokemon. Barry says he knows just the Pokemon to take on a Steel type, then brings out his Piplup. At this point Caitlyn chimes in, saying Bronzong is a Steel Psychic type, which negates its weakness to water. Barry demands why she didn't tell him this sooner, with Caitlyn replying that she thought he'd have known something so basic, and calls him an idiot. Barry begins to snap that he's gonna fine her for that, but remembers her threat about psychically obliterating his mind, and so quickly changes tack, saying that he's gonna find a new way to win, even without a type advantage. Thornton cuts in, asking if they're done arguing like an old married couple, because they're boring him. Caitlyn calls the Frontier Brain a rude little brat, while Barry grins and says that they should get down to business. Thornton agrees, and so the match commences. As soon as Piplup and Bronzong make a move, a trivia question appears on screen. Barry doesn't even bother to read it, remembering the answer to Ash's first question and proudly declaring the answer is C. It therefore comes as something of a shock when he and Piplup are electrocuted. Thornton sighs, asking if Barry really thought he'd recycle questions, then declares that the answer is false, proving that his opponent didn't even get the question type right. The slightly dazed Piplup and Barry then have to watch as Bronzong's battle band fires out 4 beams, which draw a cube around the arena. When the cube is connected, the band stops emitting light, and the battlefield starts to shimmer as if it was contained in a soap bubble. Barry looks at this strange phenomena with confusion, while Thornton pulls out a little notebook from his pocket and jots something down, saying he's never seen the battle band activate Trick Room before. At once Barry notices something odd within the bubble. Piplup seems to have slowed down while Bronzong has gotten faster. This allows Bronzong to get the first hit once again with a heavy slam, but thankfully it doesn't do much damage to a Pokemon that resists Steel-type moves. Barry then has Piplup use Bubble Beam, which strikes true, annoying Bronzong. Thornton then tells it to use Confusion, which sends Piplup flying. Piplup slams its back into the wall of the Trick Room, then thanks to the power of Confusion is sent rocketing upwards, like the weight in a carnival strength tester, before it gets its bell rung when its head hits the ceiling with an audible thump. Barry cries for his partner to stay strong when Bronzong finally releases its hold and lets the water starter fall to earth. Piplup sets its jaw and begins to rise as another question appears on screen. This time Barry takes the time to read it, with the question being, what item does an Eevee need to evolve into a Flareon? Both Barry and Thornton say Firestone, but to everyone's surprise it is Piplup who gains the benefit, when a metal sheen flashes over it, increasing its defenses. Thornton demands to know how Barry beat him, with Barry chuckling that Thornton may have the brains, but no one can outspeed Sinnoh's #1 Motormouth. In the stands, Ash cheers his support for Barry's comeback, while Caitlyn gives an amused little laugh and says she never imagined that his big mouth would actually be good for something. Now feeling like they're back in the game, Barry orders another Bubble Beam, while Thornton calls for Gyro Ball. Due to Trick Room buffing Bronzong's speed, it spins and tears through the bubbles, slamming into Piplup and sending it slamming back into the wall. As Piplup lays crumpled in a heap on the floor, a sound that Barry dreads to hear begins wailing on the screen. Thornton asks if Barry's ready for its lightning round so soon after they begun, but Barry says it's not over until it's over, and to bring on the questions. Both trainers look up and see that the theme of this lightning round is the Dragon type. As Piplup begins staggering to its feet, the first question appears on screen. What badge is given to trainers who defeat Blackthorn's Dragon-type gym? Thornton looks to Barry, expecting another lightning-fast response, but sees the blonde boy as looking both confused and terrified. Smirking, the Frontier Brain says that it's the Rising badge, and receives the first ping on his battle band. Cockily, he then asks if Barry's ever seen the Rising badge before, and begrudgingly Barry admits that he hasn't, even though he spent the last few years in Johto with his dad. Thornton says that it's a shame, then looks back to the screen, awaiting the next question. Barry asks why he isn't attacking, and Thornton says it'll be more entertaining to wait until he gets all 3 lights on his band, then decimate Piplup in one final blow. This angers Barry and Piplup alike, giving them matching glares as Piplup finally manages to take a kneeling stance. Then the second question appears. How many pure dragon types are in Sinnoh's regional Pokédex? Once again, Barry looks uncertain, so Thornton cuts in again and says that there are none. His second light ignites, and Thornton blithely asks Barry if he's enjoying his Battle Factory experience, short though it may be. Barry just grits his teeth and waits for the final question. At last it appears, and it is, what is Dratini's final evolution? Thornton feels no need to be hasty about this, having seen Barry miss the last 2 questions entirely, but this all changes when he sees his challenger's face light up with a manic grin. Though he tries to answer as quickly as he can, Barry is quicker, saying that it is Dragonite. Barry's band pings and Piplup appears to get stronger as it finally stands upright again. Barry teases Thornton that he shouldn't have gotten overconfident, and now it's cost him that super duper power boost he wanted. Thornton angrily snaps back that it doesn't matter, and the 2 boosts he got will be more enough to put Piplup down for the count. He then yells for a gyro ball, and Bronzong starts spinning, but Barry doesn't panic, as the large steel-type barrels towards Piplup, and instead says to catch it with a peck. Piplup nods, as its beak begins to glow and extend so that when Bronzong and it collide, Piplup is only pushed back, instead of taking the brunt of the hit. Thornton then yells for Bronzong to put all its power into taking care of Piplup, and the steel-type begins to gain ground, pushing Piplup further back, until its feet are pushed up against the Trick Room wall. But despite this, Piplup does not yield, and for this Barry calls it a champ, saying all their hopes and dreams are with it. This encouragement causes Piplup to glow white and grow. Thornton orders his partner to stop Piplup before it evolves, but it's too late. And when Prinplup finishes its evolution, the dissipation of its evolutionary energy is enough to push Bronzong away and shatter the cubes surrounding their battlefield. Barry whoops his pride for Prinplup, then asks if it's ready to win this battle. Prinplup nods as its flippers begin to glow, showing that it has learned Metal Claw. Barry tells Prinplup to get in there and use Metal Claw, and thanks to the destruction of Trick Room, it is much faster than Bronzong, allowing it to rush in and slam a flipper into its opponent's face. Bronzong is pushed back again, but seems largely unbothered, with Thornton jeering that Barry truly is an oaf for thinking he could use a Steel-type move on a Steel-type, and asking if he knows anything about type matchups. In response, Barry grins, and says that he and Prinplup don't need type matchups because they have Spirit, and that's what's going to net them the victory. Thornton chuckles that he looks forward to proving how unscientific nonsense like Spirit pales in comparison to hard facts like type matchups, but Barry seems unconcerned by this, and tells Thornton to bring it on. Thornton obliges, telling Bronzong to use Heavy Slam, but Barry has Prinplup sidestep the move and pepper Bronzong with a few more Metal Claws. Next, Thornton tries Gyro Ball, but this too Prinplup avoids, leaping into the air and slamming 2 simultaneous Metal Claws into Bronzong's head, making it ring. Finally, growing desperate, the Frontier Brain calls for a confusion, but Barry is ready for this too, and has Prinplup use Peck, its beak extending just far enough to jab Bronzong and break its concentration. No matter what Thornton tries, Barry's quick thinking paired with Prinplup's speedy movement proves to be the perfect counter, and Bronzong can't get a hit in, while Prinplup keeps chipping away at it with Metal Claws. Finally, when Bronzong is sent spinning away by a barrage of Metal Claws, Barry sees his chance to end things, and as Prinplup spin as well, its Metal Claw hammering against Bronzong's steely hide again and again, causing it to pick up speed. When Barry is happy with Bronzong's speed, he has Prinplup use one last Metal Claw as a jab that sends Bronzong spinning at top speed into the back wall, where it crashes, then falls to the floor unconscious. Ash and Caitlyn applaud Barry's battling, while Thornton presents him with a factory print, and instead of sulking, says that perhaps it's time to rethink some of the things he took for certainties. Barry says that it was a really great battle, and then leans in to subtly ask Thornton what is the deal between him and Caitlyn. but this is stopped when Caitlyn herself comes floating towards them, propelled by her own psychic powers, with her hair flowing around her like flames. Barry yelps and tries to hide behind Thornton, but this is spectacularly unsuccessful, since Barry is quite a bit taller than the Frontier Brain. Caitlyn angrily tells him that the deal is none of his business, before telling him to hurry up, since she wants to get to their next destination. Barry and Ash both eagerly agree and head outside, only to find their way blocked by a stretched limousine. The boys ask what a limo's doing out in the middle of the forest, but Caitlyn knows and rounds on Thornton, angrily demanding if he's the one who called Derek. Thornton half-heartedly makes some mumbled excuse that contains the phrase "worried about you," before turning tail and fleeing back inside, while Caitlyn glares at him. Ash asks who's Derek, but Barry answers, saying he's pretty sure he was one of the Frontier Brains back in Johto. Ash excitedly asks the others if he thinks Derek would battle him, but Caitlyn says there's no time. She then grabs each of her companions by the wrist, just as the limo door opens and a well-dressed man with black hair, except for a blonde streak on top, emerges. As soon as he sees Caitlyn, the man reaches out for her, but the young woman closes her eyes and furrows her brow, causing the world around her, Ash, and Barry to fade away into pitch blackness. For a moment, the trio seem to fall through an infinite void, before touching down softly on the streets of an unfamiliar city. Ash asks where they are, while Barry asks what happened. Caitlyn explains that they're in Heart Home City and that she teleported them, and then she collapses to the ground. Ash is amazed that she was able to do that, and asks why she didn't teleport them from the Battle Pyramid to the Battle Factory, but Caitlyn answers that there are two reasons. The first is that it's harder to teleport multiple people. Well, actually, it's not that much harder to teleport them. The hard part is making sure she doesn't scramble them up into one person upon reappearance. While Barry grimaces, Ash asks what the second reason is, and Caitlyn says that it uses up a lot of energy, just as her stomach lets out a loud rumble. Barry then chimes in, demanding to know why she wanted to get away from Derek so badly she'd use teleportation with all those downsides. Caitlyn cryptically answers that he's been chasing her, and that's reason enough. She then demands he give her a piggyback ride since she's too worn out to walk. Barry says she should just use her power to float like before, but she says she's too worn out for that too, and so he reluctantly crouches down to let her ride on his back. As the trio make their way through the city, Ash asks why Caitlyn chose to bring them here of all places. Caitlyn snaps that she's getting a bit sick of all this questioning, but agrees to answer this last one. She tells the boys that in the split second she had to choose a destination, she instinctively thought of her friend Argenta. She goes on to say that Argenta has been like a mother to her, and she knows she'll help her hide from Derek. Barry asks if this Argenta is Hall Matron Argenta, and Caitlyn confirms this. Barry then smiles and says he knows her too, since she always used to come around to their place for dinner, and he's pretty sure his dad has a crush on her. Ash laughs that since she's a mother figure to Caitlyn, if Argenta and Palmer got together, it'd be like Barry and Caitlyn were brother and sister. The pair quickly veto this idea, telling Ash to shut up and keep walking. Eventually, thanks to Caitlyn's directions, the trio are able to find their way to a building that, even in a place as vibrant and metropolitan as Heart Home City, stands out as outlandish. It looks like a white and pink wizard's tower, with a huge white witch's hat for a roof. Ash ponders if this means Argenta is some sort of sorceress, but Barry tells him that she's something much more intimidating, a supermodel. The lights are off in the lobby, but Ash still knocks on the door, and a moment later a woman with a purple bob comes out to see who's there. When she spots Caitlyn and Barry, she beams and ushers the trio inside, gushing delightedly in an affectation of a posh accent. When they are all comfortably seated in Argenta's trendy upstairs apartment overlooking the city, the Hall Matron turns her attention to her guests, asking what they're doing here. Caitlyn simply says she had to teleport the three of them to get away from Derek, and Argenta was the first person she thought of when trying to decide where it would be safe to go. Argenta says she's touched, and that they are welcome to stay with her as long as they like. Ash then groans that he really wanted to get back on the road soon, so they could reach the next battle facility. This causes Argenta to titter and ask if Ash knows who she is. Ash says the other two called her Argenta, and told him that she was something called a Hall Matron. Argenta says that this is correct, and with a gleam in her eye tells the young man that her title comes from the fact that she is the overseer of the Battle Hall and one of Sinnoh's Frontier Brains. Ash excitedly wants to challenge her right away, but Argenta says not so fast. A frontier battle is not something to be rushed into, it is an elegant spectacle that requires planning and preparation. Ash tries to protest, saying Thornton was willing to battle him as soon as they met, but Argenta says that Thornton has as much style as a Pidgey dropping, and that she will brook no further argument on this topic tonight. She then goes on to say that perhaps they can discuss it in the morning, but for right now what these three need is a good dinner and 8 hours of beauty sleep. After the day they've had, none of the trio can refuse such an offer, so settle in for a pleasant evening. The next morning, Ash awakes bright and early, and upon seeing that Barry is still asleep, slips downstairs to see if he can challenge Argenta before his rival. What greets him is Caitlyn and Argenta huddled together, with Argenta asking if her friends know. Caitlyn says that they don't, and she wants to keep it that way for as long as possible, before she senses Ash's presence and rounds on him. The young man gives a very unconvincing innocent whistle, but instead of anger, Caitlyn decides to follow Ash's lead and feigns innocence as well. There is a brief, awkward moment before Ash blurts out that he wants to challenge Argenta, and Caitlyn sighs with relief that this was all he was thinking about. Argenta says she will face Ash, but not until tomorrow at the earliest, since it takes time to set up a match in the battle hall, and twice as long to promote a double header. Ash asks why she's promoting it, and Argenta says that her facility provides entertainment, as well as a place for young talent to test their mettle. She then urges Ash to go explore the city, while Caitlyn stays and helps her set up. Ash agrees, having learned enough manners from his father to know he shouldn't pry into whatever Caitlyn and Argenta are whispering about. So instead, he gets ready for a day on the town. Before he leaves, Argenta recommends he check out the contest hall and Amity Square, since they are two of her favourite spots in town. Having nothing better to do, Ash takes the Frontier Brain's advice and heads straight for the contest hall. Here he witnesses his first Pokemon contest and is impressed by the creativity of all the coordinators, especially the man who wins it. After this, he heads to Amity Square, but finds that it is closed, with the guard all flustered. Ash asks what's wrong, and gets told that a hideous Pokemon has tunneled its way into the park and is ruining it. The guard says that they've sent in a few men with blast balls to frighten the Pokemon away, but Ash says that it could seriously hurt the Pokemon, and that it's not its fault, since it probably doesn't even know that it's not allowed in the park. A blast then rocks the entryway, and the guard says that it's begun, while Ash, not wanting to see a Pokemon get hurt, uses this explosion and pushes past him, running into the park. What he finds inside is a trio of brutish men chasing after a small Pokemon who can't outrun them on stubby legs. The Pokemon wails each time a bomb goes off near it, but the men keep lobbing them and cackling at its terror. When the Pokemon gets close, Ash leaps in front of it, telling the men to stop. They tell Ash to get out of the way or else, then each throw an explosive that all converges on the Pokemon. Refusing to allow it to be harmed, Ash does the only thing he can think of and throws a Pokeball, catching the Pokemon and shielding it from the blast mere seconds before the biggest explosion yet rocks the whole park. He then yells at the thugs to leave, since now that he's caught it, the Pokemon won't cause any more trouble in Amity Square. Grumbling, the men trudge off, while Ash brings out his newest friend so that they can have a talk. We rejoin our hero in Amity Square. Having just driven away a group of Pokemon exterminators, Ash must now deal with the consequence of his plan. In a flash of red light, he brings out his newest teammate, who looks up at its new trainer, and in a quizzical voice asks, "Gibble?" Ash smiles at Gibble, and tells it that it's safe, and that he caught it to protect it from the bombs. Gibble still looks confused, so Ash makes a boom sound, while flinging his arms wide to indicate an explosion. This Gibble understands, and so backs away with a yelp, but realizes there's no actual explosion to worry about when Ash starts laughing. Laughing along with him, Gibble leaps up and chomps his head as a sign of affection, causing Ash to howl in pain and frantically try to pull the little dragon type off. When he finally manages to dislodge Gibble, Ash gives it a scolding, saying it's not okay to just bite people, but this only earns him a blank stare from Gibble, right before it leaps up and chomps on his head once more. Ash yells, but before he can act, a woman's hands plucks Gibble off his head. Looking around at his rescuer, Ash sees a tall, blonde-haired woman cradling Gibble as if it were a baby, and looking down upon it with what could only be called nostalgic fondness. It takes him a moment before he realizes that he's seen this woman before, and when he finally clues in on who she is, he gasps, Champion Cynthia? Cynthia smiles and nods, asking if she's correct that he's Pyramid King Brandon's son. Ash confirms this, introducing himself as Ash. She greets him warmly, then turns her face back to Gibble. She tells Pokemon and trainer alike that she had a Gibble like this once, and it's never let her down. At this point she hands it back to Ash, and tells him to raise Gibble with love, and in time, it may even be able to rival his father's legendary titans in power. Ash thanks her for the advice, before asking what she's doing here. Cynthia's expression grows serious at this, and she tells him that she came as soon as she heard explosions, but is glad that he was able to sort out whatever was going on. She then pats him on the shoulder and bids both Ash and Gibble good day, before strolling deeper into the ravaged park, as if it were a placid field. Ash and Gibble look at each other, clearly both sharing the same thought that the champion is an odd woman, before Ash returns Gibble to its ball and makes his way back into the city. With nothing else planned for the day, he decides to head back to the battle hall and see if he can convince Argenta to face him today. However, just as he approaches the doorway, a blinding pain in his head disorientates the young man, and he finds himself falling backwards onto the pavement. Ash opens his eyes to see Barry sprawled in front of him, mumbling something about fining whoever did this. But when the blonde boy sees the person in question is Ash, his eyes glint mischievously, and he tells his rival that he was just on his way to find him, since he has incredible news. Ash asks what it is, but Barry smirks and says he won't tell unless Ash apologizes for running into him. Ash says it's not fair since it was Barry who ran into him, but Barry says Ash can suit himself and he will just keep this juicy surprise to himself. Ash glares at Barry, but after a moment he caves and apologizes, demanding Barry tell him what's going on. Looking as though he's bursting to tell, Barry blurts that Caitlyn and Argenta are battling right now. Ash gasps and leaps up, telling Barry to lead the way. Barry nods and drags Ash by the hand into the battle hall. Sparing no time, the duo dash through the foyer and down the central corridor, into what looks like an auditorium with a large stage bathed in spotlights. Up on stage, they see Caitlyn, and a Curlier who the pair assume must have evolved from her Ralts, facing down Argenta and a Drowsy. The match has clearly been going on for a while, since Drowsy in particular seems battle-worn, and when it charges up a psychic attack, Caitlyn commands that Curlier intercept it. Curlier nods, and as its eyes begin to glow, Drowsy goes stock still and is lifted into the air. Argenta passionately cries for Drowsy to break free, but in a hushed monotone, Caitlyn says it's too late, and commands Curlier to end things. Curlier nods once more, then psychically slams Argenta's Drowsy into the ground, knocking it out. Argenta moans her disappointment before recalling her Pokemon, asking if that match helped at all. Caitlyn shakes her head, but thanks her friend for trying, saying that if anyone could have gotten the job done, it would have been her. At this, Ash and Barry pipe up, saying if Caitlyn needs help with something to do with battling, they'd be happy to lend a hand. But instead of being grateful, Caitlyn just glowers at the pair, before disappearing with a faint pop. For a moment, there is silence. Then the boys hear the same pop behind them, followed by a sharp pain as Caitlyn whacks them each over the head with a pair of paper fans. As Ash complains that his head really can't catch a break today, Caitlyn chides them both for eavesdropping. Barry protests that they were just offering to help, but this earns him another smack with the fan, and Caitlyn snapping that if she wants his help, she'll ask for it. Tentatively, Ash asks why Argenta and Caitlyn were battling, and if Caitlyn's decided to take on the battle frontier as well. Caitlyn bluntly says that would be a waste of her time, before teleporting somewhere else. At this point, Argenta comes down from the stage and helps the boys back to their feet, telling them not to judge Caitlyn too harshly, since she's going through some stuff at the moment. Barry grumbles that this doesn't justify hitting him on the head, but Ash is more forgiving, saying that if she'd just stop being so mysterious, maybe they could help her with whatever's bothering her. Argenta chuckles that he's just like Brandon. He can't see a puzzle without needing to solve it, but maybe his father ought to teach him that not every puzzle wants to be solved, and the really well-guarded ones will have hidden traps to stop him. Ash sighs that he sees her point, but he still wants to help, which makes Argenta smile. She tells the young man that he has a good heart, and so she's going to reward him. Ash asks what she means, and Argenta says that with a bit of luck, she should be able to give him his match this afternoon. Ash beams and thanks Argenta profusely until Barry butts in and asks if he can have a match this afternoon as well. Argenta teasingly tells him that he could stand to be a bit more like his father, particularly in the patience department, so she will help him practice his patience by making him wait until tomorrow to battle. Barry hangs his head in disappointment at this, while Ash pats him on the back, saying at least they now know where Caitlyn got her sharp tongue from. A few hours pass, allowing Ash to visit the Pokemon Center and get Meltan and Gibble into fighting shape, but finally it comes time for Ash to face Hall Matron Argenta. Backstage, Barry asks Ash if he knows what Pokemon he's going to use. Ash says that he's going to go with Meltan, since it will be able to resist Drowsy's psychic moves. Barry says that's good thinking, and wishes his rival luck as he's called out to the stage. The spotlights are blinding as Ash steps onto the runway, but when his eyes adjust, he half wishes they hadn't. The auditorium is packed to the rafters, with cheering audience members, and to make matters worse, it sounds like they're all cheering for Argenta, Trying not to let this bother him, Ash walks to the main stage and takes his place across from Argenta. Argenta gives him a reassuring smile, then turns to face the crowd. In a booming voice, she welcomes them all to the battle hall, saying her challenger is the son of Kanto's strongest frontier brain. This elicits a few cheers, but it is still drowned out by the mass chanting Argenta's name. She then announces that today's match will be a one-on-one, bidding Ash to bring out his Pokemon. Ash reaches for Meltan's ball, but before he can lay a finger on it, Gible bursts forth from its own and does a happy little dance. Ash tries to recall it, but it's too late, as Argenta instructs her battle computer to register the challenger's Pokemon as Gible. The computer beeps, and Ash knows there's no turning back. But instead of sending out Drowsy, Argenta looks up as a giant bingo machine full of Pokeballs descends from a hatch in the ceiling. The Hall Matron then explains the rules of her facility. She says that once her opponent reveals their Pokemon, the battle computer randomly selects a Pokemon of roughly equal power for her to use. The crowd cheers, and Argenta hits a button, causing the bingo machine to activate. Round and round the Pokeballs go, before finally one shoots out the bottom. Argenta catches it, then says that before she sends out her partner, there is one more rule she would like to share with her challenger. She says there are 3 ways a battle can end in the battle hall. If one side surrenders, their Pokemon falls unconscious, or a Pokemon falls off stage. She then asks if everyone's ready to get the party started, and when the crowd scream yes, she throws her Pokeball. In a flash of light, a Spheal appears, and Argenta smiles devilishly, while Ash's stomach sinks. Instead of having a Pokemon resistant to Spheal's ice typing, Gible has a severe weakness to it, and Ash can't help but wonder if this chill going down his spine is dread or Spheal's innate coldness. Argenta starts off the battle by calling for a hail, which chills the room further as hailstones pelt down on the stage. This doesn't seem to bother Spheal, but Gible doesn't like this at all, screeching and trying unsuccessfully to shield its head with its hands. Argenta coos that it looks like Gible's already struggling, and maybe Ash should remember the first rule of the battle and surrender. Ash says there's no way, and even Gible yaps determinedly. Argenta says to have it their way then, and calls for an ice ball. At once, a small ball of ice forms in Spheal's mouth, and the little ice type fires it like a blow dart, causing it to smack hard into Gible's chest. Gible yelps in pain, but Ash tells it to stay strong and use Bulldoze. Gible begins charging in, but when it gets close, Argenta orders a second ice ball. Spheal complies, and the ball of ice is slightly larger this time as it bursts forth, smacking into Gible and sending it skidding backwards. To make matters worse, the hail has not stopped falling, and bruises begin blossoming on the places they hit Gible. Despite this, Gible still looks determined to win, and when Argenta calls for Ice Ball again, Ash tells Gible to counter it with Dragon Breath. Gible tries its best, belching a vortex of purple and red energy, which spirals towards Spheal, but the largest ball of ice yet manages to punch through the attack and crash hard into Gible. Gible roars in pain, then falls forward, its eyes closed and its body limp. Ash hangs his head, ready to accept defeat, but just as the referee raises a flag to declare Gible unconscious, the rotund dragon-type's eyes burst open, and it growls fiercely. Ash cheers, then orders Gible to use Dig, thinking this will get it out of Ice Ball's range, as Gible burrows underground. But almost as if Argenta can read his mind, she shakes her head and says this will sadly not work, ordering Spheal to dodge and fire an Ice Ball into the hole. Spheal rolls with surprising speed to the mouth of the hole, and when Gible pops out the other side, it fires an ice ball that seems to gain more power by rolling. The ball hits Gible from behind, and sends it sliding onto its stomach towards the edge of the stage. Ash begs it to hold on, and by the tips of its claws it manages to. Argenta praises their spirit, but says no Pokemon has ever managed to withstand Spheal's 5th consecutive ice ball, and that she hopes he and Gible will challenge them again someday. She then has Spheal launch its final ice ball, which is now much larger than the Pokemon itself. The ball flies like a cannonball, and Ash yells for his Pokemon to dodge, but all poor Gible can do is scream in terror. And by some miracle, this proves to be the perfect countermeasure. With its giant mouth agape, the ice ball manages to get lodged in there, negating the damage entirely. The crowd begin to laugh as Gible gets up and starts running around, trying to get the ball dislodged while clutching its head. Chuckling to herself, Argenta then turns to the crowd, saying she thinks Gible's experiencing a brain freeze. But this momentary lapse in concentration proves to be a costly one, as by looking away from the battle, Argenta fails to see Gible finally spit out the ice ball. With even more force than when Sphere fired it, the ice orb shoots across the stage and hits Sphere at full power. Though the damage itself is minimal, this hit has a secondary effect, sending Sphere rolling backwards. Argenta gasps and tells Sphere to stop, but it can't seem to find a purchase with all the accumulated hailstones making the ground slippery. However, Gible doesn't have this problem, and so Ash tells it to use a bulldoze again. In a surprise twist, Gible actually uses 2 of the hailstones like ice skates, gliding gracefully towards the out-of-control Sphere, all the while picking up more and more speed. When it finally makes contact, the force is tremendous, and before Argenta can do anything to stop it, Sphere is sent flying into the air and crashes to the ground off stage. The crowd go wild, chanting Gible and Ash's names as trainer and Pokemon run to hug each other. However, Ash slips over, leaving him defenseless against another head chomp from Gible. This makes Argenta laugh, and she smiles as she hands him the whole print, saying that he earned it. Ash thanks her for a tense battle, but it's hard to have a conversation over the audience, who are now calling for an encore. Argenta affects a mock sigh, calling her audience relentless, and saying the show's over, so they should all go home. But when they persist in their call, she pretends to give in, and says they've convinced her. Luckily, she does have one more challenger. She then welcomes a rather bewildered Barry to the stage. As Ash takes his place in the audience, Argenta asks Barry if he'd like to battle now, and the young man eagerly agrees. After reiterating the rules, she tells him to choose his Pokemon, and unsurprisingly, Barry picks Prinplup. Argenta has the computer register Prinplup, and once more the bingo machine gives her a new Pokeball. With a grin, Argenta brings out her Pokemon, but to her dismay finds that it is a Makago. Nonetheless, she continues to play her part as hostess, not allowing her grin to falter, and cheering that this match will be red hot. The crowd respond with cheers of their own, and so the second match of the afternoon begins. This time Barry starts the match off, calling for a water gun. Argenta makes no move to stop this, and so the attack hits hard. Barry asks what's wrong, suggesting that maybe Argenta's lost her fighting spirit after her loss to Ash, but Argenta just hitters that Barry needs to use his eyes more and his mouth less. She then gestures towards Makago, who, though injured, is slowly becoming less and less visible. Barry demands to know what sort of trick this is, but Argenta says it's just science, and that when water comes into contact with something as hot as Makago's body, it becomes steam. Barry grits his teeth, as the whole stage is blanketed in a steam cloud. Argenta then says that Barry and Prinplup best be careful, since it's hard to see attacks coming in steam as thick as this. She then calls for an ancient power, and a ball of silvery energy, similar in colour to the steam, comes crashing into Prinplup's side, proving her point. Soon, another hits from a different angle, and another and another. This frustrates Barry, who tells Prinplup to chase after the orbs and fire water guns in the direction they came from. Prinplup does as it's told, but there is no cry from Makago to indicate that any of the attacks are successful. However, as more and more water guns are fired, the steam slowly begins to dissipate, making Barry grin and say that Argenta's luck has run out. But this doesn't seem to faze Argenta, and when her face once more becomes visible through the haze, she grins as well, and tells Barry that another danger of steam is that it's hard to see where you're walking, and so it's wise to proceed with caution. Almost on cue, the last of the steam fades away, and Barry lets out a yelp as he sees Prinplup standing on the very edge of the stage, with Makago directly behind it. It only takes a tiny nudge from Makago to send Prinplup toppling over the edge, but Barry isn't one to take defeat lying down, so tells Prinplup to latch onto the side of the stage with Metal Claw. Prinplup digs its claw in and comes skidding to a stop, bare millimeters off the ground. The crowd gasp like they are a single entity, and then a cheer goes up, calling for Prinplup to get back in the fight. The prideful penguin feeds on this praise, and so springs back into action, landing back on the stage and blasting Makago with a water gun on the back of its shell. This causes it to howl in pain, but to Barry's surprise, does not create another steam cloud. At once, Argenta and Barry have the same idea, with Argenta muttering, "Oh no," while Barry whoops, "Oh yeah!" He then tells Prinplup to use a full-power water gun on the shell. At this close range, it can't help but hit, and Makago flails perilously close to the edge as it tries to avoid the quad-effective move. Barry calls for Prinplup to do this again and wrap things up, but ever the show-off, Prinplup feels that a simple water gun knockout would be insufficient. So instead, as it sprays Makago's shell with water, it also rushes the fire rock type. With a shoulder charge, both Pokemon go off the edge. No one breathes for a moment, then Prinplup body presses Makago, landing on top of it and securing the victory. This brings the crowd's frenzy to a boiling point, and their cheers threaten to shake the very foundations of the battle hall. It takes several attempts from Argenta to calm them, and when she finally manages to get things under control, she ruefully comments that it's rare that she ends a day 0 for 2, but that it just proves the skill of these young up-and-comers. She then hands Barry his hall print and calls Ash and Gibble back on stage so they may all take a bow together. Later that evening, back in Argenta's apartment, the boys are having a playful argument over whose match was better, until they hear a faint pop in the other room. Running in, they see Caitlyn holding 4 ice cream cones. She hands one each to Ash and Barry, saying she got them Castelia cones to celebrate their win. Barry happily accepts, but Ash interjects that he thought Castelia City was in the Unova region. Caitlyn nonchalantly says that it is, causing the boys' mouths to fall open. Caitlyn chides them to stop staring and eat their ice creams before they melt, with Argenta telling them to listen to her before she claims the 4th cone. She then adds that she had a lot of fun battling them today, but she noticed a key area they each need to improve on. For Ash and Gibble, they need to become more familiar with each other, so they can respond to each other's needs without having to spell everything out. While for Barry it's the opposite. Prinplup has picked up on his hastiness and pride, so he should work on calming down and centering himself, so that Prinplup can do the same. Both boys ask how they can work on this, and Argenta says the answer is practice and experience. For that reason, she suggests they stick around in town for another few days, since tomorrow is the opening of the Heart Home City tag battle, which they could all benefit from entering. When she says the word all, Argenta makes direct eye contact with Caitlyn, and after a moment, the young psychic gives a resigned nod. The next day, the trio arrive bright and early to the tag tournament arena. As they register, Barry asks which of his friends wants to be his partner, but the receptionist tells him that all pairings will be decided randomly. With a sigh, Barry accepts this, and so the trio take their places and wait for their teammates to be announced. When the time finally comes to pair up, Ash finds himself paired with a purple-haired boy with an Elekid at his side. For some reason, Ash can't shake the feeling he knows this guy, but these suspicions are quickly confirmed when his partner locks eyes with him. At once, Ash notices how those eyes are both ice-cold and burning with hate, and when the boy speaks, it is through gritted teeth. He only manages to get one word out, and it is said as an accusation. You. We pick up where we left off, the Heart Home City tag battle competition, with Ash facing down his tag partner, a purple-haired youth who seems to hate him. When Ash fails to return his glare, or react with any form of recognition at all, the young man's scowl seems to deepen, causing Ash to be rather tentative when he asks, "What's got this guy so mad?" The young man snaps that they met once before at the Battle Pyramid. This triggers Ash's memory, and he recalls how this boy once accompanied a man who challenged Ash's father and lost rather badly. It seems the young man is remembering the same incident, since he growls that Brandon broke his brother's spirit that day. Ash says he's sure his father didn't mean to do anything like that, but the purple-haired youth says that what's done is done, and all that's left is for him to get his payback by crushing Brandon as thoroughly as Brandon crushed Reggie. Ash sarcastically mutters that he's lucky he got paired with such a nice guy, but his partner snaps that he doesn't care about nice, he cares about winning. Not wanting to get drawn into a fight, Ash says that if he wants to win, they'll need to work together, and so in an attempt to make a fresh start, he extends his hand and introduces himself as Ash. However, the young man slaps the gesture aside, grunting that his name is Paul, and that Ash should remember it, since it's the name of the person who will beat him once he's done with this tournament. He then storms away, telling Ash to stay out of his way both on the battlefield and off it. Grumbling that Paul seems like a real jerk, Ash goes off to find his friends while he waits for the battles to begin. He finds Barry paired up with a woman named Holly, and unlike with him and Paul, the pair seem to be chatting amiably. Not wanting to interrupt them, Ash goes to find Caitlyn, who is standing beside a green-haired young man with glasses. When Ash gets within earshot, he hears the young man muttering about strategy in a tone that is both condescending and creepy. This seems to annoy Caitlyn, so she welcomes the distraction of Ash when she sees him. Ash approaches them and introduces himself, with the green-haired young man returning the favour, calling himself Conway the Master Tactician. Ash says that sounds like a mouthful, but Conway chuckles that he wouldn't expect Ash to understand. He then assures Ash that with his superior mind at the helm, he and Caitlyn will win this tournament without any trouble. As he does this, he lays a hand on Caitlyn's hip, and Ash doesn't need to be psychic to know what will happen next. With a faint pop, both Caitlyn and Conway vanish, and a moment later when Caitlyn returns, she is alone, with a light dusting of snow in her hair. Not sure he wants to know the answer, Ash asks where Conway is, and in a very amused voice, Caitlyn answers that he needed to chill out. She then says she needs to go speak to the event organizers about finding a new partner, and wishes Ash good luck in the first round. Ash wishes her the same, and then takes his place when the buzzer sounds for the battles to begin. The first match was meant to be Caitlyn and Conway, but due to his absence, this is shuffled to the end of the round. As a result, Barry and Holly are up next, with Holly using her Wingull and Barry using Prinplup. Their opponent uses a Yanma and a Bagon, so Barry decides that he'll have Prinplup take down Yanma and leave Bagon to Wingull. But then he stops himself, remembering what Argenta told him about hastiness, and so asks Holly how she thinks they should approach this fight. Holly smiles, saying that she expected him to run off on his own, and makes an allusion to having watched his match against Argenta. This makes Barry go red, but he forces himself to stay calm and ask again if Holly has a plan. She says that she does, and tells Barry to help her take down Yanma, then Bagon will be easy picking against them both. Barry nods, and so has Prinplup use Peck on Yanma, while Wingull swoops in moments later with an aerial ace. These both deal super effective damage, but the real harm seems to be to the opposing team's cohesion. At once, Yanma's trainer snaps at his partner that Bagon could have tanked those hits no problem, and so should have protected Yanma. In response, Bagon's trainer says that if his Yanma needs to be carried like that, then maybe Bagon would be better off alone. In unison, Barry and Holly say that can be arranged, causing their opponents to spin around, and see that while they were arguing, Wingull and Prinplup have come in for a second aerial ace combo. This hits the mark with ease, and Yan falls out of the sky unconscious. Yanma's trainer bellows that this is all Bagon trainer's fault, but before the other can retort, he is hit in the head by his own flying Bagon, knocking both trainer and Pokemon out. Barry and Holly high-five over their flawless victory, while Ash gets a bad feeling that he and Paul will be more like the Bagon and Yanma trainer rather than those two. Finally, it comes time for Ash and Paul to enter the ring. Ash follows Argenta's advice and uses Gible, while Paul brings out a Chimchar. Meanwhile, their opponents bring out Rhydon and Magmar, and they are told to begin the battle. Immediately, both Ash and Paul call for Dig, with their Pokemon tunneling underground, but due to poor synchronicity, their tunnels quickly converge, and the pair collide, surfacing early and rubbing their heads. Paul calls both Chimchar and Gible pathetic, while Rhydon takes this opportunity to use an Earthquake. Gible doesn't seem too fazed by this, but Magmar grunts in discomfort, and Chimchar screams as the shifting earth swallows it. Ash orders Gible to dig again and rescue Chimchar, while Paul snaps that he should have used this time to attack Magmar while it's vulnerable, and left Chimchar to him. Ash retorts that he can't win this alone, and needs Chimchar's help. Paul scoffs, but when Chimchar and Gible emerge, he orders Chimchar to use Scratch on Magmar. Chimchar leaps at Magmar and scratches at it, but when the smaller fire type backs away, a pillar of flame engulfs it, indicating that it has received a burn for its efforts. But oddly enough, this seems to please Paul, who tells it to use Flamethrower on Rhydon. Chimchar obeys, but the Flamethrower doesn't do much, causing Paul's scowl to return, and him to mutter that the burn wasn't enough after all. Ash doesn't have time to wonder what Paul's mumbling about, as Magmar launches a Fire Punch at Gible. Telling it to counter with Bulldoze, the little dragon ducks under the punch and uses its fin like a knife, stabbing hard into Magmar's stomach. Magmar lets out a howl of pain, then falls to the ground. Ash looks at Paul, hoping to share some of the same victory camaraderie that Barry and Holly had, but Paul doesn't even look at him, instead staring intently at Rhydon, who has Chimchar by the throat, and is repeatedly smacking it around with Hammer Arm. Chimchar shrieks piteously for its trainer to save it, but Paul just mutters something about a little more. Ash, however, refuses to accept any more, and has Gible smash into Rhydon with a Bulldoze that forces it to drop Chimchar and recoil. Paul snaps at Ash for screwing up his plan again, but Ash says that any plan that involves letting your Pokemon get tortured is a pretty terrible plan. He then has Gible use Bulldoze again, while Chimchar watches. Reluctantly, Paul has Chimchar use Flamethrower again, catching both Gible and Rhydon, but doing very little to either. After this, Paul just sits back and lets another bulldoze from Gible win the match for them. With that over, it comes time for Caitlyn's match, and after much deliberation, it is decided that she will be allowed to compete alone, but can only use one Pokemon. Ash and Barry boo that this is unfair, but Caitlyn tells them not to worry for her. She then brings out Curlier against a Coughing and Scyther, and so the battle begins. Though to call it a battle would be misleading, when in truth it is closer to a massacre. As soon as it has the go-ahead, Curlier uses a Psybeam, which hits Coughing so hard that it goes flying into Scyther. Despite being several times larger than the poison type, it can't help but be knocked off its feet, and the entangled pair careen into the back wall, shattering it and rendering them both unconscious in one hit. And with that, the match is over before the announcer can fully introduce the combatants. There are disconcerted mutterings in the crowd as Caitlyn recalls her Pokemon and returns to Ash and Barry's side. Seemingly unaware of the unease she has caused, Caitlyn casually tells them that she wants a burger, and that they should get going. A bit stunned, Ash and Barry agree, and so the trio depart. After dinner, Ash decides to go train with Gible and Meltan, in the hopes that they can avoid another fraught battle like their last one. The pair work well as sparring partners, developing a friendly rivalry, but their training is cut short when Ash witnesses a blast of energy not too far away. Rushing to check it out, he sees Paul and a group of Pokemon battering Chimchar with a barrage of attacks, while the little fire type is told to stay still and endure. This disgusts Ash, who berates Paul for such barbarism. Paul snaps that Ash doesn't get a say in how he raises his Pokemon, but Ash replies that Chimchar shouldn't be Paul's Pokemon if he treats it like this. Braving the next barrage of attacks, Ash shields Chimchar with his body and scoops it up, telling Paul that he's going to take it to the Pokemon Center, whether Paul likes it or not. Paul says nothing and just storms away with his other Pokemon. Good to his word, Ash brings Chimchar to Nurse Joy, and since Paul is nowhere to be seen, he stays by its bedside all night. As a result, Ash is groggy when Barry and Caitlyn come to wake him and tell him that the second round is starting soon, and they need to get to the arena as soon as possible. Ash mumbles that he can't leave Chimchar, but Barry tells him that Paul came by an hour ago and collected it. The mention of Paul angers Ash, but he grits his teeth and follows after his friends. The second round starts just like the first one ended, with Caitlyn's Curlier decimating her opponents in a single hit and advancing to the semi-finals. After that is Barry and Holly, and since their opponent sends out a Ferret and Hitmonchan, Barry decides to use Chatot, while Holly chooses Nosepass. At once, Barry calls for a chatter, but remembers too late the last thing Chatot imitated. In a booming imitation of Caitlyn's voice that fills the whole arena, Chatot declares that Barry is a bird brain. The attack hits for enough damage to knock out Hitmonchan, but at a rather high cost, since soon the entire audience and most of the participants are laughing at him. Barry looks to Holly for support, but to his horror finds that even she is struggling to hold back giggles. Barry howls that he's gonna fine everyone who's laughing, but Ferret's trainer says he shouldn't let it bother him, particularly when there's much worse things to worry about, like this. They then have Ferret use Thunder on Chatot, knocking it out in one hit. Barry apologizes to his Pokemon for getting distracted, but Chatot pats his arm comfortingly. They then have no choice but to sit back and watch as Nosepass faces off against Ferret in a one-on-one. Ferret definitely has the speed advantage, but since Thunder will do little good against Nosepass, it has to get in close to strike, and this proves to be its downfall. At point-blank range, Ferret has no chance to escape Nosepass's Zap Cannon, and when it is paralyzed, all it takes is a single rock smash to the face to knock it and its trainer out of the tournament. Barry tells Holly that she's amazing, but Holly doesn't seem to be in the mood for celebrating, since they'll be up against Caitlyn in the next round. Barry gulps when he hears this, but Caitlyn just says that she hopes he'll be able to give her more of a challenge, unlike those bozos, before she departs to watch Ash and Paul's match. Ash and Paul then enter the ring, calling out Gible and Chimchar like before. In response, their opponents choose Metagross and Zangoose. Paul actually smiles at this, and Ash asks what's got Paul so happy. Paul begrudgingly says that he's been waiting to face a Zangoose for a while now. Ash asks why, but Paul tells him to shut up and focus on Metagross, while Chimchar handles Zangoose. Reluctant to follow Paul's plan, and still angry at him for his treatment of Chimchar, Ash decides to have Gible use Dragon Breath on Zangoose. The attack connects, and for a moment Zangoose looks like it wants to fight Gible, but when it sees Chimchar, something about it makes the cat ferret Pokemon choose it as its target. As Zangoose runs in, Paul tells Chimchar to use Flamethrower, but instead, Chimchar remains perfectly still and is hit by an X-Scissor. Ash looks at Chimchar to see what's wrong, but to his surprise sees that Chimchar is paralyzed with fear as it stares wide-eyed at Zangoose. Ash snaps that he knew there had to be some awful reason Paul was happy, and that he must have known Chimchar was afraid of Zangoose. Paul confirms this, but says that fear may be the key to unlocking Chimchar's true power. He then calls for a flamethrower, but Chimchar's fear seems to have deafened it, and it shrieks as Zangoose uses Crush Claw to pin its head against the ground. Even as pain drowns out the sound of fear in Chimchar's cries, Chimchar still refuses to move a muscle, and so Ash jumps in, telling Gible to use Dragon Breath again. This pushes Zangoose off Chimchar, but leaves Gible open to a bullet punch from the Metagross Ash had forgotten all about in his drive to save Chimchar. Gible is hit, but as a second one comes for it, Chimchar leaps in the way, taking the hit and repaying its debt. Ash tells Paul that they should swap opponents, since the only thing Paul's getting out of Chimchar facing Zangoose is more trauma for Chimchar. Paul says that's not true, he's also gotten closure. He then turns his back on Ash, Chimchar, and the battle. Chimchar howls for its trainer to forgive it, but Paul is unresponsive, and so Ash has to take the reins. Ash tells Chimchar to use Flamethrower on Metagross, while he has Gible keep up the Dragon Breath assault on Zangoose. The pair go back to back, using their flames and energy pulses to keep their opponents at bay, and this seems to stymie Metagross, who can't get in without being burned. However, Zangoose's trainer tells his Pokemon to leap up and use Crush Claw on Chimchar, trusting that Terra will give Metagross the opening it needs. This proves correct, as soon as Chimchar sees Zangoose's shadow above it, it freezes, unable to move or even keep its flamethrower burning. Desperately, Ash begins to tell Gible to use Bulldoze to intercept Crush Claw, but before he can even get the words out, Gible leaps into action, fully understanding Ash at last. When Gible and Zangoose clash, Gible begins to glow, empowered by its bond with Ash. Quickly, its body grows until it is actually larger than Zangoose, and then with a resounding cry of Gabite, it slams once more into its opponent, sending it spiraling into the air before crashing into the ground unconscious. Gabite lands more gracefully than Zangoose, but all can see that it is clearly fatigued. Chimchar, now free of its fear, places a steadying hand on Gabite, but they both know it can't afford to take another hit. On the other hand, Metagross, though now at a numbers disadvantage, still looks relatively unharmed. Since Paul will still not command his Chimchar, Ash tells it to use Flame Wheel, while having Gabite use Dig. Both Pokemon nod their understanding, then get to work. By charging head-on, Chimchar is able to draw Metagross's attention, but thanks to its speed while in Flame Wheel, when Metagross fires a bullet punch, it is able to dodge out of the way. This allows Gabite to come in for a surprise attack from underground, which startles it long enough for Flame Wheel to hit and send Metagross spinning. With Metagross now out of control, Ash calls for the pair of Pokemon to finish up with Double Dig. The duo do this, having finally gotten in sync with each other and managed to traverse the underground, while crossing and weaving to confuse Metagross about who is in which tunnel. Finally, they burst up together on either side of their opponent, and deliver a united attack that knocks it out. Everyone applauds Chimchar and Gabite for their comeback. Everyone except Paul. He just orders Chimchar to come with him, still not looking back at it. Ash has a bad feeling, and so follows them from a distance, watching as Chimchar and Paul exit the arena. Paul then raises Chimchar's ball, and blue light bathes Chimchar's wounded body, releasing it. Its now former trainer then snaps at Chimchar to get lost, calling it a loser. Dejectedly, Chimchar begins to walk away, but before it can get very far, Ash yells at it to stop, saying that he doesn't think it's a loser at all. He then adds that he really admires Chimchar's guts, and asks if it would like to join his team. Chimchar considers for a moment, but when it becomes clear that Paul won't take it back, it leaps into Ash's arms and allows him to capture it. The next day, the semi-finals begin, and as Holly predicted, the first match is herself and Barry against Caitlyn. Caitlyn sticks with Curlier, while Barry chooses Prinplup and Holly chooses Wingull. As soon as they're told to begin, the duo put their strategy into action. Wingull opens with a powerful blizzard which freezes Curlier solid, while Prinplup rushes in and begins hammering the frozen Curlier with super effective metal claws. They then high-five, and proudly declare they spent all night planning on how to overcome Curlier, but it seems their efforts were worth it, since Curlier is now defenseless. Caitlyn admits that it's a very clever strategy, but it does have one hole in it. Barry demands to know what hole, and Caitlyn points at a tiny crack in the ice, caused by repeated metal claws. Curlier's eyes then glow blue, and the crack expands until the ice encasing its body shatters and is psychically lifted to float around it. Caitlyn reiterates that it was a good plan, but good just isn't good enough against her. She then has Curlier hurl the ice chunks at her opponents. Barry's quick thinking allows Prinplup to counter with a flurry of Metal Claws, deflecting most of the ice, but Holly isn't so lucky, and a few good hits take Wingull out of the fight. Holly apologizes, but Barry says it's not over yet, calling for Bubble Beam, as Caitlyn orders a Psybeam. As planned, the psychic energy paralyzes Prinplup, but Barry still seems undeterred, and scolds that for someone who's seen all his battles, Caitlyn really hasn't figured out his style yet. He then tells Prinplup to use Peck, and though it can't move, its beak is still able to grow, lengthening and popping one of the bubbles. As soon as one bubble bursts, the others start moving and bursting in a chain reaction, which breaks Curlier's concentration. This allows Prinplup to move again, and it charges in to slam a full power Metal Claw into Curlier's stomach. Curlier curls in on itself, clearly injured, and for a moment Barry thinks he's actually won. But then Caitlyn whispers the command, Shadow Sneak. Suddenly, Curlier vanishes, before reappearing behind Prinplup and dealing a karate chop to the back of the neck, which knocks the water type out. Barry slumps to the ground, saying that he worked so hard and he can't believe he lost. But Caitlyn won't have a bar of that. She snaps to get up off the floor and hold his head high, since even though he lost, he still managed to give her the best battle she's had in years. She then holds out a hand to help him to his feet. Barry takes it, and everyone applauds the display of sportsmanship between the two of them. Finally, it comes time for Ash and Paul's semi-final match. With Gabite and Chimchar still at the Pokemon Center, recovering from their intense few days of battle, Ash has no choice but to bring out Meltan. Paul demands to know what type of Pokemon that is, but Ash acidly replies that it's a friend, which explains why Paul can't recognize it. Paul doesn't deign to answer this jibe, and just brings out his Torterra. Their opponents bring out Poliwhirl and Shellos, and the battle begins. At once, Paul calls for a Frenzy Plant, and 6 thorny roots burst from underground, slapping hard against Shellos and Poliwhirl. When they come around for a second swing, Poliwhirl manages to dodge the roots, but Shellos is not so lucky. Caught in its thorns, Shellos is swung around before being slammed headfirst into the ground. When it is declared unable to battle, Ash has Meltan use Thundershock on Poliwhirl. Meltan obediently sends out a jolt of electricity, but before it can hit its opponent, Paul has Frenzy Plant intercept it. Angrily, Ash demands whose side Paul is on, but Paul just grunts, and has Torterra use its roots again to slam into Poliwhirl. Poliwhirl deftly leaps over them, only receiving a few scratches in return and runs at Torterra. Due to the trade-off of Frenzy Plant, Torterra is forced to recharge, leaving it vulnerable to a Hydro Pump from Poliwhirl, which actually seems to bother it. Poliwhirl then jumps in for a Mega Punch, which hits Torterra, but gives Ash an idea. He orders Meltan to use Thundershock on Torterra. The attack hits, but due to Torterra's electric immunity, doesn't damage it at all. What it does do is get conducted through the water coating Torterra's body and follow it back to its source, that being Poliwhirl. As a result, Poliwhirl is sharply electrocuted, twitching and jerking before falling unconscious. With the match over, Ash praises his Pokemon, but when he looks at Paul, his tag partner just growls that he could have won that on his own, and that Ash needs to stop interfering. After a break, the finals begin, Ash and Paul versus Caitlyn. Having returned to the Pokemon Center, Ash has his full roster with him, so chooses to make the finals his debut match with Chimchar. When the little monkey sees Paul, it looks concerned, but Paul refuses to acknowledge it at all, and chooses his Elekid. Elekid just sneers at Chimchar, but Ash says not to let those jerks bother it. They then watch as Caitlyn predictably brings out her Curlier, and they are all told to begin. Having cut all lines of communication, both Ash and Paul act autonomously, with Paul ordering a Thunder Punch, while Chimchar is told to use Flame Wheel. The two Pokemon rush Curlier, but Caitlyn boredly tells Curlier that it knows what to do. Curlier's eyes then light up, psychically manipulating Elekid to Thunder Punch Chimchar, while Chimchar rolls into Elekid. The attacks hit, and both are thrown away from each other. Ash and Paul then round on each other, with Ash saying that if Paul had waited a moment, this never would have happened, while Paul barks that this is just another example of him getting in the way. Their argument is interrupted by a yawn from Caitlyn, who says this melodrama has gotten boring, and so she's gonna end it. She then has Curlier use a Shadow Sneak, causing it to appear behind Elekid and slam a fist into the top of its head. Elekid falls, but remains conscious, and Caitlyn praises Paul for having trained his Pokemon well enough to withstand one of her attacks. However, she assures him that it can't handle two. To prove this point, she has Curlier use Psybeam to lift Elekid and slam it into the ceiling. There is a thud, and when it falls to the ground, Elekid is unconscious. This shocks both Ash and Paul, but Ash can't afford to be indecisive, and so yells for Chimchar to use Flamethrower. Chimchar manages to get the attack off, but before it can hit Curlier, it freezes the flames with its psychic power. Then, to add insult to injury, Curlier begins to shape the flames, turning it into a fiery Zangoose, and sending it back at Chimchar. Ash pleads with Chimchar to get away with Dig, but fear has it paralyzed, and it is terror more than damage, which makes Chimchar faint, ending the match. There is disappointment in Caitlyn's voice when she says that had the boys been able to work as one, she believes they could have beaten her. But since they couldn't, they proved to be her most boring foes of the whole competition. She then accepts the Soothe Bells for winning and goes to find Barry as the stadium empties. Eventually, it is just Ash and Paul, and Ash asks if Paul still wants that battle. But Paul says Ash isn't worth the effort, and he's not a shadow of his father. He then turns on his heels, leaving Ash to tend to Chimchar. When the little monkey sees Ash, it cowers, assuming he will punish it for failure. But instead, Ash picks Chimchar up and hugs it, thanking it for a great attempt. He then promises that together they will get stronger, until one day they can beat Caitlyn, Paul, and even his father. We find our heroes in the Heart Home City Pokemon Center. It has been just a few hours since the end of the tag battle competition, and Barry is still fuming that Ash and Paul made it all the way to the finals when their teamwork was so terrible. Ash is in poor spirits too, but it has nothing to do with the tournament. Paul's parting words still ring in his ears, and he grits his teeth, muttering that next time they meet, he'll show Paul who's not worth the effort. But his mutterings are cut short when Caitlyn approaches the boys and scolds Barry for being so loud and obnoxious. She then adds that if he's gonna fill the center with noise anyway, it might as well be pleasant noise, and so drops one of her Soothe Bells into his hand with a soft tinkling sound. Barry asks what she's doing that for, and Caitlyn says she doesn't need a second one, so this will be her way of thanking him for the interesting battle. Barry shoots a thumbs up, but she has already looked away from him, instead fixing her gaze on Ash. It doesn't take psychic powers to see that he is upset, so Caitlyn beckons him over and asks him to help her collect the Pokemon from Nurse Joy so they can get back on the road. Ash asks if they even know where the next battle facility is, with Barry sighing that they don't. Caitlyn looks as if she has something to add, but then Barry perks up, saying he does know someone who would know. With a manic grin, he then rushes off to a row of video phones, while Ash and Caitlyn exchange a confused look, then follow after him. When they arrive, Barry is already on a call, and to Ash's surprise, the person on the other end is Palmer. Ash exclaims that of course the strongest frontier brain of the region would know where the other ones are, with Barry nodding that this was his thought exactly. When they come into view, Palmer greets Ash and Caitlyn by name, asking how their journeys are going, and saying he hopes that Barry isn't too much of a handful. Barry howls that's totally unfair, and that he's decided his next battle will be against his dad to teach him some manners. But Palmer says though he eagerly awaits the day when he can face Barry at the top of his battle tower, there is a procedure that must be followed about when challengers can face him. He then asks how many prints the boys have, with Ash and Barry showing off the 2 they have. Checking them out, Palmer says that this means they'll be facing Dahlia next, since they can only gain access to the 4th and 5th facilities once they've beaten the minor 3. Barry and Ash look at each other, remembering how challenging their battles against Thornton and Argenta were, and ask if this means the 4th and 5th are that much stronger than the others. Palmer chuckles that as the 5th he doesn't want to brag, but that Scott must think there's some degree of power gap, since he's the one who put that rule in place. This excites the boys, who say that hearing about the 4th and 5th have them all fired up, so they can't wait to challenge them. Palmer tells them not to get ahead of themselves, since once they beat the minor 3, they'll be entering a whole other league of battling. To make sure he gets his point across to the eager youths, Palmer says that he's battled many trainers over the years, but 3 in particular have stood out to him as being true masters of battling: Pyramid King Brandon, Champion Cynthia, and, for the briefest, almost imperceptible moment he pauses, then finishes, and the 4th Frontier Brain. With a wry grin, he adds that there isn't much he wouldn't give to be able to watch when the boys finally face the 4th, but then forces himself to return to a neutral expression, saying that first they have to get through Dahlia, and she's no pushover. Barry says he vaguely remembers meeting her when he was younger, with Caitlyn smirking that she bets they got on famously, since they're both loud, obnoxious, and insanely competitive. Barry glares at Caitlyn, but Palmer decides to be the adult here and head things off. He tells them that her battle arcade can be found in Veilstone City, where the old game corner used to be. Barry thanks his dad, then promptly hangs up before Palmer can even finish saying goodbye. Ash says that maybe he should call his own dad, since he hasn't spoken to him in days, but Barry snaps that there's no time, since he wants to get to Veilstone as soon as possible. Ash admits that he's eager to challenge Dahlia too, and so even though night is falling, the trio decide to head out of the city and onto Route 209. However, this journey proves to be a rather short one, since before they are even 10 feet onto the route, they spot a familiar but highly unwelcome face, that of Derek. When he sees them too, he rises from his small, neatly arranged camp and yells at them to stay right where they are. Then, before allowing any time for a response, he lobs a Pokeball, from which bursts a Houndoom, who he orders to use Roar. Derek's Houndoom lets out a fierce roar, which makes the group cover their ears, but for some reason, Caitlyn seems more affected than the others, falling to her knees and gritting her teeth. Furiously, Ash demands to know what Derek did to her, and Derek coldly states that he has trained his Houndoom so that its roar can impede even her psychic abilities. He then tells Caitlyn, who he addresses formally as my lady, that she won't be escaping him this time, so it would be wise to just give up this game and come along with him willingly. Barry sneers there's no way he's ever letting a creep with stupid two-tone hair take his friend anywhere, and so brings out Prinplup. He then orders a water gun, but Derek is faster once again, speedily withdrawing Houndoom before the super effective attack can hit, and swapping it out for an Empoleon. Mercifully, this brings Houndoom's roar to an end, and so Ash checks on Caitlyn, but to his dismay, she reveals that it'll take her a while to recover enough to teleport away again. Their conversation is then cut short by Prinplup flying past them and slamming backwards into a tree with enough force to fell it. Barry panically runs over to check on his starter, while Derek coldly states that Barry's battle style is juvenile, uninspired, and sloppy, so he has no chance to win here. Rising to his feet, Ash challenges Derek to see how he likes his battle style, bringing forth Meltan and calling for a Thundershock. Derek doesn't even bother to withdraw Empoleon this time, tanking the hit, then scolding that Thundershock is such a basic electric move that Ash should at least have the decency to upgrade it to Thunderbolt if he has any pride in his work as a Pokemon trainer. He then has Empoleon knock Meltan out with a single Brick Break, which smears the gelatinous Pokemon like butter across the dirt, demonstrating the same ruthless efficiency he did against Barry. Only when both boys have tried and failed to halt his attack does Derek allow any real emotion to enter his voice, and that emotion is furious disgust. Seething, Derek pronounces that Ash and Barry are unworthy, and that they will now leave him and Caitlyn, or he will make them leave, with none of the restraint he has been showing so far. However, Ash and Barry have other ideas, having risen from their defeats with more determined expressions. With matching glints in their eyes, they tell the older man that they don't leave friends behind, so he can do his worst. This makes the edges of Derek's pursed lips spasm slightly as he looks from Ash to Barry and then finally to Caitlyn. He then mutters the words passion and perseverance as though they hold some deeper significance before resetting his gaze on the two boys and sinisterly telling them that if this is what they choose, then he will make them abundantly familiar with the consequences of that choice. From behind Ash and Barry, a confident female voice declares that that too is a choice, and she hopes he's ready to face the consequences of that. Turning around, they see Argenta, with Caitlyn's arm slung over one shoulder. With the same fury as the boys, she tells Derek that it is clear Caitlyn doesn't want to go with him, so if he persists in harassing her, she will join forces with these children to oppose him. Derek raises an eyebrow, and though the rest of his face remains impassive, there is concern in that tiny motion. After a moment to consider his words, Derek speaks, and it is in his usual measured tone. Looking from Argenta to the boys, and then finally letting his gaze linger on Caitlyn, he says, "Don't trouble yourself. I have seen all I need to, and so can withdraw in peace. Farewell." And without another word, he is gone, vanishing into the night on the wings of a Staraptor. When Derek is finally out of sight, Ash and Barry attend to Caitlyn and thank Argenta for her support, admitting that they don't know if they could have defeated Derek on their own. Argenta beams that she was happy to help, but warns them that they had best redouble their training, since a battle with Derek is inevitable, as he oversees the battle castle. In unison, Ash and Barry look at each other and exclaim that he must be the fourth frontier brain Palmer warned them about. Caitlyn nods that Derek is indeed a powerful battler, while clutching her head with her free hand and grumbling about the use of Houndoom's roar. Barry teases that if Caitlyn's already complaining, then she must be good as new, earning him a glare from the girl. Laughing, Argenta tells her that she has to agree with Barry, and so she'll be taking her leave now, wishing the kids luck and telling Caitlyn to play nice with Dahlia. Caitlyn's response is an unenthused look that suggests she'd rather eat broken glass. As a result of Caitlyn still feeling unsteady, the group's pace remains slowed for several days, but this extra time is not wasted, with Ash and Barry both putting in long hours at night to improve alongside their starters. Ash and Meltan work on upgrading the Steel-type's Thundershock to Thunderbolt, but despite their best efforts, they can only increase the power output by a fractional amount, far from what they would need to call this attack a true Thunderbolt. Meanwhile, Prinplup's pride has been wounded by the humiliating defeat it suffered at the hands of Derek's Empoleon, and so under Barry's supervision, it has taken to sparring with Chatter at every chance it can get. And so, it is a tired but stronger trio who arrive at Salacian Town, and in spite of his eagerness, Barry suggests that they stop for the day and allow their Pokemon to rest and recover. The others agree, and since they're going to have some time off, Ash tells his friends that he's going to check out the Salacian Ruins, since he and his dad plan to visit there after the exhibition match with Palmer. He then invites them to come along, but Barry declines because he wants Nurse Joy to check out his Pokemon, while Caitlyn more bluntly says that it sounds really boring, so she'd rather take a nap. Ash shakes his head, saying they're missing out on some really interesting history, but that's their choice, and so he leaves them in peace, promising to meet up again for dinner. When Ash makes his way to the Salacian Ruins, he is surprised to see that he is not alone. Standing in the raised courtyard are a man and a boy, locked in a fierce debate. Approaching them, Ash asks what's the matter, and the pair round on him, with the man saying that he and his young rival are engaged in healthy academic debate about what the treasure at the heart of these ruins really is. Ash is intrigued by this, and so the man continues that he believes the treasure to be a metaphor for the joy of adventure that one feels after spending a day exploring. Ash thinks this sounds feasible, but the other boy clearly doesn't, cutting in and boisterously declaring the treasure ain't feelings, it's stuff, so he bets it'll be a huge gold statue, probably of something important like Dialga or Palkia. Ash has to agree that the boy has a point as well, so without any clear side to come down on, he just adds that he hopes he gets to see whatever the treasure is. This makes the man laugh and thump Ash on the back, saying that he loves this display of youth, and offers for Ash to join them on their little treasure hunt. Ash happily accepts, and so the man beams that his name is Peony, while his friend's name is Buck. Ash introduces himself in turn, and so the new trio of treasure hunters enter the ancient building and begin making their way down a sloping tunnel into the bowels of the ruins. As soon as they are out of the light, Ash calls out Chimchar, who is happy to use its tail flame as a torch. Buck comments that his brother used to have a Chimchar like that when he was younger, though now it's a powerful Infernape. He then brags that Ash has probably seen it on TV, kicking major butt, adding that his brother is Flint of the Elite Four. Ash admits that he's seen Flint but never met him, though he's heard Champion Cynthia praise the man when talking with his father. Buck makes a disbelieving noise, but Ash persists, explaining in a more humble way that his father is Pyramid King Brandon. Buck scoffs that he can't be as important as his big bro, since he's never heard of him, but the mention of Brandon perks Peony right up. With a laugh, he exclaims that he should have guessed he was his old mate Brandon Sprog, since who else would dress in utilitarian green and orange khakis? Ash asks if Peony knows his father, and Peony proudly states that he and Brandon go way back, having battled plenty of times when he was still the champion of Gala. He then asks if Brandon is still hunting the Reggies, to which Ash proudly states that he's actually managed to capture all three. Peony chuckles a little at the word 3, but says that he'd love to catch up with Brandon again, since last time they talked they were young spry lads, and now they're crusty old dads. Ash says that when they get back to the Pokemon Center, he can call Brandon and they can chat, which the older man appreciates, but is soon cut off when Buck yells at them both to look as he points at something at the edge of the firelight. Floating a bit down the corridor is what appears to be a big letter X with an eyeball in the center. Ash and Peony both gush that this must be an unknown, having heard about them before, but Buck chuckles that he bets it's the treasure, since X marks the spot. However, all this noise startles the unknown, who promptly attempts to flee by opening up a portal in the corridor wall, but Buck has no intention of letting it get away, and so brings out a clay doll, ordering it to use Psybeam. The attack hits, blasting Unknown away from the portal, but when Unknown turns to face them again, there is a strange, glazed look to its eye. What's worse, the stones making up the floor, walls, and ceiling of the corridor have suddenly started to ripple and shift, with Peony groaning that Buck has gone and confused a Pokemon capable of warping reality. Buck evidently feels guilty about this mistake, but stifles this with more bravado, and so just declares that he'll catch the unknown, and that'll stop all this weird stuff. But that is easier said than done, since when he throws a Pokeball, the confused unknown catches it with psychic powers, and then seemingly disintegrates it with ease. It then fixes the trio with a gaze, one that is filled with nothing but rage. From behind them, the trio hear the sound of smashing rocks, and look around to see Unknown twisting and compacting the corridor in its rage and confusion. Ash yells at the others to make a run for it, so they don't get crushed, but they don't need to be told twice, joining him in running past Unknown and away from certain death. However, Unknown isn't done airing its grievance, and so gives chase, with the speed of the collapsing corridor getting faster as it seemingly gets more frustrated. Running at full pelt, our trio soon see that the path branches off in 3 directions. Being the adult of the group, Peony volunteers to take the center path, and draw Unknown away from the boys, while they take the left and right routes. Ash protests, but Peony tells him to let him do this, before jokingly adding that this way, when they talk to Brandon later, he can tell him that he owes him one for saving his kid. Ash smiles a little and nods, taking the left path like Peony indicated. Unfortunately, there is one little flaw with this plan: Chimchar. Its tail flame is still acting like a beacon, and so like a very confused moth to a flame, Unknown follows it and Ash down the left path, while sealing the 3 routes behind it as it approaches. Thankfully, having been raised by a man as pragmatic as Brandon, Ash has enough wherewithal not to panic here, and so instead withdraws Chimchar and dives down another side passage, hoping Unknown loses sight of him. Thankfully, here Unknown's confusion works in his favour, with it being too discombobulated to consider that it might have been tricked, and so presses on ahead down the main corridor. As it passes, Unknown warps the opening of Ash's new passage to contort into a dead end, but that is the extent of the damage, and when this corridor stays stable, Ash sighs in relief, before pressing forward in the hope of reuniting with Buck and Peony. Meanwhile, back in Salacion Town, Barry's Pokemon have been restored to full health, at least physically. Prinplup has become even more moody, refusing Barry's offer of lunch in favour of more training, and though Barry can respect this go-getter attitude, he is concerned that this might be the hastiness Argenta warned him about, and that Prinplup's current unhappy state is his fault. So, trying to channel his father, he instead suggests that they take a little break, maybe go get some ice cream, reminding it how as a Piplup it would try to steal whole scoops off his cone. However, Prinplup is unmoved by this reminiscing, and so Barry's worry only deepens. Bending down, he tells his starter that he can see that it's hurting in more ways than just the physical, and will do anything to help, but first he needs to know what it needs. A girl's voice then pipes up that by the look of it, what it needs is a good fight. Looking up, Barry sees that the speaker is a girl with tan skin and blonde hair that is dyed pink at the ends. She then introduces herself as Peonia and reiterates that Prinplup looks like it's itching for a battle. Barry grins that she's probably right, though his rival's off digging in some ruins right now, so it'll need to wait until tonight. He then curses that he hates waiting, to which Peonia laughs that so does she, so why doesn't he just battle her? Barry smiles that he likes the way she thinks, and so follows her to the back of the Pokemon Center, where a battlefield is waiting for them. Barry, as expected, tells Prinplup to get ready, while Peonia reveals a Tyrant, which she orders to take the offensive with Crunch. Prinplup runs in to meet it with a Metal Claw, but Barry tells it to hold off so they can get a better idea of Tyrant's capabilities. This split second of indecision is just what Tyrant needs, and it snaps its jaw around Prinplup's dominant wing, making the water type shriek in pain. When the 2 Pokemon then break apart, Prinplup's wing hangs limply by its side, and Barry can tell that it will be out of commission for the rest of the fight. However, neither he nor Prinplup have any intention of quitting, and so Barry tells Prinplup to use Water Gun to keep Tyrant at a distance. Prinplup obeys, and this does strike true, but Peonia tells her partner not to let a little drizzle stand in their way, so after a moment to rally its spirits, the little dinosaur ducks its head and dashes through the deluge, smacking into Prinplup and sending it skidding back. Now forced into close quarters combat, Barry has Prinplup use Metal Claw with its offhand, and while this does hit, the move is clumsy, and the super effective nature of the damage is somewhat mitigated. Peonia chuckles that if Barry and Prinplup want to bare their claws, then two can play at that game, before calling for a Dragon Claw from her Tyrant. The claws on Tyrant's hands then begin to glow green, and in a swift motion, it slashes both across Prinplup's chest, bringing the penguin to its knees. Helpless, it looks back at Barry for guidance, but before Barry can give an order, Tyrant's jaws snap shut on either side of Prinplup's face, knocking the water starter out, and ending the battle. Sighing that he's sorry, Barry recalls Prinplup, and thanks Peonia for the battle. Peonia grins that it was no problem, since she loves getting into scraps with strong trainers, and though Barry lost, he's not half bad, so they should do this again sometime. Barry responds with a wan smile, but approaches his new friend, and shakes her hand to show appreciation for the battle. Back in the Salacian ruins, Ash has been walking down this one passage for what feels like eternity, without any sign of Buck or Peony. Afraid that it might draw the attention of that enraged unknown, he hasn't called for them or brought Chimchar back out as a source of light, which has hobbled his pace somewhat, as he's been forced to feel his way more than see. However, after all this time alone, things have started to get a bit lonely, and so he brings out Meltan. As the small steel type bursts into view and climbs onto its trainer's shoulder, Ash smiles fondly and asks if it remembers the day they met, reminiscing that it was in some ruins not too different from the ones they're in now. Meltan warbles its agreement, and Ash laughs that it gave him such a fright when it dropped off the ceiling and fell onto his face. Meltan replies with a reproachful noise, and the boy abashedly rubs the back of his head, apologizing for trying to wipe its body away with a tissue. Though, in his defense, he didn't know it was alive, let alone a Pokemon at the time. However, Ash is quick to tease that Meltan isn't wholly innocent in that encounter either, since after scaring him half to death, it had used that distraction to eat his flashlight, which he had sorely needed, before having the gall to fall asleep. Meltan makes a tinny whistling sound that Ash has learned to interpret as the Pokemon laughing, and so laughs with it, feeling the little steel type stretching out on his shoulder, just as it had during their first encounter. Ash then fondly asks if his partner is tired, offering to stop for a quick break and a snack. Meltan warbles its agreement, and so Ash takes a seat on the stony floor, pulling a pouch off his belt and pouring a handful of metal filings into his palm. At once, Meltan slithers down its trainer's arm and starts gorging itself on the filings, letting out delighted sparks of electricity as it does. One of these sparks is large enough that for a moment Ash sees they're sitting directly underneath a massive stone slab with something written on it. He then asks Meltan to do that again so he can read it, and his starter is happy to comply, lighting up the tunnel and revealing that the message on the slab is, "When every life meets another life, something will be born." Looking down at his starter, with the memory of their first encounter so fresh in his mind, Ash can't help but agree with those words, and from the way Meltan is looking back at him, Ash can tell that in that moment their thoughts are one and the same. In unison, the partners beam at each other until the slab begins to warp and draw their attention back to it. With a gulp, Ash sees the X-shaped unknown who was chasing them earlier phase through the wall and glower down at him and Meltan with an expression that makes it abundantly clear that time has not lessened its fury. Then, to Ash's surprise, it manifests the Pokeball that Buck threw at it earlier and begins to spin it around in the air. Faster and faster the ball spins, and each time it seems to be growing larger. At first, Ash assumes this is an optical illusion, but soon realizes that it actually is getting bigger thanks to Unknown's reality warping powers, and steadily filling up more and more of the corridor. The young trainer doesn't know what Unknown's intentions are with that ball, but he's smart enough to know that whatever they are, they aren't friendly, and so Ash scrambles to his feet, placing Meltan on his shoulder again so that it can light the way, and takes off down the tunnel. Moments later, a crashing noise that sounds like rumbling thunder echoes behind them, and when Ash looks back for an instant, he sees the boulder-sized Pokeball rolling after them, picking up speed as it goes. Frantically, he looks around for any side passages they can dive down like last time, but this time it seems they're out of luck, as their current corridor is a straight path sloping downwards. For a moment, he considers calling out Gabite, but is unsure if the dragon would have the strength to stop the incoming orb, and can only imagine how injured it would be if it could not. So instead, he decides to just keep running, and thankfully out of the darkness, a stone door looms into view. Reinvigorated by the prospect of not being crushed to death, Ash redoubles his speed and reaches the door, but when he tries to pull it open, it won't budge. Meltan hops down and tries to help as well, but even together they cannot move the stone even an inch. Desperation floods Ash as he hears the sound of the Pokeball boulder approaching, but as he looks down at his starter, he realizes that though they're out of time, there is at least a way out for Meltan. He therefore orders it to slip through the crack underneath the door and save itself. Meltan furiously refuses, but Ash tells that this is the only practical solution, and that it has been an honor to journey with it. With a long, mournful screech, Meltan wraps its arms around Ash's ankles, then slips under the door and out of sight. Planting his back against the door, Ash turns to face the giant rolling orb as it comes barreling towards him, and grits his teeth, ready to face his fate head-on. As Ash faces what will surely be his untimely demise, he thinks sadly of Chimchar and Gabite, wishing he could have had them escape with Meltan, but at least they are safe in their Pokeballs. A thought which strikes him as rather ironic, considering how dangerous a Pokeball is to him at the moment. The ball is closing in on him now, so much so that he can see it even without Meltan's light, and has picked up enough speed that the red top and white bottom have blurred into a single haze of pink, which Ash regretfully realizes will probably be the last thing he ever sees. And then, just as it is about to crush our hero flatter than a Stunfisk, the door swings open behind him, and he falls backwards, landing on his butt. The giant Pokeball then crashes into the doorway, just where he had been standing seconds ago, with such force that it rattles the walls, and causes the dust to fall from the ceiling, coating Ash's cap and clothes. Looking around for an explanation of his miraculous survival, Ash sees Meltan hanging from an ancient-looking lever and runs over to hug it and thank it for saving him. The silvery Pokemon in turn squeaks its delight and leaps into his arms, happy to be reunited with its best friend. The reunion is a joyous one, but a brief one, with Ash soon remembering where they are and telling Meltan that they should look for a new way out, since the way they came in has been sealed off. Meltan nods, so begins slithering around the room they have found themselves in, while Ash carefully feels his way around the walls, hoping for another door. A little way into their search, Meltan chirps to get Ash's attention and uses Thundershock to light up what it has found, an ancient ladder, but just beneath it is an ornate stone plinth. Ash comes over to check it out, and to his surprise, sees that resting on the plinth is some sort of wooden Pokeball. As soon as he picks it up, the clasp at the front flips up, and out of the ball bursts a Pokemon Ash has never seen before. It is small, quadrupedal, and mostly white with yellow eyes and red accents to its fur. When it sees Ash and Meltan, it giggles once, then vanishes, reappearing in a puff of smoke several rungs up the ladder, before vanishing again and appearing even higher up. Presuming that the Pokemon wants him to follow it, Ash clambers onto the ladder, with Meltan resting on his cap, and begins to follow the unfamiliar Pokemon as it keeps appearing and reappearing up the ladder. Finally, when they reach the top, which appears to be connected to the ceiling, Ash sighs, but the little Pokemon smirks, then presses its nose against one of the ceiling tiles, revealing that it is actually a trapdoor, before vanishing once more, and presumably heading up through the trapdoor. Ash follows suit, throwing it open, and as a result is blinded as daylight burns his eyes. Almost letting go of the ladder in shock and pain, Ash feels himself being lifted under the arms by a pair of strong hands, and as his eyes adjust, he sees Peony, while beside him Buck is looking not at him, but at the strange white and red Pokemon. In the light of day, Ash is struck by how similar it is to a Zoroa, and Buck even comments on this, adding that he plans to catch it since maybe it's the treasure of these ruins. Ash says that probably is the case, considering how deep down it was, but he is afraid Buck can't catch it, since he found it in a Pokeball. He then shows the other two the ancient-looking ball, which makes Buck glower, while Peony lets out a low-impressed whistle, urging the young man to show this beauty to his father. Ash says he'd like to, but he's not sure if the Pokemon who lives in it will be happy with him taking its home. He then takes a knee, and asks the mystery Pokemon if it would like to come with him and see the world after so long locked up in these ruins. The Pokemon considers this for a moment, giving him a haughty sniff and an upturned nose, but quickly ruins the effect by smirking. It then vanishes once more in a puff of smoke, and for a moment Ash thinks that it has rejected his offer, before it pops back into existence on his shoulder, chuckling all the while. Ash takes this to mean yes, and so flicks open the latch on the old wooden ball, returning the white and red Pokemon to it. It is nighttime when Ash, Buck, and Peony return to the Pokemon Center, and Ash is starving. Thankfully, his friends are already in the cafeteria, and with them is a girl around their age who Ash doesn't know. However, she seems to know someone in the group, based on her shocked expression when the three ruin explorers sit down at their table. It then becomes clear who, when the girl, who Barry tells Ash is called Peonia, addresses Peony as Dad. However, in the same breath, she also accuses him of trying to elbow his way into her life. As Peony tries to explain that this meeting is just coincidence, Ash tells Barry and Caitlyn about his day in the ruins, with Barry doing likewise about his meeting with Peonia, and Caitlyn rather proudly telling them both that she had an 8-hour nap, which almost topped her previous record. Barry rolls his eyes at this, and instead asks if he can see Ash's new mystery Pokemon, as well as whether he intends to use it in the Battle Arcade. At the mention of the Battle Arcade, Buck chokes on his drink, and demands to know how either of them know what it is, since it's meant to be a place only for super elite trainers like him, the brother of an elite 4 member. Ash says nothing, having deduced by now that Buck will take any chance he can to boast about that. But Barry is happy to engage in a battle of pride, and so brags that both him and Ash are the sons of their respective regions' strongest frontier brains, both of whom are on par with champions, so in comparison, brother of an elite 4 member just isn't that impressive. This enrages Buck, whose face goes as red as his hair, and so the two loudmouths begin a verbal duel. Knowing this won't end anytime soon, the rest of their group finish their meals as hastily as they can and slink away. Ash decides to use this time to call his father like Peony suggested, and so makes his way over to the phone bank. When Brandon picks up, Ash can see that one of his shoulders is entirely encased in ice, but when asked, the Pyramid King just shrugs it off as a little training mishap with Regice, expressing far more interest in how Ash's journey is going. Ash gives his father a rundown of his Sinnoh adventures thus far, showing off his factory and hall prints as he does. When he recounts how he and Barry stood up against Derek to protect Caitlyn, Brandon tells his son how proud he is of him, saying that it seems like even in the short time since he set out on his journey, he's already grown so much, not just in strength, but as a man. Ash blushes a bit at this praise, and so turns the conversation back to his story, skimming over the journey to Salacian, before going into detail once more when he gets to the ruins. This excites Brandon, and the pair briefly geek out about all that Ash saw there, but eventually get back on track, with Ash telling Brandon about his fateful encounter with Peony and Buck. Brandon confirms that in his youth Peony was his friend and rival, much like how Ash and Barry are now, to which a voice behind Ash loudly declares that he never thought he'd hear the day when Brandon actually called him a friend. Peony then sidles up to Ash's side and gives the Pyramid King a playful wave. Brandon responds with a gruff nod, though there is the ghost of a smile on his lips. Excitedly, Peony asks if Ash has shown Brandon the Pokeball yet, and the boy shakes his head, saying he hadn't even gotten to that part of the story yet, but his father's interest has clearly been piqued, so Ash chooses to omit his run-in with Death, and instead pulls out the ancient-looking ball, spinning it around so Brandon can get a 3D view of it. The Pyramid King examines the ball and says that as he suspected, it is an archaic form of apricorn ball, probably dating back to when Sinnoh was still called the Hisui region. He then walks out of sight for a moment and returns with an illustrated book, which he opens to show a diagram of the apricorn ball. Ash studies the image, finding it interesting as he compares it to the ball in his hand, but says that what he would actually like to pick his father's brains on is whether he knows what kind of Pokemon this is. He then opens the latch, and from it bursts the white and red Pokemon, who gives Ash an indignant little sniff for having been kept waiting so long. Ash is perplexed why this would offend it, when it presumably spent centuries in its ball before today, but he is given little time to mull, as Brandon's sharp intake of breath draws his attention. With deep solemnity, Brandon says he knows exactly what that is, rifling through the pages of the same book before showing Ash and Peony an illustrated diagram that almost perfectly matches the creature in front of them. Below the diagram is a caption which reads, Hisuian Zoroa. Ash smiles, officially welcoming Zoroa to the team now that he can use its name, while Brandon mutters that Ash truly is a gift for finding Pokemon that are meant to be extinct, and that this could be the last Hisuian Zoroa in the world, since it is believed that they all died out decades ago. Ash explains that this one was locked away at the bottom of Salacian ruins, so maybe it was caught before they went extinct, a theory which Brandon agrees with, based on the design of its ball. He then urges Ash to train it well, since this breed of Zoroa is said to be more willful than their modern-day counterpart. But the secret to raising them is... And then the screen goes dead. Ash and Peony look around for any clue as to why this happened, and soon find Zoroa viciously attacking the cables and wiring. Having torn up the phone line, it goes next for the paneling on the video phone's console, denting it as it rams its head into the metal. Not wanting Zoroa to hurt itself or do any more damage, Ash fumbles with the clasp and hastily withdraws his newest capture, utterly baffled as to why it suddenly flew into such a rage. The next day, Peony and Peonia are the first to leave, departing not long after dawn, which Peonia is none too thrilled about. Due to Buck having woken them all at sunrise, everyone is present, though by the dirty looks Caitlyn is giving Buck, Ash has to wonder if he's going to be present much longer. When the father-daughter duo are gone, Buck tells them it's time they get going too. Caitlyn raises an eyebrow incredulously at the suggestion that the four of them would be travelling together, but Buck boasts that he knows the fastest way to Veilstone, so they'd be idiots not to follow him. This seems to get on Caitlyn's last nerve, and so she grabs Buck by the sleeve. Ash assumes she's about to send him wherever she sent Conway, but then she surprises him by grabbing his hand and snapping at Barry to grab on as well. Barry groans, knowing what's coming, but complies, and so all four of them find themselves tumbling once more through an infinite void. Moments later they come out in the middle of a crowded city street, and Caitlyn snaps that actually she knows the fastest way, and if Buck had taken the time to get to know the skill sets of others, rather than just assume he is the best at everything, he would have known that. But instead he was selfish, short-sighted, and arrogant, so he chose to interrupt her sleep when they could have risen at a reasonable hour and still gotten here long before he would have on his own. Buck isn't sure what to say to this, clearly not used to being spoken to in this manner, but Caitlyn doesn't want to hear it anyway, and so instead tells her two friends that she'll show them where the battle arcade is. Having never seen Caitlyn this angry before, Ash and Barry mutely follow, with Buck trailing at a distance. As Palmer said, the next battle facility is on the former side of the game corner, and right away, they can tell this place will be unlike either of the other they've battled in. Unfortunately for them, when they try to enter, a large close sign is plastered on the door, with the opening hours below, showing that it only opens for a few hours on Friday nights. Fortunately, it is Friday, but still far too early to gain admission, so as a result, Ash and Barry don't know what to do with themselves until evening, but Buck declares that if he's gotta wait, then he might as well use this time to train. Ash says he likes the sound of that, and so agrees to battle Buck as a way to prepare for tonight's battle, while Caitlyn and Barry watch. Buck, being Buck, declares that he will go first and sends out his clay doll, which for once makes Ash grateful for his brashness, since he was going to send out Meltan, but now he knows his new Zoroa would be a much better choice. Clutching the ancient ball, he lobs it, and the white Zoroa comes bursting forth, snickering when it sees its opponent. Ash tells it that this will be their first battle together, so this is a chance to get to know each other's style, but the little quadruped rolls its eyes, then looks back to Claydol, as if daring it to attack. Buck is all too happy to oblige, calling for an ancient power and ethereal fossils then form around Claydol before flying at Zoroa. Ash tells Zoroa to dodge, and the little fox does so in a way only it can, vanishing into smoke and curling its way behind Claydol, before manifesting once more and slamming its head into Claydol's back, with what the core trio recognize from the tag battle tournament as Shadow Sneak. This does super effective damage on Claydol and sends it spinning, allowing Ash to call for a Snarl, which further buffets the spinning psychic ground type, with more super effective damage. But finally, it does manage to balance itself, and fires off a Psybeam, which strikes Zoroa and sends it tumbling back. The spiteful fox Pokemon yips its pain as it hits the ground, and Buck suggests it give up, but Zoroa refuses, using a move that Ash doesn't know, which seems to chill the air around it as it blasts back with dark energy. This connects, and as well as doing super effective damage, it freezes Claydol solid. Buck demands to know what sort of move that is, but Ash admits that he doesn't even know. This infuriates the redhead, who seems so steamed that it's a wonder the heat radiating off him isn't enough to thaw Claydol. He then orders his partner to break out of the ice, which by sheer force of will, it is able to do, glaring with many eyes at Zoroa. It then hits Zoroa with another Psybeam, which leaves the ancient Pokemon looking dazed, and when Ash calls for another Snarl, it bites down on its own front leg instead. Caitlyn calls out that Zoroa has been confused, but Ash had already figured that out, as Claydol uses its opponent's vulnerability to get off a quick ancient power, which knocks Zoroa around. However, it also snaps the spiteful fox from its confusion, and so Zoroa is quite happy to deliver another one of those mystery attacks, when it has all its faculties once more. Claydol is able to counter this with another Psybeam, and so the two attacks clash in midair, seemingly perfectly matched, before exploding and sending both Pokemon flying. When the smoke clears, Claydol and Zoroa both lie unconscious at their trainer's feet, and Caitlyn calls this match a tie. Buck claims that it was only a tie since Ash had Type on his side, and in a fair fight, he would have mopped the floor with him. He then asks Barry if he wants to go around, but Barry declines, which shocks everyone. Buck, however, is not exactly known for his tact, and so asks Barry how he thinks he's going to take on the Battle Arcade if he doesn't train, but here Barry makes an even more alarming claim. He's not so sure if he's going to challenge the arcade with them. He then explains how he and Prinplup have been in a slump since their battle with Caitlyn, and he's seriously worried that something has fractured in their bond. Caitlyn, showing just as little tact as Buck, calls this ridiculous and snaps at Barry that she already told him back in Hearthome to hold his head high and stop whining. Barry protests that she doesn't understand, but Caitlyn coldly states that she understands better than him. The issue isn't his and Prinplup's bond, it's that they're weak. Barry mutters that this isn't much of a pep talk, but Caitlyn coolly says she isn't done. His so-called slump is because he lost to her, Derek, and the daughter of a champion. All three of those trainers were way out of his league, and he never stood a chance from the beginning. But that doesn't matter since She then pauses, as if the next words are hard to say, before continuing, since what she really admires about him is that he tries his best anyway and fights every battle with his whole heart. This statement leaves Barry with his mouth wide open, causing Caitlyn in her usual aloof manner to tell him to close his trap or a bug type will fly in. However, Barry ignores this, and instead looks Caitlyn in the eye, with an expression like he's never seen her clearly before. A smile cresting his face at last, the young blonde thanks his friend, then leaps to his feet, declaring at the top of his lungs that he's got some thinking to do, but if they even think about heading to the Battle Arcade without him, he'll find them to high heaven. Ash beams that he wouldn't dream of it, and so the two rivals clasp hands, with mutual grins on their faces. Several hours pass, and it is at last time for Ash, Barry, and Buck's battles. As the group of four arrive once more at the Battle Arcade, they find that there is a line out the door. All of them are nonplussed by this development, but thankfully a bouncer is present to explain that everyone here is looking to challenge Dahlia tonight. Barry sighs that he didn't think so many people were challenging the Battle Frontier, but the bouncer elaborates that though this is a battle facility, most of the challengers aren't actually here to challenge for a print. Instead, they just want to challenge Dahlia to battle, since she is known for giving out fabulous prizes to those who impress her. A voice then declares that the bouncer flatters her, as a woman who Ash, Barry, and Buck all assume is Dahlia approaches them. Strutting around as though she owns the place, which she truthfully does, this woman flashes the boys a grin before her eyes fall on Caitlyn. Her expression then becomes one of utter joy, and she tells the bouncer to let the group pass, since any friend of Katie is a friend of hers. Stiffly, Caitlyn replies that her name is Caitlyn, not Katie, in a tone that suggests they've had this talk before. But Dahlia pays this no mind, focusing instead on ushering them all inside, all the while gushing about how Caitlyn never visits her. She then suggests that maybe Caitlyn could act as her player too for tonight, but the younger girl just shakes her head and says she's here to watch, nothing more. This makes Dahlia pout, but only for a second, before her dazzling smile is once more upon her face. She then inquires if these three strapping men are here to challenge her, and when they all nod, she leans in close to Caitlyn, and in a rather loud whisper, asks if they're elite or noobs. Caitlyn dryly replies that she only speaks real words, before pulling away from the group and stepping inside. The other four follow, and good to its name, what they find inside the Battle Arcade is a giant video game arcade. Several people are already playing on various machines, and Dahlia tells them to get ready, since it's time for the games to begin. She then swans away from the boys, reaching the center of the arcade, where a hanging microphone is waiting for her. In a magnified voice, she calls for silence and welcomes each and every one of them to Arcade Mania, where the rules are simple. For the next 15 minutes, they are all welcome to play as many games as they want, free of charge, and every point they earn will be recorded on the leaderboard. Suddenly, a giant holographic leaderboard with the faces of all the challengers appears above all their heads, and below it is a countdown clock, set for a quarter of an hour. Dahlia then continues that whoever holds the top 3 spots on the leaderboard when time runs out will be allowed to challenge her to battle. The assembled crowd then begin to applaud, with Caitlyn being the notable exception, who rolls her eyes instead. but Dahlia seems used to this sort of behaviour, and so smiles as she rides the microphone up to a large viewing box where the other girl is seated. When she too is in her proper place, Dahlia flashes her audience one last dazzling grin and declares that the games are now open. Down below, pandemonium erupts as everyone attempts to find a starting game now that the clock is ticking. Ash loses sight of his friends almost immediately and is jostled around by the crush of bodies before finally coming out near the wall. In front of him is a vacant backer machine, and the instructions on the console tell him this game has a difficulty level of orange, so he and a Pokemon have 3 chances to get a puck past the goalie, and if they can, they will score big points. Knowing just the Pokemon for such a task, Ash calls out Gabite and tells it to use Bulldoze. Gabite yaps its understanding, and so shoulder charges the floating disc, sending it rocketing towards the net. Ash can't help but think how easy that was, until the robotic goalie jerks to life and zips over to intercept the puck. As a result, it bounces off the robot's face, and faintly over the thrum of people and techno music, Ash hears a buzzer that suggests his first attempt was unsuccessful. Thinking hard for a moment, our hero comes up with a new plan of attack, and so tells Gabite to use Bulldoze on the puck once more, but as soon as it does, to fire a Dragon Breath to the other side of the goal in an attempt to distract the robot. Gabite thinks it understands, and so does as its trainer said, ramming into the puck, then firing a diversionary shot in the opposite direction. However, the robot goalie completely ignores this attempted subterfuge, instead going directly to where the puck was meant to land, and so catches it with ease, earning Ash another buzz of failure. But, by watching how the goalie responded, it does provide Ash with a bit of crucial insight to what is ostensibly his opponent. And so this time, for his third and final attempt, he tells Gabite to use Bulldoze and Dragon Breath like before, but this time wait a second, and use the second attack on the puck. This plainly baffles Gabite, but it trusts Ash, and so does as he says. Gabite then smacks hard into the puck for the final time, but Ash holds off from giving the second command until he sees the robot move. Then, with a cry from its trainer, Gabite lets out a gale of draconic energy, which clips the puck's side and sends it spiraling in a completely different direction, jackknifing from the bottom left corner of the net to the top right. As Ash suspected, the robot's movements are based on calculating the angle of the shot to predict where it will land, and so it cannot compensate for this sudden change in direction, meaning that as the puck soars over its head, it lands squarely in the net, while ringing bells tell him that he has earned some points. Looking up, Ash sees that his success has rocketed him up to 10th place on the leaderboard, presumably thanks to the difficulty of this game, and so he hugs Gabite before returning it to its ball as another challenger shoves in and demands a shot at the game. Forced back into the crush of bodies, Ash is at least able to stay close to the wall this time, and so when he spots another challenger vacate a machine, he dives out and stakes his claim. This game is only classed as difficulty level yellow, so he assumes it will be worth less points than the backer machine, but he's not going to complain, and so presses the start button. At once, a memory matching game with the Sinnoh starters appears on screen, and Ash is tasked with remembering which card is Turtwig, as they are all shuffled around at high speeds. But for someone who grew up watching the blink and you'll miss it pace of Frontier battles, this is child's play, and so Ash is able to play 3 rounds with perfect accuracy. But this success has its drawbacks, as a few other challengers have gathered around to watch the boy go, and after his third go, a few of them start complaining that they want to try. Good-naturedly, Ash agrees to vacate this time, and so re-enters the throng. When next he surfaces, Ash finds himself standing beside Barry, who has a microphone in his hand, and is standing alongside 3 other boys, all yelling at a screen. Looking closer, Ash sees that it's a Who's That Pokemon machine, and that the boys are all trying to be the first to identify the silhouettes shown. Naturally, with his motor mouth, Barry is demolishing the competition, and when Ash checks the scoreboard, he is surprised to see that his friend is in first place. However, Barry doesn't get a chance to explain, as a new round silhouette appears on screen, and he frantically screams that it is a Jigglypuff, as seen from above. Bells chime that Barry is right, and he cheers as the others groan, but Ash doesn't have time to congratulate his friend, since he's only in 4th place, and so dives for a free machine when he sees one. This machine is labelled Battle Puzzle, and the instructions say the trainers will be placed into various scenarios and given 1 turn to achieve victory. The challenge rating is red, but that's fine with Ash, since 1 win here will be enough to get him into the top 3. Booting up the game, he sees that his Pokemon is a Gengar, while his opponent has a Nidorino. He also sees that Nidorino has more health than Gengar, and is likely to go first. Ash has to admit that things look dire, but when he inspects Gengar's moves, a light bulb goes on in his head, and he smiles, thinking he knows the way to claw back a victory in this puzzle. Pressing the buttons to select his attack, Ash watches as Nidorino leaps at Gengar, and awaits his victory. However, at the zenith of Nidorino's leap, the screen fades to white, as all around the battle arcade, machines turn off and music dies down. In her magnified voice, Dahlia declares that time is up, causing Ash to realize that now or never, this is it. If the puzzle machine registered his points as soon as he entered the command, he will be in the top 3. But if it was going to register them after showing him the outcome of the battle, then he will have just fallen short. Looking up, Ash searches for his name and finds it. In the top 3. As Ash sighs with relief, Dahlia calls for the 3 lucky winners to join her, so they can get this boss battle started. And to his surprise, Ash feels the tile he is standing on lift up and carry him towards Dahlia. Looking around, he sees that Barry and Buck's tiles are doing likewise, while the rest of the floor is rearranging itself to take on the appearance of a battlefield. When Ash, Barry and Buck are deposited on the other side of the field from Dahlia, she congratulates them for being such top-tier gamers and informs them that their reward is a battle against her for a prize of their choosing, for asking if they know what they want. In unison, the friends reply that they want a challenge for her Frontier print. This makes Dahlia's eyes light up, and she says it's been a long time since she's had 3 Frontier challenges at once, which means she's finally allowed to up the difficulty setting to max and really cut loose. The boys all nod eagerly, before Barry cuts in to ask who's going to be battling first. This makes Dahlia tut that it wouldn't be fair if they had to face her alone, so instead, this will be a raid battle. All of them at once, against her one and only, her faithful partner, her Togekiss. She then reveals the Jubilee Pokemon, and after it does a lap around the ring, Dahlia pets it fondly and says it's time to show these 3 the power of their strats. The challengers then pull out their Pokeballs and send in their Pokemon, Claydol for Buck, Prinplup for Barry, and Meltan for Ash. Dahlia squeals when she sees Meltan, but Ash is all business, taking the lead and calling for a Thunder Wave. However, as the electrical currents shoot at Togekiss, it does a barrel roll and dive bombs Prinplup. Prinplup looks uncertainly at Barry after their recent battles, but the blonde trainer is all smiles, and he decisively calls for a Metal Claw. Prinplup nods and crosses its flippers in front of it, meeting Togekiss and holding it in place for a moment. However, the flying type soon breaks through, sending Prinplup rolling backwards, but Barry doesn't let his grin drop, encouraging Prinplup that it's okay to be knocked down, since they're not a great team because they never fall, they're a great team because they never stay down long. Prinplup's eyes go wide at this, and some of the weight it seems to have been carrying since Hearthome falls away, as it smiles back at its trainer. Then, as if filled with new life, Prinplup rises to its feet and begins to glow. However, Dahlia is not going to allow such a drastic power shift so early in the game, and so orders Togekiss to stop that evolution with an air slash. Togekiss then fires off a blade of pressurized air, which soars towards Prinplup, but Ash orders Meltan to intercept it, knowing the flying type attack will do minimal damage to it. Meltan obeys, and so after taking the hit, goes skidding along the ground. Buck demands to know what Ash is thinking, since that stunt could have cost him his chance at the print, but Ash sternly replies that this battle is a team effort, so they all need to be willing to make sacrifices for the good of the team, and it worries him that Buck doesn't understand this. Buck replies that he doesn't have to, since he's got this covered all on his own, calling for Claydol to rush in and obliterate Togekiss with a Hyper Beam. Claydol glides forward and fires off an undeniably powerful blast, while Dahlia muses whether Buck's Lone Wolf routine means that he's the real deal, or just trying to cover up that he's the weakest link. Either way, the best way to find out is to test it, and so she calls for a counter Hyper Beam. Despite Claydol's Hyper Beam being inches away from its face, Togekiss is able to split the attack cleanly in half with its own Hyper Beam, which tears through Claydol's with ease before consuming the ground's Psychic type in a fierce explosion. Ash and Barry both call out Buck's name in shock and horror, but when the smoke clears, Claydol is still hanging on, but only by a narrow margin. They also see that it is inert, needing to recharge, but looking up, they see Togekiss in the same position, meaning that whether he meant to or not, Buck just bought them the opportunity they needed. As Barry's newly evolved Empoleon stops glowing, its trainer calls for an Aqua Jet, and at once it is engulfed in water. Meltan then grabs onto its back, and the pair go blasting up into the air, where they strike Togekiss hard. Both Ash and Barry then call for follow-up attacks, with Empoleon using Metal Claw and Meltan using Thunder Shock. Both deal super effective damage, but this bulky flyer is still a long way from going down, and so with its prey at such close range, fires off a super effective Aura Sphere, which drops both Empoleon and Meltan. Dahlia then turns her attention back to Buck, sighing that she's lost her shot at a flawless victory, but she can still finish him, before calling for another Air Slash. Knowing that Meltan is in no state to take another one for the team, and too proud to ask even if it could, Buck instead tells Claydol to dodge. However, even though Claydol manages to avoid the main attack, the shockwave it leaves behind is still enough to buff at the Claydol Pokemon and send it spinning. Dahlia then calls for another, saying she loves a chain combo. As bid, Togekiss fires off another Air Slash, and Buck uses the only trick he has left, calling for a Hyper Beam to push it back. Even with all of Hyper Beam's power, all Claydol can do is slow the Air Slash, and Dahlia complains that stalling tactics are boring, and to stop delaying the inevitable. However, Ash and Barry counter that maybe it would be inevitable if he were alone, but Buck has a team. Meltan and Empoleon then rise to their feet, and add Bubble Beam and Thunder Shock to Hyper Beam. Only together are they able to push the attack back, and when the combined attacks hit Togekiss, it actually howls in pain. The three boys then look at each other, finally on the same wavelength, with Ash taking the leadership role, and telling Buck that Claydol should hang back, since it's taken the worst of the damage, and provide long-range support, while Empoleon and Meltan getting close. The other two boys nod, and so Meltan climbs onto Empoleon's back, as it flies up with another Aqua Jet, while Claydol begins its barrage of ancient powers to cover them. This splitting of Togekiss's focus works in the boys' favour, as the flying type is forced to give more priority to avoiding Claydol's attacks than stopping Empoleon's. As a result, Aqua Jet hits, and so Barry calls for a Metal Claw, but Dahlia asks if they really want to do this again, calling for another Aura Sphere, which she believes will put both Pokemon out of commission. However, Ash anticipated this, and so makes the difficult call, telling Meltan to use Headbutt on the Aura Sphere, detonating it prematurely, and allowing Empoleon to land its super effective attack, but at the cost that Meltan hits the ground hard, and doesn't get up. As Empoleon lands, Dahlia commends Ash for being a team player, but says that it looks like it's game over for him. However, Caitlyn, who is still watching from the viewing box, cries that that isn't true, since Meltan isn't unconscious, it's napping. All four combatants turn to look at the little steel type, and like Caitlyn said, it is snoring softly, fast asleep. Barry cries that Meltan sure could have picked a better time, but Ash disagrees, saying Meltan must have learned the move Rest, and used it to recover from the two Aura Spheres. This perks the blonde up, and he whoops that if Meltan gets back to full health, that could be just what they need to turn things around, and so vows that Empoleon and Claydol will protect it while it recovers. Buck nods, and so calls for another ancient power, while Barry has Empoleon use Bubble Beam. Now having one target instead of two, Togekiss is easily able to dodge both attacks, and flies low, skimming over the battlefield as it zeroes in on the sleeping Meltan. Barry suggests a change of tack, but Buck says there's no time, ordering Empoleon to grab Meltan, and run while Claydol charges in at Togekiss. Barry furiously questions whether Buck's learned anything, since they need to talk about this and make a plan together if they're going to win. But Buck just grimaces that he never was all that good at playing with others, and when Claydol rams into Togekiss, he calls for an explosion. The whole battle arcade shakes as Claydol explodes, and black smoke obscures everything. Ash and Barry stare at Buck in stunned silence, neither of them ever imagining that he would give up his shot at a print for either of them. Ash opens his mouth to speak, but Buck is faster, saying that this battle is a team effort, and so he made a sacrifice for the good of the team, simple as that. Unfortunately, this moment is interrupted when Togekiss emerges from the smoke, severely injured, but still able to fight. Dahlia's face appears next, and she tells Buck that what he did was noble, but alas, he's out of lives, so it's time to say goodbye. Buck stoically accepts this, looking at his two teammates and ordering them to win so his sacrifice won't be in vain. Ash and Barry swear that they will, and so Buck smiles as he returns Claydol to its ball and allows the tile he's standing on to carry him away. Now down to a 2v1, Barry has Empoleon take up a vigil over the sleeping Meltan and tells it to be ready for Togekiss's next attack. Dahlia smiles that it's a brave but futile effort, ordering Togekiss to use Sky Attack to finish this. Unflinchingly, Barry says to meet it with an Aqua Jet, and so the two Pokemon both take off, clashing in midair with a sound like a sonic boom. This at last is enough to wake Meltan, and the Hexnut Pokemon looks refreshed as it rises up and surveys the battle. Urgently, Ash tells it to help Empoleon with a Thunder Shock, and so the small steel type lets off a bolt of electricity, which makes Togekiss falter in midair, but even still it endures. Dahlia then declares that since Meltan is fully healed, that makes Empoleon the weakest link, and so orders Togekiss to finish it off with another Aura Sphere. Togekiss obeys and lobs the orb of blue aura at its foe, who is too close to dodge. But thankfully, Ash's quick thinking has Meltan meet it with another Thunder Shock. Just as with Hyper Beam against Air Slash, Thunder Shock alone lacks the power to knock back Aura Sphere, and so Barry offers to have Empoleon help. But Ash tells him that Meltan can handle this, and to focus on finishing off Togekiss. Barry nods, and so Empoleon takes off with another Aqua Jet. However, Togekiss has gotten used to this trick by now, and so is able to dodge the aerial water attack with ease, forcing Empoleon to chase after it, but never get close enough to hit. Meanwhile, Aura Sphere continues inching closer towards Meltan, and even after its nap, the Steel type is tiring under the strain of trying to hold the attack back. Ash can think of only one way to salvage this, and so he looks at Meltan, and with pleading in his voice, implores it to use Thunderbolt. Meltan squeaks that it can't, but Ash presses on, telling his starter that he believes in it, reminding it how far they've come, and repeating the words that they read in the Slacian ruins, saying that what was born when their two lives met is a partnership that can overcome any obstacle, so long as they do it together. Dedication and determination well up inside Meltan, and with a defiant cry to the heavens, it pushes its power further than it ever thought possible before. Every fibre of its being seems to become electric for a moment, and with a yellow flash, the force of Thundershock grows exponentially, shattering Aura Sphere and arcing up to strike right into Togekiss. Togekiss is helpless and paralyzed in the face of such sheer force, and this is at last what Empoleon needs to catch up and soar over the top of Togekiss. With a mutual cry of "Do it!" from both Ash and Barry, Meltan continues to put its heart and soul into holding Togekiss in place with its newly learned Thunderbolt, while Empoleon braves the electrical storm to slam a full-force Metal Claw down onto Togekiss's head. This at last is enough to drive the Jubilee Pokemon into the ground, with a dust cloud almost as large as the smoke cloud caused by Claydol's explosion. When the dust settles, Togekiss is unable to battle, and a massive cry fills the battle arcade. Dahlia looks like she might cry, but only very briefly, before she is smiling once more as she swans over to congratulate the two victors. They both thank her for such an intense battle, and she tells them it was her pleasure, before handing them each an arcade print. She then calls out to Buck, saying that after some thought, she's willing to bend the rules a little, and give him a print as well for his valiant sacrifice. However, to her surprise, he refuses, saying that he wants to be as strong as his big bro, and he can't do that by taking handouts, so he'll stick around and earn his print fair and square next week. Dahlia smiles that she looks forward to that battle then, before turning her attention back to Ash and Barry, and wishing them luck on the rest of their Battle Frontier challenge, as she gestures for the crowd of onlookers to clear a path so they can leave. However, Barry stops her here, saying that now they've gotten 3 prints, isn't she meant to tell them the location of the 4th battle facility? This causes genuine shock to cross Dahlia's face, and she exclaims that she thought Caitlyn would have told them where it was already. Both Ash and Barry shake their heads, asking why she'd think that, to which Dahlia shrugs, because she's the 4th Frontier brain. Caitlyn, a Frontier brain? Ash and Barry exclaim in unison. Looking at her feet, Caitlyn nods, and in a small voice that belies her usually proud demeanour, says that she's sorry she didn't tell them earlier. Ash reassures her that he understands, and he's sure she had a good reason, but Barry seems less forgiving, as he scowls that had she been honest, they could have trained together, and she could have helped them prepare for the other battle facilities. Caitlyn sighs that this is exactly why she didn't want them to know, because she knew they'd react like this and treat her differently, when all she wanted was an adventure with friends like every other kid her age. Barry fumes that even so, she should have been open with them if she really does see them as her friends, to which Caitlyn protests that of course she does. Ash, is the temperate member of the group, then cuts in, saying that maybe part of the fault does lie with them for not noticing, when it's kind of obvious in hindsight. Both Barry and Caitlyn round on him, and in matching offended voices demand to know what he means. Ash explains that Caitlyn's strength alone should have tipped them off, not to mention how she knew all the other Frontier brains. In fact, they met her at the exhibition match between their dads, which was invite only, so just being there should have told them that she was someone special. Caitlyn sagely nods that it really is their own fault, and Ash goes to apologize, but Barry cuts him off, stamping his feet and waving a hand at Caitlyn in an angry declaration that she can't pawn this off on them when she was the one who lied. Furiously, Caitlyn retorts that she didn't lie, she just chose not to mention certain important details. From behind them, Dahlia snorts a little in her attempt to suppress her giggles, and this makes Caitlyn turn her anger on her fellow brain, sarcastically asking if Dahlia has something to add. Dahlia, however, is all cool grace when she replies that she's just never seen Katie all flustered before. In the old days, she was always so above it all, like everything in life bored her, but traveling with these two knuckleheads has brought out the younger brain's feisty side, and she thinks it's good for her, even if it did mean leaving that goober Derek in charge of the battle castle. Ash then asks Caitlyn what exactly the deal with Derek is anyway, with Barry growling that this time he doesn't want any lies. Caitlyn scowls back at the blonde that first, like she said before, she never lied, and second, maybe he ought to tone down that attitude, since she can still turn his brains into a puddle, though it's not like he's using them for much right now. As Barry seethes, Caitlyn then calmly addresses Ash, telling him that Derek is her butler, and like Dahlia said, she put him in charge of the battle castle when she went on sabbatical. This leaves the boy with more questions than answers, and so he presses on, wanting to know why she went on sabbatical in the first place, and why, if Derek works for her, did he try to keep kidnapping her? Caitlyn sighs that it would take too long to go into all the reasons, but at the heart of it, she was bored. Both Ash and Barry goggle at this reasoning, so Caitlyn elaborates, saying that in her tenure as Frontier Brain, she's only ever lost to two people, Cynthia and Palmer, with even those matches being close calls. And to make matters worse, it was rare for challengers to even take out one of her Pokemon, let alone two, and after so long without a real challenge, battling just sorta lost its appeal, going from something that energized her to a chore that she dreaded. After several months of this, she was ready to quit altogether, but then Argenta suggested that before she throw away all she worked for to become a brain, why not take the opportunity that the battle frontier moving to a new region offered to embark on a journey and see if she could get that spark back. And so, taking a newly hatched Ralts with her, that was exactly what she planned to do, though first she had to stop off at the exhibition match to inform Scott of her leave of absence and Derek's role as interim frontier brain. Ash then finishes this story himself, saying this was where they met, which Caitlyn nods as everything falls into place in Ash and Barry's minds. Well, almost everything. Ash then repeats his prior question about Derek's behaviour outside the battle factory in Hearthome City if he's in her employ, and agreed to stand in for her. Caitlyn shockingly admits that she doesn't really have an answer. She knows that he disapproved of her shirking her responsibilities when she left, but he's always been a faithful butler, so to act the way he did was alarming. She then adds that perhaps they should head for the battle castle and ask him themselves, which Ash agrees to, while Barry just gives a sullen nod, saying it'll have to be after they visit the Pokemon Center, since his and Ash's teams need healing. Buck wishes them luck on their travels, then informs Caitlyn that she better sort out this butler problem she's having, since once he beats Dahlia, he's coming for the castle print next, and he wants his opponent to be at 100%. Caitlyn nods, and the trio depart for the Pokemon Center. An awkward silence hangs between the trio as they wait for their Pokemon to be healed, with Barry pacing, while Caitlyn and Ash sit across from each other in the waiting room. In an attempt to thaw out some of the frostiness, Caitlyn offers to teleport them to the battle castle, but Barry outright refuses, saying she can teleport if she wants, but he's walking. Caitlyn teases that it'll be a bit hard since the battle castle is on an island north of Canalave City, but instead of bickering with her, Barry just shrugs that he'll walk there, then take a boat, he supposes, before resuming his silent pacing. This new icy, almost contemptuous anger from Barry seems to sting Caitlyn, and so Ash promptly changes the subject, saying that if they're going to Canalave, he'd like to take a detour through Celestic Town. After all, they're gonna have to pass through Mount Coronet one way or the other, and if they take that route, then he can check out the Celestic Ruins on the way. Caitlyn shakes her head that she doesn't understand what Ash's fascination with dusty ruins is, but she guesses they could take that detour. That is, if Barry's also happy with it. Barry shrugs again, saying they can do whatever they want, seemingly having decided that for Ash's part assuaging Caitlyn's guilt, he now too bears some of her culpability. The next few days are unpleasant to say the least. Barry remains almost as cold as the pelting rain from above, barely saying a word to either of his companions unless it is strictly required. This in turn brings down the rest of the group's mood, and as a result slows their pace to a solemn march, so that it takes them a week and a half to reach Route 210 and get out of the downpour. That night, for the first time since leaving Valstone City, the trio actually make a campfire rather than huddling alone in their tents. Barry remains silent, even when Caitlyn backtracks to a nearby cafe to bring them all a hot dinner, and when he is done eating, he departs with his Pokemon to train for the upcoming match at the Battle Castle. In an unexpected moment of vulnerability, Caitlyn asks Ash if he thinks Barry will ever forgive her, and Ash says he's sure that their friend will, he just needs time. Ash then adopts a firm but not unkind voice that is clearly picked up from his father, and tells her that what she did hurt Barry more than she might realize, because over their travels, he's really come to care about her. Caitlyn looks unconvinced, but Ash reminds her that when Derek came for her, Barry was the first to step up and defend her, keeping going even when he knew he had no chance of winning because she was his friend and he'd never let anyone hurt his friends. So when he found out that Derek wasn't actually a villain, it probably made him feel like an idiot. Like all the heartache he and Empoleon went through was for nothing, and like she and Derek were just toying with him and his emotions as part of some frontier-brained game. Caitlyn furiously declares that isn't true at all. She really didn't want to go with Derek, and it truly meant a lot to her that her friend stood up to Derek for her. Ash smiles that he knows, but suggests that maybe there's someone else who needs to hear it. He then faintly tilts his head in the direction Barry stormed off in, and without another word, Caitlyn vanishes, leaving Ash alone at their camp. Barry is still angry the next morning, but he is at least not as aloof, greeting Ash and Caitlyn before telling them they should get going. He also doesn't walk quite as far ahead of them this time, and this is fortuitous, as had he might not have seen the disaster unfold. Up on one of the rope bridges suspended over Route 210's many waterfalls, a wild Shelgon is hurriedly crossing by itself. However, just as it reaches the center point of the bridge, a fierce wind picks up, rocking the bridge sharply and knocking Shelgon over onto its back. Unfortunately, Shelgon are not known for their ability to get back to their feet when tipped over, and this one is no exception, finding itself rolling back and forth as more gusts rock the bridge. With no safety rope, nor hands to cling on, it is only a matter of time before one such tilt is enough to send the endurance Pokemon tumbling over the edge, and with a heavy splash, it lands in the rapids, bound right for the waterfall. Spotting this, Barry cries out for Shelgon to hang on, and so brings out his Empoleon, climbing onto its back and calling for an Aqua Jet to take them to the top of the waterfall. Barry and Empoleon take flight, and even though the force of Aqua Jet is constantly buffeting him, Barry holds on tight, determined to reach the endangered Pokemon as quickly as possible. However, even that is not quick enough, as Shelgon tumbles over the edge of the falls, bound for the sharp, pointy rocks at the bottom. Without hesitation, Barry leaps after it, wrapping his arm around the flightless dragon and telling it that it'll be alright since he's got it. Unfortunately for Barry, no one has him, as even at top speed, Empoleon's Aqua Jet lacks the acceleration necessary to execute a 90-degree turn and get underneath them both before they are skewered by the stones. Back on dry land, Ash tries to think of a way to help, but is interrupted by a faint pop behind him. Looking back, he sees that Caitlyn is gone, only for her to return moments later with another pop, now drenched in water while Barry and Shelgon, also drenched, lie on top of her. Furiously, Caitlyn demands to know what Barry was thinking jumping off his Empoleon into a waterfall like that, but the blonde boy bites back that it's called having a heart, something she's probably forgotten all about. Caitlyn calls him a jerk, and Barry harumphs away with Shelgon to give it a checkup and make sure Empoleon is alright. As they do this, Ash grins. It may be a long time before things get back to the way they were between them, but at least it looks like his companion's friendship isn't irreparably broken. From here the group pick up their pace, and even manage to make it to Celestic Town by nightfall. As the high winds are still whipping up around them, everyone is relieved to be able to sleep inside a warm Pokemon Center, rather than fight the elements for another night. While getting their Pokemon healed, Barry is revealed to have added Shelgon to his team, though this is not the biggest surprise the trio have in store for them by any means. When they enter the dining area, they spot a pair of familiar faces having dinner together, Brandon and Cynthia. Excitedly, Ash, Barry, and Caitlyn rush over to see them, and the pair of adults greet them with large smiles. Caitlyn and Cynthia take a moment to catch up, while Ash asks his father what he's doing here. Brandon explains that he's here to check out the Celestic Ruins, to which Ash explains that he's here for the same reason. The pair laugh, and then Brandon says that Cynthia's actually agreed to give him a private tour of the ruins tomorrow, so if Ash and his friends want, they can come along too. Ash says he'd love to, while Caitlyn replies that she's just happy to have a chance to catch up with an old friend, and Barry adds that while ruins aren't really his scene, he plans to beat both Brandon and Cynthia someday, so it'll be a perfect opportunity to watch them closely. The next morning, the group of 5 meet up outside the Celestic Ruins, with Ash and Brandon having spent the night back home in the Battle Pyramid, Cynthia and Caitlyn having slept at Cynthia's family home, and Barry having chosen to stay by himself at the Pokemon Center. Cynthia guides them past the Celestic Town Historical Research Center, which guards the entrance to the Celestic Ruins, and into the ruins themselves, with Ash growing visibly more excited with each passing step. Brandon remains cool and collected, but a small smile does form at the corners of his mouth when they step inside, and Cynthia, who has known the Pyramid King longest, can tell that he is just as excited as his son. Compared to the vastness of the Salacian ruins, the Celestic ruins are only as big as a tool shed, and only house a single mostly vacant room. For Caitlyn and Barry, it is underwhelming to say the least, after how far they have travelled to get here. Though Ash, Brandon and Cynthia's eyes are alight with wonder, thanks to their fascination with history, the trio of archaeology nerds observe each brick of the place as though it were a priceless historical find, before finally making their way over to the back wall, where the only real feature of note resides. A large triangular fresco, depicting a trio of twin-tailed Pokemon floating around a golden sphere. At once, Ash, Caitlyn and Barry are overcome by a sudden swell of vertigo, stumbling for a moment before falling backwards in unison. Brandon catches Ash, while Cynthia grabs both Barry and Caitlyn before they can hit the ground. Worry crosses the adult's face as they ask if the kids are alright, and so Ash, Caitlyn and Barry explain what happened, all being surprised at the similarities of their symptoms. However, unlike the other two, Ash has something else to add, telling his dad this is the same feeling he got when they first landed in Sinnoh for the exhibition match. Brandon nods gravely, saying that at the time he had put it down to air sickness, but now he'll have to reconsider. He then goes to ask his son something, but is understandably distracted by the sound of an explosion. Looking up, the group see that something has blown a hole in the roof of the ruins, an act which enrages even Caitlyn and Barry for the simple disrespect, though they are not left to wonder about the culprit for long, as moments later a Salamence descends through the hole with a steel-haired woman on its back. Furiously, Brandon demands to know what the woman wants with the ruins, but the woman scoffs that she couldn't care less about some old crypt. She's just here for her Shelgon. Barry protests that she can't be its trainer, since when he threw a Pokeball he was able to catch it, but the woman says she's not its trainer, she's a Pokemon hunter, and it's her latest quarry. Cynthia gasps that she knows who she is now. She's Pokemon Hunter Jay, the most wanted woman in Sinnoh, to which Jay cackles that she's flattered someone as important as Cynthia knows her name. She then smirks that one day she might have to come after the champ's Garchomp, since what it could make her on the black market would set her up for life. Cynthia snarls that if Jay wants her Garchomp, she can come and get it, bringing her partner out and having it use Giga Impact, which knocks Salamence out of the air and forces Jay to land with a roll. However, this also leaves Garchomp vulnerable for a moment, and so Jay capitalizes on this, aiming a device on her wrist at Garchomp and saying that today is her lucky day. She then opens fire at the helpless Pokemon, but as a beam of orange light flies at Garchomp, a second larger orb of the same color intercepts it, causing both to detonate and leave Garchomp unscathed. Looking around, they all see that during the commotion Shelgon must have come out of its ball to assist its fellow dragon. Seeing this, Jay leers that it's cute the little shelled Pokemon wanted to help its friend, but it's also not very smart, since now that she's seen the power of its rare Draco Meteor move for herself, she's not going to stop tracking it until it's in her client's hands where it belongs. The 5 heroes call this despicable, but Jay pays them no mind, her eyes only on Shelgon. She then raises her strange wrist device to fire again, but is stopped when with a cry of "No!" Brandon brings out his trio of legendary titans. This gives Jay pause, as with a quick glance she assesses Salamence' condition. Concluding that she cannot take the aces of the Pyramid King and Regional Champion at once, she instead drops a smoke bomb, and as the heroes cover their eyes and mouths, she makes her escape, promising that they will meet again. With Jay gone, and the ruins now the scene of a crime, Cynthia suggests that they should all leave and come back another day. Brandon agrees, and so shepherds the kids outside while the champ goes off to inform Officer Jenny of what just happened. When they are back in town proper, Barry gushes over how cool it is that Shelgon knows a rare move, but Brandon frowns that he thinks the boy paid attention to the wrong part of Jay's little speech. Barry looks confused, and so the Pyramid King reminds him that Jay said she's been tracking Shelgon, which probably means she has some method to keep tabs on it, which could cause trouble down the line. Ash asks if his father means something like a tracking device, and Brandon admits that was exactly what he was thinking, before bending down to inspect Shelgon. As expected, he finds a small transmitter lodged in the tiny gap between Shelgon's face and the edge of its shell, and so after a brief apology, pulls it out and crushes it. Barry thanks Brandon, while Shelgon seems relieved to have the tracker removed at last. Brandon replies that he was just doing his job, before stating that even if Jay can't track Shelgon anymore, she's still not far away, and so if they want to keep it safe, they ought to cover ground as quickly as they can, while avoiding being out in the open as much as possible. For that reason, he thinks it would be wisest if he escorted them to the battle castle and the battle pyramid, an offer which Ash eagerly accepts. Caitlyn and Barry have no reason to object, and so within half an hour, they are in the air, bound for Caitlyn's home. Ash is delighted to be back in his home, but unfortunately there is one thing marring it. The fact that Barry, while acting more like himself, is still clearly angry, and so remains distant from his 2 companions, choosing to spend time alone with his Pokemon in distant corners of the pyramid. It is in one of these that Ash finds Barry, marveling at a series of display cases filled with his and his father's archaeological discoveries. One in particular has Barry's attention, a stone Pokeball with an obsidian button. Ash explains that he and his dad found it shortly before coming to Sinnoh, and that legend has it an ancient king sealed a hoe in there centuries ago. With a hint of annoyance in his voice, Barry asks why Ash and Brandon didn't open it to find out, saying that he thought they were all about uncovering ancient mythical Pokemon. Ash admits that he wanted to, but he and his dad knew that legends have a way of distorting reality over time, and so decided it was too dangerous. Barry scoffs that it sounds like they were just too scared, before saying that in that case, he'll check, but if it really is an ancient Ho-Oh, he gets to keep it. Barry then grabs the stone ball, and though Ash yells at him to stop, the blonde boy has already used his legendary motor mouth to call Ho-Oh out. However, what emerges from the ball is not Ho-Oh, but a bluish-black sludgy aura which slithers out of the ball and onto Barry's hand. Then, like some perverse fungus, it spreads, covering his arm, then his torso, and finally the entirety of his body. By now, Ash's yell has attracted Caitlyn and Brandon, and as the brains enter the room, Barry, now coated head to toe in the sinister aura, cackles that he is free at last, in a deep gravelly voice nothing like his own. Putting himself between this intruder and Ash and Caitlyn, Brandon demands to know the name of the spirit possessing Barry's body, and it is more than happy to comply. In a raspy cheer, the spirit pontificates that he is the king of Pokelantis, and now that he is in control of a young, strong body, he will lay waste to this land and rebuild his kingdom from the ashes. Ash and Caitlyn snap that they won't let him, ordering the king to give their friend's body back, but the king merely cackles that they wouldn't be saying that if they knew this boy's mind like he does. It is his anger at the 2 of them that is granting the king full control, and in a way, he thinks this Barry wants to wreak some vengeance just as much as he does. Ash replies that in that case, why not start with him, saying that as the Pyramid Prince with knowledge of this land in the modern world, he would be a useful ally in the wars to come. The king cocks an eyebrow, asking if Ash would really become his thrall, and Ash replies that he will if the king beats him in a battle. However, if he loses, he must relinquish his hold on Barry and return to the stone Pokeball. The devious king sneers that Ash has a deal, and so the pair proceed to the pyramid's battlefield. Brandon, acting as the referee, announces this will be a single battle, with both trainers choosing their Pokemon at the same time. Ash and the King of Pokelantis nod, and then each throw their Pokeballs. The King chooses Empoleon, having deemed its raw strength to be the greatest of Barry's Pokemon, while Ash puts his trust in Meltan to free their friend. Before Brandon can announce the battle has begun, the King is already on the attack, calling for an Aqua Jet which sends Empoleon flying at Meltan. Meltan responds with a Thunderbolt, and as one would expect, this zeroes in on the giant mass of water coming towards it for catastrophic damage. Empoleon hits the ground hard, and the King howls that this is unacceptable, sending in Shogun and commanding it to use Incinerate. Shogun, not realizing that this is not Barry, obeys, belching a fireball which slams into Meltan and sends it into a wall. Brandon calls this tactic disgraceful, and announces that the King is disqualified, but the evil spirit snarls that this battle only ends when he says so. He then adds that he has grown tired of Brandon, and so orders his pair of Pokemon to dispose of him. Shogun and Empoleon look confused at this, knowing that this order doesn't sound like Barry, but the King shrieks at them to do it or face his wrath. Sweat dropping, Empoleon and Shogun comply, and so fire Bubble Beam and Incinerate at Brandon. The Pyramid King raises a Pokeball to defend himself, but is pulled away when Caitlyn teleports to his side, before transporting them both to the stands, and urging him not to get involved and trust Ash. Brandon nods that he does, and so the pair watches Ash gets Meltan back to its feet, and urges it to hang strong. He then brings out his Gabite, and grins the King should have said he wanted a double battle, showing that he is not rattled by this underhanded trick. Like the coward that he is, the King is deeply perturbed by this, and so brings out Chatot as well, telling the trio of Pokemon to attack, and not stop attacking until this brat and his Pokemon can't stand. Barry's Pokemon then ready themselves, but Ash doesn't call for a counterattack, instead calling for Barry to snap out of this, since he wouldn't want to hurt him and his Pokemon, no matter how angry he might be. The King sneers that Ash has it wrong, and that is why he will lose this battle in his freedom, because he puts his faith in foolish concepts like friendship rather than power. But Ash snaps back that nothing will ever stop him from believing in his friends, and that's why he knows Barry won't let him destroy them before throwing his arms wide. The King of Pokelantis demands to know what Ash is doing, and Ash grins that he's not going to hurt Barry's Pokemon, so they can attack him if they want, but he and his team are done. His Pokemon then imitate their trainer, throwing their arms wide and leaving themselves completely exposed to any counterattack. The King grins that Ash has just proved himself too stupid to even be a thrall, so now he and his Pokemon will leave this world. He then calls for an attack, and good to his word, Ash doesn't respond. Chatot, Shogun, and Empoleon begin charging up their strongest attacks, and from the stands, Caitlyn and Brandon yell at Ash to do something, but the Pyramid Prince calmly replies that he's already done it, and everything's going to be fine. However, things seem far from fine as the King raises a hand and cries, "Ready, aim, stop." The final word is not in the raspy voice of the evil spirit, but in Barry's voice, as he yells at the King to get out of his body, or else he'll fine him his entire kingdom. The King's gravelly voice snarls back that Barry is pitiful, but he needs to remember his anger, since it gives him strength. His companions betrayed him, remember? They lied to him, but no one will ever lie to him again when the two of them rule the world. Firmly, Barry replies that they didn't betray him, they made a mistake, just like he did letting this creep in, but now he's fixing his mistake by kicking the King out and letting go of his anger, since if there's one thing he knows about friends, it's that though they may fight, they forgive each other. He then lets out a primal scream which mingles with a furious pained one from the King as the aura coating Barry's body blows off him and manifests into a dark cloud over all their heads. From his seat, Brandon raises the ancient stone ball and with a cry of his own, sucks the cloud back into the orb. For a moment it rattles violently, but then the ball falls still as on the field, Barry collapses. Ash and Caitlyn rush over to hold him, and in a weak voice the blonde boy says that he's sorry for everything. Ash and Caitlyn say it's fine, since like he said, friends forgive each other. The trio then hug as Brandon approaches them, saying they should get their Pokemon ready, since it's almost time for them to land at the battle castle. Half an hour later, the battle pyramid touches down outside a giant ornate castle, and waiting for them outside is none other than Derek. The normally impassive battle butler is clearly in a flustered state, since as soon as he sees Caitlyn, he rushes up to her and drops to one knee, saying that he's so glad she's here and that she received his message. Caitlyn with heavy confusion asks what message, her expression quickly becoming one of worry over Derek's demeanour. Derek hastily replies that he sent it to Dahlia that morning, having figured she'd have reached Veilstone by now, before humbly apologising for disturbing her journey so many times, but the matter is urgent. Caitlyn now a little testily repeats her prior question of what message. Derek gulps that though he's tried to hold him off in her absence, her brother has taken over the battle castle. Caitlyn goes pale as a sheet, and she mumbles a name that Ash and Barry can't make out. She then asks if he's inside now, to which Derek solemnly replies that he is, and he's most likely on her throne. Turning from white to red, Caitlyn's expression twists into one of fury as she tells the others to follow her. Whether it is because she is too angry to focus, or simply because she is preserving her strength for what is to come next, Caitlyn walks rather than teleports into the castle. Staff have no trouble recognizing their liege, letting her pass without issue, and so Caitlyn, with Ash, Barry, Brandon and Derek behind her, storms into the throne room. As Derek warned, a young man sits upon the throne. He is tall and handsome, with long wavy bluish-black hair that covers half his face, and his mouth is curved in a smile. When he sees them, he greets Caitlyn with a chuckle that adds layers, but no warmth to his rich, full voice, and he sighs that he should have expected this, since even when Caitlyn doesn't want something, she can't stand the thought of him having a Kenshi. Caitlyn snaps back that this isn't about that, but the young man asks how is it not? She abandoned this place, but as soon as he stepped in to do her job for her, she came rushing back with that pouty look on her face, like he's somehow the bad guy. Caitlyn shoots back that he has no right to that job or that throne, since Scott chose her, not him, to be the frontier brain. But the young man has his counter ready, and asks what right she has to it either when she ran away. Why be so selfish and bogart something that brings her no joy, when they could both be happier if she named him her successor? Then he can run this battle facility like he always should have from the start, and she can keep gallivanting around the region and finding herself or whatever it is she's doing. There is a moment of stillness, in which one would need a knife to cut the tension. Then with a deep exhale, Caitlyn answers that there is one reason. Her brother asks what it is, and in a voice full of resolve, she replies, "Because I am still a frontier brain, and it is my duty to defeat any challenger who stands against me. Even you, Tobias." From his place atop the battle castle's throne, Tobias eyes his sister with amused interest, clearly not having expected her to challenge him. But nonetheless, he shrugs that if she desires a battle, he will accept, if for no other reason than to prove that with his superior strength, he should be the frontier brain here. He then rises to his feet, descending the stairs to the throne with methodical, measured steps, as his shadow falls over Ash, Barry and Caitlyn. Still in his tones of calm superiority, Tobias asks what the terms of their battle will be, and meeting his haughtiness with resolve, Caitlyn replies that she thinks the fairest assessment of their skill would be to use their oldest Pokemon in a one-on-one battle, winner take all. This last statement sets a sparkle to Tobias' exposed eye, and he replies that if those are her terms, he accepts. He then calls for his partner, Darkrai, to rise, and at once his shadow begins to ripple, as from it emerges a sinister-looking Pokemon, who shares Tobias' habit for only showing one eye. Being students of lore, Ash and Brandon know exactly how dangerous this Pokemon is said to be, and so share a concerned look, while Barry, never one for keeping his thoughts to himself, asks Derek how Curly is meant to beat that thing. However, here Derek smiles, telling the blonde that Curly is not Lady Caitlyn's first Pokemon. In fact, it's her weakest and newest one, being little more than a baby. Barry yelps a little at this, asking if Caitlyn really took down Argenta and a whole tournament full of people, including him and Ash, with just a baby? Derek nods, pride in his voice as he says that his lady is truly an exceptional trainer, when she sets her mind to be. Ash, however, has a very different question in mind, asking the battle butler who Caitlyn's first Pokemon is, since he and Barry have only ever seen her travel with Curlia. Derek replies that unlike Tobias, she never captured this Pokemon, since it was a childhood friend, but he has no doubt that now Lady Caitlyn needs its assistance, it will come to her aid. During this whole exchange, Caitlyn has remained silent, her eyes closed, and her hands clutched around some sort of necklace she had been wearing under her dress. But at Derek's final remark, the girl's eyes open, and with her first smile since arriving here, she confirms that it will. Moments later, a high-pitched call fills the battle castle, as something blue, pink, and gold flies through one of the throne room's high windows, sending shards of stained glass flying everywhere, as light floods in behind it. This regal creature does a lap of the room before coming to rest beside Caitlyn, who ruffles its feathers and beams that she missed it. In his clear, rich voice, Tobias also greets the creature, naming it Cresselia and admitting that he and Darkrai have wanted to battle it for a very long time. The sibling trainers then turn to face each other, with Ash, Barry, Brandon and Derek all taking steps back to give these two legendary Pokemon ample room to use their power. From the floor rises the battlefield, and when both Caitlyn and Tobias are in position, Derek moves to the referee's spot and calls for the battle to begin. At once, Darkrai and Cresselia fly forward at top speed, tackling into each other, then firing point-blank blasts of their respective types that blow them both back. Haughtily, Tobias asks if that's all Caitlyn can do, since in case she's forgotten, Darkrai is immune to psychic attacks, while Cresselia is particularly vulnerable to dark-type moves. Caitlyn scowls that she didn't forget. She simply wanted to get a gauge of his and Darkrai's power, so she doesn't overdo it in her next attack. This scorn causes a muscle to twitch in the usually calm young man's jaw, but he does not rise to the bait, instead simply calling for a Dark Pulse. Caitlyn matches this with a Moonblast, causing Tobias to sigh that he'd forgotten how wily she could be, asking if she had Cresselia learn this as dark coverage in general, or specifically because she foresaw that one day they would have this battle. Caitlyn grins that it doesn't take prescience to know that one day his ambition would cause him to overreach, and when that day came, she knew she would have to have a strategy in place, since for all his faults, lack of battle acumen is not one of them. Tobias bows slightly at the compliment, before returning to his serious expression and calling for a Dark Void. Caitlyn calmly responds with a call for Lunar Blessing, and as an orb of pitch darkness surrounds Cresselia, the Lunar Pokemon lets out another cry, shattering the Dark Void and replacing it with an orb of sparkling blue starlight. As this too fades, a few of the sparkles cling to Cresselia's feathers, giving it an even more vibrant look, while Caitlyn asks Tobias if he forgot Cresselia's signature move. She then adds that if anything, she should thank him, since not only did Lunar Blessing protect Cresselia from sleep, but it also revitalized it in the process. Tobias smirks that it was his pleasure, adding that he didn't forget, he merely wanted to see if Caitlyn's reaction time had slowed any from slumming it with regular trainers. Fortunately, it has not. Leaning in to whisper to his father, Ash observes that it's almost like the siblings are testing each other, and Brandon replies he believes that is exactly what they are doing. As a user of legendary Pokemon, he has gotten pretty good at reading their strength, and by his best guess, Cresselia and Darkrai are perfectly matched in power, meaning the winner of this match will be the one with the better strategy. So right now, he's pretty sure both Caitlyn and Tobias are probing the other's abilities to see if they can find any weak points. Ash breathes that he's never seen a battle like that before, and with a smile, Brandon says that Ash should watch carefully then, since this is the caliber of trainer he'll need to be able to match if he wants to stand a chance against the final two Frontier Brains. Nodding, Ash returns his attention to the match, seeing that Cresselia and Darkrai have resumed their close range combat, slamming into each other and breaking apart over and over again. As his father had said, it is a perfect stalemate, and seeing this, Caitlyn and Tobias call their starters back to their sides. Looking at Derek, Caitlyn apologizes this will probably mean a lot of cleaning up for the Battle Butler, then with a look of stern determination, asks Tobias if he's ready to bring this match to its crescendo. Grinning, Tobias replies that he is if she is, to which Caitlyn smiles that in that case, let them put this rivalry to bed with one last all-out attack. At once, a bright blue psionic orb forms around Cresselia, while a red one does the same with Darkrai, and in unison the twins cry for their Pokemon to use Moonblast and Dark Pulse respectively. Throughout the throne room, everyone feels their skin tingle, as though some ethereal energy is washing over them, and when the two attacks bloom into view, their power is increased to a point that makes their previous iterations seem weak by comparison. An instant later, these titanic blows collide, and the force is sufficient to shake the very foundations of the battle castle. However, power of this magnitude cannot be contained for long, and so when neither attack yields to the other, both cease to be, creating a massive psychic explosion which swallows up the two legends and sends forth a shockwave which knocks everyone but the combatants off their feet. As the remaining stained glass windows shatter above them and cracks begin to form in the marble floor, Ash and Barry cry out their support for Cresselia and Caitlyn, and hearing this over the din, Caitlyn joins her voice to theirs, pleading for her old friend to stay strong. As if responding to their hearts, a shrill call fills the resulting smoke cloud, and when it fades, a battered Cresselia floats just above the ground, while Darkrai lies prone, unable to battle. Rushing onto the field, Caitlyn gives Cresselia a hug, while Tobias gracefully saunters over, bending down to sling one of Darkrai's arms over his shoulder, thanking it for its effort. He then looks over to his sister, a smirk curving the corners of his mouth, and with something like admiration, he concedes defeat, admitting that he had underestimated her conviction as a frontier brain, and as a trainer. Smiling, Caitlyn tells her twin that if he wants, he could stay here and train with her, but the dark-haired young man declines, saying that perhaps it's time he took a journey of his own, since it did wonders for her, and who knows, along the way he may be able to encounter some more legendary Pokemon to add to his team. Caitlyn and Derek wish him luck in this endeavour, and with that, Tobias takes his leave with Darkrai. When they are gone, Caitlyn collapses in a heap, breathing heavily and admitting that she'd forgotten how taxing a real battle could be. Cresselia along with Ash, Barry and Derek rush to her side, asking if she'll be alright, but Caitlyn smiles that after a good night's sleep she'll be fine. She then gives her two companions a rueful smile, saying she had meant to give them their battles today, but it looks like it'll have to wait. Ash smiles that it's fine, while Barry jokingly says that he'll forgive her, this time. Caitlyn thanks them for their understanding, then as if it was only this that was keeping her awake, she passes out. Bending down, Derek lifts Caitlyn from the floor, telling the boys that he will make sure his lady is returned safely to her chambers. In the meantime, they are free to make use of the Battle Castle's facilities, advising they train hard, since as they have just witnessed, underestimating Lady Caitlyn is a grave mistake. Remembering their own battles against her in the tag tournament, Ash and Barry have no reason to doubt Derek's words, and so as he departs, they decide to use this time to prepare. Ash chooses to do this by seeking out a place he and his Pokemon can do some last-minute training, but to everyone's surprise, Barry, the perpetual motion machine, decides to instead stay right here and talk with Brandon, since he didn't really get a chance before, and his dad always said Brandon is probably the strongest frontier brain. Brandon graciously accepts the compliment, saying he'd be happy to talk with Barry about whatever the young man wants. However, this might be a misstep, as the blonde boy immediately starts to shoot off rapid-fire questions about his training regimen, favorite battle strategies, and tips for an aspiring frontier brain. Slow and steady, Brandon's eyes briefly go wide at this barrage, but he would not be a frontier brain if he could not adapt, and so after only the slightest of pauses to get his bearing, he starts to respond to all of Barry's questions just as quickly as he can ask them, while not compromising thoughtfulness, as each answer is as insightful as the last. Leaving his father to his Herculean task, Ash explores the battle castle, finding several large dining rooms, a ballroom, and even a gallery filled with paintings of a younger Caitlyn, Tobias, and people who Ash can only assume are their parents. However, what he's really looking for is a training room, and the young man is not disappointed when he ventures into the basement. Here he finds a room the size of the Battle Pyramid's main arena, filled with various pieces of training equipment, which all appear to be of the highest quality money can buy. Not only that, but Ash also spots a Pokemon he is not familiar with, hurling psychic bolts of energy at a robotic target as it scuttles around the room trying to dodge. As the Pokemon turns to blast the target again, it catches sight of Ash, and he in turn is able to see it more clearly. It is a small green creature floating in a cocoon of similarly verdant amniotic fluid that is somehow both spherical and triangular. It clearly also possesses powerful psychic abilities, as with a swipe of its tiny hand, it lifts the target bot into the air and sends it sailing onto a shelf where it comes to rest. It then approaches the boy curiously, giving him a familiar smile and reaching out a hand. Ash pats the gooey creature, laughing a little at the way its gelatinous coating ripples under his touch. From behind him, Ash hears Derek's voice, as the battle butler enters, saying that Duosion can sense Lady Caitlyn's psychic residue on Ash, and that's why it's taken a shine to him so quickly. He then lays out a bowl of food, which Duosion psychically lifts into the air with one hand, while using the other to make pellets of food float over and into its mouth. With an approving sound to his voice, Derek comments that Duosion is always training, eager for the day it can battle alongside Lady Caitlyn once again. Intrigued, Ash asks if this means Duosion is Caitlyn's, and Derek nods, saying that while Cresselia is the first Pokemon his mistress bonded with, Duosion was her first official capture, and so has been a loyal companion from the day she became a trainer. Duosion warbles happily at this memory, and Ash grins that he knows what a special bond that is, thinking of Meltan. Nodding sagely, Derek calls this one more reason to be extra careful tomorrow, since Duosion will no doubt be one of the Pokemon chosen for the battle. Grinning, Ash says he looks forward to facing it, then heads over to the other side of the room to do some last-minute preparation with his own Pokemon. The next morning dawns bright and early, and with fire in their eyes, Ash and Barry both leap out of their extremely plush beds, eager to earn their fourth prince. When they are dressed and ready, the pair head down the grand staircase, and to their delight find Caitlyn waiting for them on the throne of the battle castle, while Derek waits at her side and Brandon watches from a corner. Smiling, Caitlyn greets her friends a bit more formally than she otherwise would have, clearly playing the role of both Frontier Brain and Lady of the Castle, as she asks if they wish to challenge her for the castle print. Without hesitation, Ash and Barry both say yes, and so Caitlyn descends her throne, taking her place at the end of the battlefield. Cresselia, who had been lounging beside the throne, floats over to join her friend, and the Frontier Brain pats it fondly, asking if it will help her battle once more. Cresselia chirps happily at the request, and so Caitlyn looks back to her traveling companions, telling Ash to enter the ring whenever he's ready. Barry looks a little annoyed at not being chosen first, but then a grin crosses his face, and he exclaims that he sees what Caitlyn's doing, saving the best for last. Very clever. Caitlyn, however, barely dignifies this with a response, dismissing the boy with a shrug of, "Whatever you say, Barry," her eyes still firmly on Ash. Stepping onto the field, Ash asks what the rules of this facility are, and Caitlyn replies that their battle will be one of the styles created in her home region of Unova. Ash looks surprised at this, admitting he had assumed this place was her home considering all the family paintings, but Caitlyn blithely replies that this is only her family's summer home. That's why her parents were okay with her turning it into a battle facility when she became a Frontier Brain. Ash, however, seems unfazed by this, being more curious about this Unovan battle style, and so not wanting to keep him waiting, Caitlyn tells her friend that they will have a rotation battle. In truth, it's not that far removed from a normal 3v3, except both of them can substitute, and the substituted Pokemon physically trade places with the Pokemon they're tagging out. Additionally, the battle ends when one of their Pokemon faints, so switching is vital for defense, just as it is for offense. She then has Derek present her and Ash with a pair of metal briefcases, inside which Ash finds a circular device that appears to be some sort of remote control, bearing a dial, a downward arrow on top, and 3 buttons. He also finds 3 small discs, one red, one blue, and one yellow, which each correspond to the colors of one of the buttons. Seeing his uncertainty, Caitlyn explains that the discs are what allow the Pokemon to switch, pulling 2 from her case and putting the red one on herself and the blue on Derek. She then presses down on the red button, which is currently directly below the arrow, and spins the dial so now the blue button is where the red one had just been. As soon as the blue button is beneath the arrow, she and Derek switch places in a way quite similar to a teleportation, and at last Ash thinks he understands. Caitlyn then removes the discs from herself and Derek, and along with the yellow one, places them on all 3 of her Pokemon, those being Cresselia, Curlia, and Duosian. Ash follows suit, bringing out Chimchar, Zoroa, and Gabite, having decided that these 3 could use a bit more battle experience. Caitlyn says nothing to this choice, even though she is well aware that Meltan would be a smarter one due to its psychic resistance. Instead, she focuses on Zoroa, eyeing it cautiously, with Ash and Barry knowing that she's remembering the heavy damage it did to Buck's Claydol during their battle. Drawing inspiration from this, Ash decides to have Zoroa be his first Pokemon, placing the red disc on it, while Caitlyn places her blue disc on Curlia, marking it as her opener. Both Pokemon then make their way onto the battlefield, while the other 2 take up positions beside their trainers. And when everyone is in position, Derek calls for the battle to begin. Declaring that it ought to be ladies first, Caitlyn takes the first move, having Curlia open with its trusty Psybeam, which lifts Zoro into the air, clearly planning to throw or slam it back down for devastating damage. However, Ash has seen this strategy before, and so tells Caitlyn that she can't just use her old tricks, since he's been watching her battle enough to figure out a way out of this, and in fact, it was her who taught him how. He then calls for a Shadow Sneak, and at once Zoro becomes smoke, using its incorporeality to break free of the psychic hold and rush behind Curlia. As it manifests, the spiteful fox attempts to take a bite out of its opponent, and it is only thanks to Curlia's supernatural reflexes it is able to dance out of the way of the blow. But Ash's offensive is not done, and so seeing an opening, he calls for that mystery freezing move to hold Curlia in place. Bearing its fangs, Zoroa complies, blasting Curlia with dark energy which freezes it solid, trapping the psychic type mid-pirouette. Grinning, Ash next commands Zoroa to finish things with Slash, but Caitlyn seems unfazed, wordlessly watching the fox charge her helpless Pokemon. Raising a claw, Zoroa prepares to slice down on Curlia, but this is exactly what Caitlyn wanted, a small smile crossing her lips as she presses down on her remote. At once, Curlia is gone, with Duosion taking its place, and unable to stop itself now, Zoroa's claw cleaves cleanly through one of the points protruding from its gelatinous outer shell. This does not seem to bother Duosion in the slightest, however, as with a brief look of concentration, it draws the severed point back in and reattaches it before looking over at Zoroa with a wide smile. In contrast, Zoroa snarls at its opponent, hitting for super effective damage, which still seems to not trouble it, and so seeing no other play, Ash tells his Pokemon to slash it again. With a howl, Zoroa lunges at its prey, but Caitlyn simply grins, instructing her Pokemon to counter with Psychic. Ash's blood runs cold at this, knowing how much stronger the move is compared to Curlia's already formidable Psybeam, but it's already too late, and so to his horror, Duosion's eyes flash blue, as all around it a pulse of psionic energy bursts forth, sending Zoroa flying back. Scrambling for his remote, Ash switches in Gabite, hoping that as the tankiest of his team, and having taken no damage so far, it will be able to endure the hit. However, as the dragon crashes into the wall in its Vulpine comrade's stead, Ash sees that this is a vain hope, as when the dust settles, Gabite is declared unable to battle. Ash is in shock. Gabite was taken out by just one of Duosion's attacks, and not even that. The aftershock of the attack was too much for his team's strongest. If that is Caitlyn's true power, then it's like Palmer and his dad said, she really is on a whole other level. From his corner, Brandon gives his son a sympathetic look, and recalling Gabite, Ash goes to stand with him, asking if his dad saw where he went wrong. In a measured tone, Brandon says that Ash didn't go wrong per se, he just didn't use his resources to the fullest. Had it been him, Brandon says he might have employed something a bit more akin to hit and run tactics, keeping his fastest Pokemon on the field for the majority of the battle, then shifting into a heavy hitter when it's time to attack. Or like Ash did, switching to a more defensively inclined Pokemon when taking damage is unavoidable. He then continues that Ash was able to figure out part of that on his own in the heat of battle, which is praiseworthy. He just has to refine it now, so that next time he faces Caitlyn he'll be able to win. Ash thanks his father for the words of advice and encouragement, then the pair fall silent as Barry takes to the field. Grinning broadly, the son of Palmer declares that he's ready to give this rotation battle a try, since if the key to this battle style is quick shifts, then he's set, since no one's quicker than him. Caitlyn acknowledges that perhaps his Pachirisu brain would come in handy for rotation battles, though it's something of a moot point, since they won't be having one. Goggling, Barry asks if Caitlyn really just said she wouldn't battle him, but the brain shakes her head, saying she'll battle him, just not in a rotation battle. After all, she already told Ash that it is one of the styles created in Unova. The other is called a triple battle, and that will be how the two of them will be facing off. In practice, it's not too dissimilar to a double battle, like the one they had back in Hearthome, except instead of 2 Pokemon, they will each be commanding 3. She then smiles that she hopes Barry's up to the challenge of balancing 3 Pokemon at once, but the cocky blonde replies that he'll take on any challenge, urging her to bring out her Pokemon. A moment later, after Derek has his Houndoom Thor Curlia, Caitlyn obliges, using the same team as she did against Ash. Barry in turn uses Empoleon, Shogun, and Chatot, and when all 6 Pokemon are ready to go, Derek calls for the battle to begin. Once more, Caitlyn claims the first move, having Curlia and Duosion leap in front of Cresselia and use Reflect and Light Screen respectively. Briefly, 2 shimmering screens appear in front of Caitlyn's team, but when they fade, Barry declares that she'll have to do better than that, since he and his team will just bust through their barriers. He then yells for his Pokemon to form up and rush Caitlyn's team, but it seems this is a mistake, a fact Caitlyn is more than happy to point out, as she tells Duosion to use Psychic. Once more, the Mitosis Pokemon fires off a pulse of energy, and though Barry tells his team to scatter, the fact that they're all bunched up means that none of them can avoid the blast. Chatot and Shogun fall just as Gabite did under the force of this attack, but due to its bulky body and psychic resistance, Empoleon remains standing, though just barely. Grinning like a madman, Barry cheers that he knew his partner would come through for him, ordering it to keep going with a Metal Claw. Clenching its beak, Empoleon nods, and its wings begin to glow as it readies this last charge. Caitlyn, for her part, is stunned. She had not expected anyone to withstand one of Duosion's attacks, but despite this impressive showing, she knows in her heart that Barry and Empoleon are not up to the level they need to be to defeat her. With a touch of sadness, the lady of the castle calls for a Shadow Sneak, and at once Curlia vanishes, reappearing in front of Empoleon and driving an arm into its stomach. This is too much for the Emperor Pokemon, and with a quiet gasp, it collapses, ending the battle. Now it is Barry's turn to be stunned. though having grown since his last defeat at Caitlyn's hands, he does not collapse or cry this time, instead looking Caitlyn dead in the eye, and with a tone of only slightly shaky confidence, promises that next time they battle, things will be different. Smiling, Caitlyn says she hopes so, but he and Ash should know that she isn't going to pull any punches just because they're friends. Ash and Barry both nod that they wouldn't have it any other way, and so even though the battles both ended in defeat, everyone leaves with feelings of new purpose. Speaking of leaving, it is not long after this that Brandon declares his intention to depart. He's glad he got to see Ash battle, but unfortunately there are matters he must attend to, though hopefully the gap between when he sees his son again will be shorter than the last one. Ash is understandably disappointed that his dad won't get to see him win his castle print, but all the same, he wishes him luck in his endeavours, and the pair part on good terms. Following this departure, Ash and Barry get down to training, with Caitlyn graciously allowing them to make use of her training room. Derek even loans them the equipment that Ash used for his rotation battle, so they can better familiarise themselves with the style. As a result, this becomes Ash's primary focus, while Barry works on improving his skills with triple battles. After a few hours, Ash starts to get the hang of tactically switching his Pokemon to make use of their special skills and compensating for each other's weaknesses, while Barry is able to come up with a few new combo moves for his 3 Pokemon. Around dinner time, Caitlyn comes down to watch them, and though she is impressed with their ability to learn new skills, she warns that it's never wise to curtail one's learning solely to what they know they will face, since it will make them vulnerable to the unexpected. Ash has to admit that he can see the wisdom in this philosophy, but Barry disagrees, saying he doesn't like wasting time on sidetracks, so while he appreciates the tip, he's gonna do things his way. A little peevishly, Caitlyn reminds her friend that doing things his way resulted in a bad loss. However, Barry stubbornly insists this was only because he was using an unfamiliar battling style. Sighing, Caitlyn says that's exactly her point, and this causes Barry to stop in his tracks as he attempts to unravel this verbal turnabout. Unfortunately, this proves too much of a puzzler for the blonde boy, and so furiously rubbing his head, he yells at Caitlyn to stop confusing him and let him train. With a huff, Caitlyn replies that if that's what Barry wants, she'll leave him be, but not to come crying to her when she clobbers him for a second time. Glaring, Barry protests the only crying he'll be doing is tears of joy when he wins his castle print without breaking a sweat, but Caitlyn tells him to dream on as she swans away, leaving the boys to their work. For 3 more days, Ash and Barry keep to their training routine, rising at dawn and not stopping until the moon is high in the sky. It is hard work, but by the time they break for dinner on the 3rd day, both are confident they have what it takes to face Caitlyn again. With a mix of doubt and interest in her voice, Caitlyn asks if they really think they're ready to take her on again after only a few days training, but Barry grins that he's certain of it, vowing to win this time for sure, while Ash, not wanting to fall behind his rival, nods as well. Her tone now definitely shifting more towards the doubt side, Caitlyn sighs that very well if that is their wish, and as a frontier brain, she is obligated to grant it. And so it is that when the boys come down the grand staircase the following morning, Caitlyn is waiting on her throne. With the previous night's skepticism still in her tone, she asks one last time if they're sure they don't want a bit more time to train. But in this, Ash and Barry are certain, matching confident grins on their faces. Looking resigned, Caitlyn then rises to her feet and bids whichever one of them wishes to challenge her first to step forward. Briefly, Ash and Barry share a nod. Then without a word, Ash steps forward, ready to battle. As it turns out, Ash is not ready to battle, at least not on Caitlyn's level, a fact that becomes abundantly clear moments into their match. The first hurdle the son of Brandon encounters is the format itself, as having trained for a rotation rematch, he is instead surprised to learn that Caitlyn's elected for them to have a triple battle, stating she tried to warn him and Barry that this might happen, since a good trainer is one who is able to adapt. While this does throw Ash for a loop, he does his best to channel his father, keeping calm and replying that even if this isn't what he planned for, he and his Pokemon have still worked hard to grow since their last battle, and so he will go all out to win her print. Caitlyn smiles that she cannot fault her friend's determination, vowing to battle just as intensely as she brings out her trio of Cresselia, Curlia, and Duosion. Ash in turn brings out the trio from his last battle, Gabite, Chimchar, and Zoroa, and on Derek's call, the match begins. What follows can only be referred to as a massacre, as Ash does not know how to make full use of his trio of Pokemon. At least in the tag battle tournament when he had to assume direct control of Paul's Pokemon, he was using a format he knew, and that more than anything anything Caitlyn could have said drives home the error of how he and Barry trained for these matches. As a result, Duosian is easily able to pick off both Chimchar and Gabite with Psychic in the opening salvo, and the only reason Zoroa doesn't join them is because of a well-timed Shadow Sneak, allowing it to be smoke when the attack hits. While this does make Ash's job easier, as he can focus solely on Zoroa, they are now at a steep numbers disadvantage. To make matters worse, Zoroa still holds a grudge for its previous defeat, and this causes it to act recklessly, charging headlong at Duosian, and in doing so, playing directly into the Psychic type's hands. Patiently, Caitlyn waits until Zoroa is almost upon Duosian before calling an attack, and at such close range, Zoroa cannot react fast enough to use its smoke trick, leaving it helpless against the psionic onslaught. Like with the rest of Ash's team, one hit from the Mitosis Pokemon's powerful Psychic is enough to knock Zoroa out, ending Ash's second battle with Caitlyn in defeat. However, this is not truly the end, as courtesy of that extra bit of battle experience, Duosian begins to glow, arms blossoming out of its gelatinous shell, so that when the light fades, it is as a Reuniclus. Caitlyn is of course beside herself, congratulating her starter and telling it that she's going to fetch some of its favourite poffins as a celebratory snack. However, in spite of what he just witnessed, Barry is eager to try his luck against Caitlyn, saying he hopes those poffins won't put Reuniclus off battling, since he wants to go next. Seeing that subtlety won't work with the blonde blockhead, Caitlyn explicitly urges him not to battle her yet, to take a few days at least, if not a couple of weeks to train, since they are on entirely different levels. Not wanting his friend to go through the same humiliation as him, Ash joins his voice to Caitlyn's, saying he wishes he'd refrained from battling this morning, but with his usual manic grin, Barry replies that they should know he's not the sort of guy who runs from a fight, so unless Caitlyn's forfeiting, it's time to battle. An annoyed flush coming to her cheeks, Caitlyn calls the son of Palmer a doofus if he really wants to go through with his charade, but alright, if he insists, she will face him in a rotation battle, for the honour of winning a castle print. Barry's only response is to beam that this is what he's talking about, as he brings out his trio of Pokemon, and affixes the disc Derek presents him with onto Chatot, while Caitlyn does the same to Reuniclus. On the Battle Butler's call, the second rematch of the day begins, and at once Barry's hyperactive brain proves itself more amenable to rotation battles than Ash was to triple battles, or perhaps he is simply heeding the words Brandon said after Ash's first loss, having the Music Note Pokemon soar towards its foe with plans to force this into a close quarters fight. Both Caitlyn and Barry know that this is not where Reuniclus shines, and so when Chatot comes close, she switches to Curlier, who jabs at the flyer, hoping to knock it out of the air, only to realize that this was Barry's plan all along, as he swaps one bird for another, bringing Empoleon to the field, just in time to drive a super effective Metal Claw right between Curlier's eyes. Everyone is shocked by this, even Barry, who somewhat mars the coolness of his strategy by burbling that he thought that was going to work, but he wasn't sure or anything. He then lets out an exuberant cackle as he tells his starter to bring this home with one more good hard Metal Claw, and adopting a determined expression, Empoleon readies the attack. However, when the Emperor Penguin looks down, it finds its opponent gone, having seemingly vanished into thin air, only for it to emerge a second later behind Empoleon courtesy of Shadow Sneak. Then, with the utmost seriousness, it delivers a chop to the water type's neck that renders it unconscious and ends the match in the same way as their last bout. Sighing deeply, Barry recalls his starter and begins to trudge off, his bravado truly shattered by this third consecutive loss to Caitlyn. Ash and Caitlyn both feel sympathy for the blonde, but from the sidelines, Derek's expression is an impassive one. He has been watching both Barry and Ash carefully since they arrived, and though he is impressed by their tenacity, both wanting to grow exponentially if they wish to surpass Lady Caitlyn, an outcome he imagines even Lady Caitlyn herself desires, as she is clearly going above and beyond her usual efforts to test and challenge them. Being a methodical man, Derek is not about to leave this outcome up to chance, and so when his lady and her two guests assemble in the dining hall for breakfast about an hour later, he comes with a proposition for the boys. He will mentor them both in preparation for their second rematches with Lady Caitlyn. As an extra incentive, he also reminds the pair of the Battle Frontier's 3-strike rule, which states that if a challenger loses 3 times to either the minor 3 or the upper 2, they are disqualified from the challenge, to avoid wasting the brain's valuable time with endless rematches against a challenger who is not on their level. This makes Ash and Barry gulp as they suddenly regret wasting their second shots this morning. However, with a look of grim determination, Derek assures them that if they enter into his tutelage and do exactly as he says, they will prevail in the next battles, as his methods never fail to get results. Something about the way in which the Battle Butler speaks of his methods scares the young challengers almost as much as the thought of losing, though this is allayed somewhat as Caitlyn vouches for the man, calling him an excellent battle mentor, since it was actually him who taught her and Tobias how to battle. Humbly, Derek replies that the lady of the castle is too generous. They both possessed immense natural talent. All he did was provide a guiding hand. Nonetheless, this does give the boys some hope, and so after tucking into their sumptuous breakfasts, they follow Derek out of the dining room, ready to begin their training. However, to their surprise, the battle butler does not lead them into the training room, but instead into the servants' quarters, where he fetches a pair of uniforms very similar to his own, before handing them to the boys. Curiously, Ash asks what these are for, to which Derek placidly replies that surely he did not think he would simply be able to drop everything and devote all his time to training, did he? No, he is Lady Caitlyn's butler, a full-time job that requires him to work near constantly. If he is to be taking any time off to assist Ash and Barry, they along with their Pokemon must first help him complete the work he would otherwise be doing during that time, with the understanding being that the more of his work they are able to complete each day, the more time he can devote to their training in the evening. Barry is none too happy about this deal, feeling it is counterintuitive to wear himself and his Pokemon out while also halving their training time, but Ash at least can see the fairness of this deal, accepting the terms, which in turn makes Barry give in, as he doesn't want his rival to be the only one receiving special training. Once the boys are dressed in their under-butler uniforms, Derek assigns them their first task for the day. Barry will be doing some ironing, while Ash will be assisting in the kitchen making poffins for Lady Caitlyn's Pokemon. Both prove to be arduous tasks, with Barry being confronted by a mountain of linens taller than he is, while Ash is forced to only memorize several recipes simultaneously, as each of Caitlyn's Pokemon like a different kind of poffin, but also run from one end of the kitchen to the other, assisting the cooks as they call his name. Thankfully, their Pokemon are there to help them, with Shelgon holding an incinerate attack inside itself to serve as a living iron, while Chimchar's acrobatic abilities are very useful for fetching ingredients from shelves too high for Ash to reach. After a couple of hours of this, Derek comes by to inspect the boys' work, and upon deeming it satisfactory for a first day on the job, reassigns them to new tasks, this time giving Barry and his chatot the job of dusting all the portraits in the gallery, while Ash and Gobite are told to weed the flower garden. This quickly becomes a pattern, with Ash and Barry being given a new job every few hours, unaware of the fact that each one is in some way or another chosen to encourage them to seek help from a Pokemon they intend to use in their rematches with Caitlyn. To ensure that these exercises are beneficial in helping both Pokemon and trainer grow, Derek is relentless with their workforce, and before long, Ash and Barry are forced to wonder if the battle butler might have some of his mistress's psychic powers, as he seems to have a sixth sense for if either of them are slacking, even for a second, with him seemingly materializing behind them, and in a placid voice, asking if they're enjoying their break, or else insinuating that perhaps they do not wish to receive his training after all. Nonetheless, when night has fallen, and the boys are allowed to stop their chores for the day, Derek praises their efforts, stating that they have earned several hours of his time, before urging them to join Lady Caitlyn for dinner, and meet him in the training room when they are done. After all their hard work, no dinner has ever tasted so good, with both boys digging in heartily, to the point where Caitlyn scolds them for eating like a pair of crazed munchlaxes. Through a full mouth, Barry tells his companion there's no time to slow down, since they have to get down to training, and good to their word, the moment their plates are cleared of food, both Ash and Barry are gone, their eyes set squarely on the training room. As promised, Derek is waiting for them, and without preamble he calls for Barry to step up and bring out his Pokemon, since they're going to start with triple battle practice. It seems that Derek's approach to training is very similar to his approach to butling, as he has the boys practice different styles of battle in short intense bursts before having them move on to something new before they can get complacent. This forces them to remain on their toes at all times, always thinking, as Derek's keen eyes pierce through them, dissecting every move and giving instruction on how to improve it. It is exhausting work, but clearly beneficial, as when Derek calls a halt to the evening's training, both Ash and Barry feel as though they have learned so much they could not have on their own. Derek, for his part, is pleased to see the boys are receptive to his methods, and so urges them to head up to bed, since first thing after breakfast tomorrow, they will be required to report to him for more chores if they wish to receive more training like tonight's. Even with the fatigue the boys feel, neither even consider declining the offer, both promising to work just as hard tomorrow and every day that follows, so long as they get to have more training sessions like this. As a result, this becomes the new normal in the Battle Castle, with Ash and Barry rising early each morning to work as under-butlers by day, then training late into the night with Derek. Caitlyn, for her part, is pleased to see how dedicated her friends are to their goal of beating her, though this does not mean she won't mess with them just a little, finding extra special joy in bossing Barry around and hearing him begrudgingly refer to her as Lady Caitlyn at Derek's insistence. In fact, both boys have begun to put a lot of stock in what Derek says, having developed a great deal of respect for the Battle Butler during their time at the Battle Castle, not only because of how strong he is, but also the immense workload he usually has to carry out by himself. Subsequently, they spare no effort in their attempts to assist him, getting better at finding ways to have their Pokemon help them in their tasks, just as Derek hoped they would. Derek in turn repays this devotion by raising the intensity of their nightly training, having Houndoom, Staraptor, and Empoleon push Ash and Barry's Pokemon to their very limits. From this, a fierce, albeit one-sided, rivalry develops between Barry's Empoleon and Derek's. Barry's has not forgotten the pain of its defeat during their first encounter, and since it is unable to set right the slight to its pride it feels Caitlyn's Curlier has inflicted upon it through its 3 back-to-back losses, it works tirelessly to prove itself a match to its counterpart at least. However, try as it might, the younger Empoleon cannot close the seemingly endless chasm of power between them, falling easily in every spar, and though Derek does notice the improvements it makes each time, Empoleon itself cannot, quickly growing despondent like it did after their first battle, since if it can't even beat Derek's ace, how is it going to beat the partner of the woman he serves? This self-doubt is infectious, as the next morning Barry's usual zeal is noticeably lacking, with him having reached a similar conclusion to his starter. Ash and Caitlyn both express concern at this sight, but Derek in his insightful way simply tells the boy to meet him in the kitchen when he is done eating, and to bring Empoleon, since they have work to do. A few minutes later, Boy and Bird arrive as bid, and to their surprise, find the place deserted aside from Derek and a mountain of pots, plates, and utensils all smeared with various foodstuffs. In a calm voice, the battle butler tells them that he is only assigning them one task today: clean each and every one of them. If they can achieve this before nightfall, then they can do with the excess time whatever they please, a prospect Barry finds highly enticing, and so at Derek's instruction to start, the pair get to work. At once, Barry begins filling the twin sinks with hot and cold water, while Empoleon gargles dish detergent, so that its ensuing bubble beam will have a cleaning effect. Their unspoken plan, a simple one. Barry will scrub the dirty equipment in the hot sink to get the gunk off, then will pass it off to Empoleon, whose soapy bubbles will clear away the germs, before rinsing in the cold sink and laying neatly on the other side. By creating this system, the pair are able to work perfectly in tandem, focusing on their own jobs, while having total faith in their partner to do theirs. As a result, they make excellent time, having cleaned nearly 2/3 of the plates when the cooks come in to start preparing lunch. Kindly, a few of the kitchen staff offer to help with the cleaning, but in a tone that will brook no argument, Derek, who has been watching this whole time, orders them to stay back, as this is Barry and Empoleon's task. Finally, around 2 PM, roughly 6 hours after starting, the final spotless plate is stacked back in the cupboard, and it is only when this has been done that Derek speaks directly to the boy and his Pokemon again. Curiously, he asks if they've figured out why he gave them this task. In a soft voice, Barry replies that he thinks he has. He wanted to remind them that even if a job seems impossible at the outset, with enough hard work and faith in each other, they can get through it. Smiling, Derek replies that he could not have phrased it better himself, before placing a hand on both Barry and Empoleon's shoulders, and telling them that they may not be on the level of him and his Empoleon just yet, but he has every confidence that if they keep working as hard as they have been, there will come a day, likely sooner than they expect, where they will surpass him and even Lady Caitlyn. This makes the blonde boy smile, and seeing this, Derek tells him to go rest up, since they still have training later, and from now on, he's going to stop holding back. Meanwhile, Ash also faces his own challenges, though his are to do with his Zoroa. Being a willful and hot-headed creature, the spiteful fox only seems to listen to him when it can see benefit to itself, otherwise it acts more as a free agent. While this isn't much of an issue when battling, since they both want to be strong enough to defeat Caitlyn, Ash worries what it means for their partnership, as unlike the others, it is the least inclined to help him out with the task Derek assigns them, often wandering off and leaving him to do the chores by himself. Thankfully, just like with Barry, Derek has a solution, telling Ash how Lady Caitlyn was a lot like this Zoroa during her younger days, often acting out when he was left to care for her and Master Tobias while their parents were away. Curiously, Ash asks how Derek remedied this, with the battle butler replying that he simply had to show Lady Caitlyn that he was there for her, since her anger was not to do with him at all, but rather her own feelings of being abandoned. When she saw that there was someone who would steadfastly stay by her side no matter what she threw at him, a lot of her misbehavior mellowed. A sad look then crosses Ash's face, as he says that he bets Zoroa feels the same way. Since he found it in a Pokeball, it clearly had a trainer before him, but for some reason they locked it away at the bottom of the Slacian ruins for hundreds of years. He can't imagine how much that would hurt, not to mention being alone for so long. No wonder it doesn't want to form a bond with another human. Nodding sagely, Derek states that he thinks the boy has gotten to the bottom of the issue, though now the question is how he intends to resolve it. However, instead of looking discouraged, Ash replies that he knows just what to do for bringing out Zoroa. As usual, the spiteful fox's first instinct upon being released is to look around for who it is meant to be battling, and when it sees that this is not a fight, it flashes a smirk, then turns on its heel to walk away. But here Ash stops it, saying that if it doesn't mind, he'd actually like for it to hang out with him for a while outside its Pokeball. This gives the white and red canid pause, but having nothing better to do, it gives a haughty shrug, then moves back to the boy's side as he leans down to pet it with a wide smile on his face. Wanting to help with this bonding, Derek specifically chooses jobs for Ash that fall within Zoroa's skill set, making it the natural choice to help him. At first, Zoroa remains disinterested, wanting to do its own thing, but Ash is persistent with his encouragement, trying to win it over to the idea that they will have fun if they work together, and that it would mean a lot to him. Though aloof, Zoroa is not heartless, and so eventually relents, agreeing to assist the boy so long as he remains effusive in his praise. Luckily, in this area he is more like his mother than his stern father, meaning he is able to provide the fox with the level of affection it desires. As a result, Zoroa does begin to help Ash outside of battle, be it through using its smoke trick to bring him cleaning implements faster than he can cross the room to get them, or using its powerful slash attack to chop vegetables while working in the kitchen. And to its surprise, it does start having fun like Ash said it would. Its cackles being earned not through cruel pranks like it used to, but from innocent, often light-hearted things, like the time Ash mixed the poffin batter too hard, resulting in some of it spraying back in his face, or when Zoroa was traveling in its smoke form while Derek was vacuuming and accidentally got sucked up. This lightening up has a secondary benefit for the spiteful fox, that being that it steadily becomes less spiteful and angry, allowing it to become a better teammate with Chimchar and Gabite when they do triple battle practice together. This delights Ash and Derek both, with the raven-haired boy thanking his mentor for all he's done in helping him gain Zoroa's trust. However, here Derek stops him, reminding the boy that trust is not a prize, something to be won then displayed forevermore. It is a journey, a never-ending promise between both parties that they will continually demonstrate their loyalty to one another. Nodding, Ash promises to remember this, then turning his smile to his Pokemon friends, goes over to join them and celebrate their hard work and their bond. For the next few weeks, things continue in this fashion, with Ash and Barry both working towards bettering themselves just as much as their Pokemon, though one day something comes along to break their routine, that being a summons to the throne room from Caitlyn. This is the first time she has actually called for them in their roles as Lady of the Castle and under butlers, and so setting off at once, they find their friend looking worried, though the set of her jaw is more akin to the concentration she applies when using her psychic powers. Worriedly, Ash asks what she needs from them, and in a tired voice, she tells her friends that she needs them to fetch her a Dawnstone. Curiously, Barry asks why she wants that, with Caitlyn explaining it's for her Curlier. Curlier always wanted to evolve into a Gallade when the time came, but recently, its body's been trying to force it to evolve into Gardevoir against its will. In order to prevent that from happening, it needs the Dawnstone as soon as possible to facilitate the alternate evolution. She would go and get it herself, but she needs to remain behind to help her little friend resist the change, since with each attempt at evolution, it requires a bit more psychic fortitude to fight it off. Looking grim at the thought of a Pokemon being forced to evolve into something it doesn't want to, Ash and Barry both vow to retrieve the stone as quick as they can, while Derek helpfully adds that he has already contacted a broker of rare items and secured the purchase of the stone. The boys just have to go and pick it up from him at Lake Verity. Since the Battle Castle is located on a small island between Full Moon Island and Iron Island, the quickest route to Lake Verity is via Canalave City. From there, Caitlyn advises them to head east to Jubilife, then south to Sandgem, before turning back west towards the lake. However, Barry in his usual way has other ideas, suggesting that the most efficient option would be to simply head south from Canalave until they hit Lake Verity, since that way they could cut out all the needless backtracking and get Curlier what it needs sooner. Ash isn't so sure, pointing out that if they get lost, they could wind up delayed until it's too late to prevent Curlier's evolution, but with a hint of mania to his voice, Barry assures his friend that he grew up around Lake Verity, so they won't get lost. He promises. Motivated by a desire to help a Pokemon in need, Ash somewhat reluctantly accepts Barry's plan, and so when their boat pulls into the harbour, they make a beeline south, ignoring the signposted route in favour of the dense trees. As this area was never planned for human traversal, there is no path, and in fact the ground is overgrown, with roots and plants that tangle around the boys' ankles, almost as if they're intentionally trying to trip them up. Thankfully, there is one thing Ash and Barry have learned from their time as under butlers. It is how to apply their Pokemon's abilities for more than just battle, with Ash calling forth Chimchar to blaze them a trail with Flame Wheel, while Barry has Empoleon put out the flames as soon as they've cut a path, so they don't accidentally start a forest fire. This combo move is surprisingly effective, allowing them to travel at a pace only marginally slower than if they were moving through a paved road. As a result, they do manage to make better time than if they had taken the planned route, reaching the northernmost bank of Lake Verity midway through the second day of their trek. Knowing that their contact will likely be on the southern bank, Barry has Empoleon provide them with assistance once more, using Aquajet to carry them across the lake at high speeds, albeit at the cost of some rather soaked socks. It seems as though everything is going better than planned, with both Ash and Barry feeling hopeful they really will be able to get the Dawnstone back to Caitlyn and Curly ahead of schedule. That is until Barry falls into the lake. It is such a sudden thing that for a moment Ash can hardly comprehend it. 1 second his friend is standing beside him on Empoleon's back, the next he is clutching his head and tumbling sideways into the water. Without thought, Ash dives after Barry, hitting the water's surface hard and plunging deeper into the inky depths. Thankfully, there was such a short span of time between their dives that Barry is still visible, his eyes having gone glassy and his mouth vacantly agape. Worrying what this might mean, Ash kicks as hard as he can, gaining on Barry and grabbing hold of his wrist when he is within range. Mercifully, this seems to jolt Barry out of his stupor, allowing the boys to make for the surface together, where Empoleon is waiting. Still concerned for his friend, Ash goes to ask what happened, but before he can, he is cut off by a question from Barry. "Did you see it?" The urgency with which the blonde boy says this startles Ash almost as much as the fall, causing him to ask what Barry means, while frantically racking his brain for anything of note that might explain the other boy's strange behavior. Still in that urgent tone, Barry responds that right before he fell, he saw a hazy silhouette floating above the lake, but more importantly, he saw his shadow on the water, and it was the same shape as one of the twin-tailed creatures depicted in the Celestic ruins. As soon as he saw it, he felt that same vertigo that he, Ash, and Caitlyn all experienced when they laid eyes on the mural, and the next thing he knew, he was falling. This answer sets a frown on Ash's face, giving it a stern countenance very much like his father's, as he tells his friend that he doesn't think this is a coincidence, since when he and his dad first landed at Lake Valor, he had a similar episode, though he doesn't remember seeing any silhouettes or shadows, nor did he feel anything just now. Either way, they'll have to be very careful, since they can't afford to lose themselves again. Nodding, Barry clambers once more into Empoleon's back, then helps Ash to do the same a moment later. As an extra precaution, both hold onto the Emperor Penguin for the remainder of the trip across the lake, but thankfully there are no more incidents, allowing them to reach the southern bank in a matter of minutes. To their surprise, someone is already camping here, and with hope that it might be the Stonebroker, the boys decide to approach, announcing their presence and requesting that if the camper is who they think, to please reveal themselves. However, here is where they receive the real surprise, as with a boisterous bellow, the Stonebroker does show himself, and he is someone they know, Peony. Locking eyes with the youths, Peony asks if they're the ones that Derek guy sent to pick up the Dawnstone, and with matching smiles and nods, the boys explain that they are, since it's for Caitlyn's Curlier. This makes Peony smile as well, though this is hardly an achievement, as the man is seldom serious. But all the same, he calls them good lads for trekking all the way out here for a mate, before tossing the stone to Ash and telling him that he'll mention seeing him to Brandon when they meet up. This piques Ash's curiosity, with him asking the Galarian when he and his father are reuniting, to which Peony says that he's actually going to start heading up to Snow Point now, since he only stopped off here to see if he could catch a gander at the legendary Lake Guardian. Turning to each other, it is clear that Ash and Barry are both thinking the same thing, and catching the look in their eyes, Peony asks what's the matter. Figuring they can trust Brandon's old friend, Ash begins to explain their recent encounter with the twin-tailed Shadow, though instead of looking concerned like they did, this story makes Peony's eyes light up until he can barely contain his excitement. Then with an exuberant exhale of steam through his nostrils, he declares that Barry has been chosen by the legendary Pokemon Mesprit. Cocking his head, Barry asks what exactly he's been chosen for, but with a giddy shrug, the Galarian replies that he has no idea, though now that he knows this, they've got to have a battle, since it'll almost be as good as battling Mesprit itself. This gets Barry all fired up as he calls for Empoleon to help him out, but with a hint of stress to his voice, Ash reminds his companion of the whole reason they came here in the first place. Still with that wild-eyed grin, Barry reassures Ash that he's worrying too much. They're way ahead of schedule, so a quick battle won't hurt, though just to be certain, they'll just make it a one-on-one. Seeing as how he doesn't have much of a choice, with Empoleon being his ride home, Ash acquiesces, stepping between them and agreeing to be the ref, while Barry and Peony call forth Empoleon and Copperajah respectively. Like his daughter, Peony decides to open the match offensively, having Copperajah charge straight at its target with high horsepower. But after weeks of fast-paced chores to keep up with Derek's schedule, Barry's reflexes have finally been honed enough to catch up with his Motormouth, allowing him to order an effective counter in the form of an Aquajet. At once, Empoleon summons the water of Lake Verity to cocoon it, taking off at high speeds and slamming into Copperajah with equal force to its high horsepower, sending both Pokemon back. Unfortunately, while this lessens the strength of the Steel-type's attack, it is still super effective on Empoleon, causing it to wince, but even still, Barry stays strong, and after their lesson from Derek, Empoleon wills itself to do the same. Then on Barry's cry begins firing bubble beams, hoping to ward off the next high horsepower without damaging itself. While this is a good idea in theory, it fails to take into account one minor detail, that in a clash between a stream of bubbles and a half-ton metal elephant moving at speed, the bubbles will burst in an instant. This leaves poor Empoleon exposed, but refusing to go down without a fight, Barry calls on his old faithful, the move that saved him against Thornton, Argenta, Dahlia, and even almost let him beat Caitlyn in their first battle, Metal Claw. Suddenly, Empoleon's bladed wings flash silver, and as it thrusts them forward to stop the charging Copperaja, the Copperderm Pokemon finds itself driven to a standstill. No one can believe their eyes, least of all Barry, but never want to miss an opportunity, the boisterous boy commands the star to keep using Metal Claw to push Copperaja back. Setting its jaw, Empoleon begins thrusting its arms once more, and to the surprise of everyone, this manages to drive the elephant backwards, plowing deep trenches in the ground as it is pushed inch by inch towards the lake bank. Throughout this exchange, Peony is stunned, unable to utter more than a startled "blimey." But when the very real danger of the lake water finally does make its way through his head, the Galarian grins that Barry's quite a fine young battler, and he should be very proud that he's forced him to use his ace in the hole, but he's afraid he's got to end it here. He then calls for a superpower, and at once, a pale blue aura shines around Copperaja as it stamps its feet, ready to charge once more. Gritting his teeth, Barry urges his partner to try Metal Claw one more time, hoping if it worked once, it can work again. However, this is a vain hope, as when the bladed wing strikes the blue aura, it simply bounces off, leaving Empoleon wide open. What follows is an ugly sight, as the 4 steel beams that Copperaja calls legs trample the Emperor Penguin into the dirt, and as the dust settles, it comes as a surprise to no one that Empoleon is unable to battle. Letting out a sad sigh, Barry recalls his starter, thanking it for doing its best, though when Peony approaches him, it is with nothing but praise, calling that a real heart-pounder of a match. Shaking his head, Barry replies that it seemed pretty one-sided to him, but with a laugh, Peony retorts that he completely disagrees. In fact, if Empoleon had upgraded its Metal Claw to Steel Wing, he believes the outcome would have been in Barry's favor. This shocks the blonde boy, who asks if the former Galarian champ means it, to which Peony genuinely replies that he does, even offering to teach Empoleon how to turn its Metal Claw into Steel Wing if it wants. However, here Ash has to put his foot down, reminding Barry of Curlier, and this time the son of Palmer concedes, promising to learn the move from Peony next time they meet. Grinning that the boys really are loyal friends, the legend hunter says that in that case, he'll just jot down the basics and hopefully that'll be enough to get Barry started. A few moments later, the boys are once more on Empoleon's back, the Dawnstone clutch in Ash's hand, and a scribbled note from Peony and Barry's. Thankfully, having already cut their path, the return trip is even shorter, meaning that by the evening of their 3rd day after leaving the battle castle, Ash and Barry step foot on the island once more, and rush to present Caitlyn with the stone, desperately hoping that it is not too late. Mercifully, when they arrive in the throne room, Curlier is still in the form they left it, though it is clear that it is experiencing considerable fatigue, with the same being true of Caitlyn, whose brow is durred with sweat, as she focuses on suppressing a white glow as it abruptly appears around her friend. Upon seeing Ash and Barry, she hastily urges them to give her the Dawnstone, and without hesitation, Ash lobs the Azure Rock, with Caitlyn psychically catching it and floating it over to Curlier. As soon as the Dawnstone touches Curlier, its light fades, or rather is transferred into the Emotion Pokemon, who begins to glow much brighter than it had a moment ago. This time Caitlyn does not attempt to suppress the evolution, and so everyone bears witness as Curlier grows to more than twice its previous size, its hair and tutu folding in on themselves, while wicked-looking blades burst from its elbows. It is an awe-inspiring sight, and when the light finally fades, Caitlyn wraps her arms around Gallade, congratulating it on its chosen evolution. Ash and Barry also add their praises, though they are both smart enough to recognize that this means their next battle with Caitlyn will be much harder now that Gallade, like Reuniclus, is in its final form. Nonetheless, neither have an ounce of regret for helping it, instead focusing on what they can control, that being themselves, and the effort they put into their training. As a result, they continue to work as under-butlers for several more weeks, so they can keep working with Derek in the evenings. Following the encounter with Peony, Barry's main focus becomes upgrading Metal Claw to Steel Wing, while Ash keeps building the camaraderie between his trio of battlers, now that Zoroa has opened up. As usual, Derek is an invaluable aid in these goals, adapting his training methods to match their new goals, with him doing more one-on-one battling with Barry, often Empoleon versus Empoleon so he can model Steel Wing, while with Ash he does more triple battles, to give Zoroa, Chimchar, and Gabite every opportunity to work together and tighten their bond. But eventually, there comes a point where Derek must call a stop to the training, and so roughly 2 months after they became his apprentices, Derek instructs the boys to meet him not in the basement training room, but up on the Battle Castle's roof. Doing as they're told, Ash and Barry head up to this odd meeting place after they finish work that evening, to find Derek staring pensively up at the moon. When he sees them, he beckons them over, informing them that their training and subsequently their tenure working here are at an end. Worriedly, Ash asks if they've done something to displease him, but with a faint smile, the Battle Butler replies that it is quite the opposite. He is very proud of them both, but he's afraid he has nothing left to teach them, so all that remains is for them to challenge Lady Caitlyn one last time. Ash isn't quite sure what to say to this, to the man who taught him so much, with him ultimately settling on a grateful handshake to thank him for everything he's done. Barry, however, has no such issue, hopping up and down as he proudly yells to the heavens that he and his buddies are going to use all Derek's taught them to kick Caitlyn's butt. From behind them, a mildly amused voice asks if that is so, and when the three men turn, it is to see Caitlyn swanning towards them, her trio of Pokemon by her side. Still riding the high of Derek's praises, Barry grins that it sure is, to which Caitlyn tells him that if he's so sure, why not have their match right here, right now? Smile only growing, the blonde boy replies that she took the words right out of his mouth, heading to one side of the rooftop, while Caitlyn moves to the other, ready to engage in a moonlight duel for the sake of Barry's dream. Raising a hand, Caitlyn telekinetically summons 2 cases containing the equipment for the rotation battle, surprising Barry a little that she chose not to switch formats again. However, his recent experiences have allowed him to find his inner steel, and so this does not shake him, as he chooses Chatot to be his first battler, while Caitlyn picks Reuniclus. Like with their last match, Barry takes the first move, having Chatot rush in, and for a moment, the lady of the castle worries that maybe her friend hasn't learned as much as she'd hoped, only to realize this is a feint, when instead of striking, Barry has Chatot fly upwards. Briefly, Caitlyn wonders what that idiot is planning, only for it to be revealed a moment later when he turns the dial on his rotation remote, swapping Chatot for Shogun in midair. For one glorious moment, Shogun gets to experience the euphoria of flight its kind has long dreamed of, but then gravity comes back into effect, sending the weighty dragon type hurtling downwards with the intent of crushing Reuniclus flat. However, this does little to worry Caitlyn, who has her psychic type use its telekinetic powers to freeze Shogun in place, suspended over Reuniclus's head, so near, yet so far from achieving its goal. Looking Barry in the eye, Caitlyn tells her friend and challenger as much, but with unmistakable gloating in his tone, Barry retorts that everything's going exactly to plan. He then calls for an incinerate, and after charging the attack for a moment like it learned during that time ironing, Shogun belches a fireball which strikes Reuniclus directly, causing it to warble in pain as it is suddenly boiled in its own amniotic fluid. This sneaky trick irritates Caitlyn, but thinking fast, she swaps her starter for Gallade, and this allows Shogun to fall once more, but with its momentum gone, the endurance Pokemon is easily caught on the tip of Gallade's bladed hand. Though Gallade has lost the fairy typing, this does not mean it cannot deal considerable damage to Shogun, with it swiftly executing a close combat to slam its other blade hand into the dragon's hidden face, making it squeal in pain as it is sent skipping across the stone rooftop like a stone across water. Knowing how bad this could be if Shogun hits the parapet at this speed, Barry swaps back in Chatot, with the bird using Shogun's flight to pick up speed as it doubles back, ready for round 2. This time Barry does intend to have Chatot fight, calling for a chatter, and at once, Barry's own magnified voice comes out of Chatot's mouth, with him teasing that he's gonna beat Caitlyn, before doing an unflattering impersonation of the Frontier Brain. This does massive damage to Gallade as a flying type attack, but more than that, it infuriates Caitlyn, who yells for the Blade Pokemon to charge in and knock that bird out of the sky with a Psycho Cut. The sight of Caitlyn flustered makes Barry grin, as this is the other key lesson he took away from his time with Derek. The wrong mindset can be detrimental both in battle and out of it. Since realizing that, he has known that it would play a big role in his battle with Caitlyn, because if there's one thing he's good at, it's getting under the girl's skin. Now that Caitlyn is off kilter, Barry feels confident to move into the endgame stage of his strategy, and so as Gallade gets close enough to take a swipe at Chatot, Barry flicks the rotation remote once more, bringing Empoleon onto the field. Having dreamed of this moment as much as Barry has, the Emperor Penguin doesn't need a command, instead readying a Steel Wing and plunging it directly into Glade's chest, just as the Psychic Swordsman does the same to it with Psycho Cut. This simultaneous strike causes electricity to crackle around the pair, and for a moment, everyone wonders if this is the force of their rivalry made manifest. But as the warriors break apart, it becomes clear that the cause is nothing so philosophical. Empoleon and Gallade have simply struck each other's rotation discs, destroying them and ensuring that for better or worse, the match will be decided by them. Taking their fighting stances, the two combatants eye each other cautiously, both well aware of the power the other possesses. Then on their trainer's command, they leap, Steel Wing clashing with close combat in a flurry of blows. At first, the pair seemed to be on par with each other, needing to use both hands just to keep the other at bay. But while Empoleon was kept back to preserve its stamina for this fight, Glade has already taken a super effective blow from Chatot, and this shows as it begins to slow, allowing the Emperor Pokemon to get in a few good hits, which thanks to a double defense drop from both close combats, deals considerable damage. With each of these, the battle steadily turns more in Empoleon's favor, until finally the water type is able to break through Glade's defenses entirely, and level a Steel Wing against its throat. The Emperor Penguin then barks at its foe to yield, though instead of looking beaten, the Psychic Fighter and its trainer both get a glint in their eye. A moment later, Glade is gone, having seemingly vanished into thin air, but Barry and Empoleon know what this is, and as the Psychic Swordsman suddenly materializes out of Empoleon's shadow, ready to strike it from behind and claim victory again, the Water Steel type deftly thrusts its bladed flipper back, slicing Glade diagonally from hip to shoulder. Turning at last, Empoleon sees that Glade is finally vanquished, and as the Blade Pokemon falls forward, the Emperor Penguin catches it, propping it up and ensuring that the face of a worthy rival is not stained with the dust of the ground. From the sideline, Derek calls an end to the battle, naming Barry the victor and declaring that he has won himself a castle print. This makes Barry jump for joy as he declares that he and his Pokemon are the best in all the world, while with a smile, Caitlyn approaches him, laying a hand on his arm and congratulating him on a well-earned victory. Due to Glade having been rendered unconscious and Reuniclus not being in much of a fighting state either after the whole boiling incident, it is decided that Ash will get his rematch in the morning. The son of Brandon has no problem with this, and so retires to bed soon after, though try as he might, sleep eludes him. Truthfully, he isn't sure if this is excitement, fear, or a mix of both that keeps him awake, but seeing as he is in this position, Ash decides to take a walk with his Pokemon. The castle grounds are even more beautiful by moonlight, and as he passes the flower garden, Ash reminisces with Gabite about all the effort they had to put into weeding it during their first day working for Derek. Though there is a bit of a chill in the air this far north, Chimchar's tail flame keeps them all warm, and when they find a comfortable patch of grass to lie on and watch the stars, the team all gather around Ash. With Meltan resting on his shoulder as per usual, Gabite and Chimchar stretching out on either side of him, and Zoroa nestling into his stomach, content to just lie there, not even bothering to look up. Ash doesn't know at what point he falls asleep, though what feels like a moment later, he is being shaken awake by Derek, who urges him to wake up, as Lady Caitlyn is waiting for him in the throne room. Rising to his feet, Ash thanks the battle butler, then after dusting grass and morning dew from his clothes, heads inside, his team in tow. As Derek had said, Caitlyn is indeed waiting, and when she sees him, she asks if he's ready for their match. Nodding, Ash replies that he is, and when Caitlyn explains that it will be a triple battle, he calls forth Chimchar, Gabite, and Zoroa to stand by his side. As expected, Caitlyn's team are the same trio she has used all along, though there is fire in their eyes now, as they clearly wish to make up for last night's loss by claiming decisive victory against these challengers. Noticing this, Ash makes a mental note to be very careful, and when Derek tells them to start, Ash orders his Pokemon to stay close and watch each other's backs, but not to get too close, having seen the result of that from Barry's triple battle against Caitlyn. This makes Caitlyn frown a little, as she suggests that if Ash isn't ready for this, they can have the match another time, since it's hardly fair or fun for her to battle him when he's already in his own head. However, with a smile, Ash tells Caitlyn that he's fine, and more than that, he's eager to battle her today. Shrugging at him to have it his way then, Caitlyn allows Ash to have the first move, and the son of Brandon does not squander the opportunity, calling for a snarl. At once, all three of Caitlyn's Pokemon grow increasingly distressed, as a growling sound fills the high hall, with even Caitlyn wincing a bit as the sound reverberates through the room. In a voice that is one part impressed and one part uncomfortable, the young Frontier Brain acknowledges that Derek must have taught him that trick, since it's the same one his Houndoom used to dampen her psychic powers outside Hearthome. Without hesitation, Ash confirms this, admitting that while he's sorry to cause her discomfort, he will attempt to end this quickly, as he tells his team to charge in while the psychic types are too distracted to channel their abilities. Acting in unison, Chimchar, Gabite, and Zoroa burst forward, readying their next attack, so that when they reach their foes, they can strike them immediately with Flame Wheel for Reuniclus, Bulldoze for Glade, and that strange freezing move for Cresselia. Each hit lands perfectly, with Reuniclus warbling at being burned, while Gallade lets out a grunt of pain as it is sent skidding back. Only Cresselia remains silent, though this is because it has been frozen solid, just as Ash had hoped. Now if his luck holds, his team of 3 can whittle down the other 2 before they turn their attention to taking the legend together. However, Caitlyn is not about to simply let Ash claim her print, and so tells Reuniclus to blow them all away with Psychic. Hastily, Ash tries to have his team spread out to mitigate the damage, but this effort is for naught, as when the Psychic Pulse shoots outwards, the trio of Pokemon are all swept up in it and sent flying back. Crashing down in a huddled mass, it looks as though Ash's team might have all fainted, but before Derek can call the match, the pile stirs, with the 3 teammates all helping each other back to their feet, though it's plain to see that this salvo did a lot of damage. On Derek's order, the match resumes, and not wanting to waste any time, Ash tells Zoroa to use Snarl once more, while ordering Chimchar and Gallade to use Dig on Reuniclus. As the snarling that started the match fills the throne room once more, the dragon and monkey begin to burrow, their tunnels crossing and weaving, to make it all but impossible for Caitlyn to tell which Pokemon is in which tunnel. This is a problem, as Caitlyn knows that Zoroa is not the only one with a super effective move against her Reuniclus, and unless she knows which side the danger is coming from, she can't give the accurate command to block it. Not to mention that with that baneful snarling, Reuniclus might not be able to hear her even if she can figure it out. Caitlyn has to admit that Ash has made a pretty good strategy, truly a credit to all his hard work, but unfortunately for him, she didn't get her Frontier Brain title from a cereal box, and so quickly deduces a way to overcome her opponent. Turning first to Reuniclus, she tells it to run, figuring that her starter can at least outspeed Ash's Pokemon for a short time, while to Gallade she gives a simple order: silence Zoroa's snarling, and bring this match back under their control. Nodding their understanding, the 2 Psychic types take off, with Reuniclus flirting away from the approaching tunnels, while Gallade charges forward, blade hands raised to strike down the spiteful fox. However, to do so, it must first pass over one of the many crisscrossing tunnels Gabite and Chimchar have dug, and as it soon learns, this is a costly mistake. The moment the Psychic Fighter's foot touches the disturbed ground, a hand shoots out to grab it, or rather a small simian paw. Looking down, Gallade sees that Chimchar has wrapped its hand around its ankle, and appears to be trying to pull it down into the hole. However, being a much smaller creature, this is hardly an issue, as one good Psycho Cut should deal with this. At least, that is what Gallade thinks, until a second figure emerges, wrapping its scaly taloned claw around the other ankle. It is only now that Caitlyn realizes that neither of the tunnels are moving towards the still fleeing Reuniclus, though before she can come up with a counter strategy, Gallade is pulled underground. Briefly, there is the sound of scuffling as the Psychic Swordsman attempts to break free of its captors, but having been cut off from its allies and its trainer, it is at a steep disadvantage compared to the honed teamwork of Gabite and Chimchar, who have been battling partners dating all the way back to the tag tournament. Unfortunately for Gallade, the difference between the tag tournament and this match is that it's not going to clinch an easy victory for Caitlyn, as a moment later is expelled from the underground, being sent flying backwards into Reuniclus, so fast that the multiplying Pokemon isn't even able to protect itself, as the pair try to right themselves, with Gallade getting to its feet, and Reuniclus gathering up all the splattered amniotic fluid from that impact. Chimchar and Gabite burst from the tunnel as well, though instead of rushing their opponents, they attack from afar, launching a tandem Dragon Breath and Flamethrower combo. Something in the draconic energy is clearly flammable, as when the 2 attacks strike Gallade and Reuniclus, a wave of purple and red flames billow out, bathing the entirety of Caitlyn's side of the field. Urgently she cries for her Pokemon, but receives no response, and so it comes as little shock that when the dragon fire dies down a bit, it reveals the 2 Psychic types slumped against each other, unconscious. Cheering, Ash congratulates his Pokemon, while on the field, Gabite and Chimchar high-five before running over to share their jubilation with Zoroa. However, it seems that they will never get that chance, as before they can even take 2 steps, the Drake and Ape find themselves suspended in place. Looking around for the cause, Ash witnesses a new figure emerge from the purple and red flames, one he had almost forgotten, Cresselia, freed from its frozen prison. For something so beautiful, it is amazing how menacing the lunar Pokemon looks in this moment, and as Ash learns, its majesty is nothing compared to its power. With an ethereal core, Cresselia slams Chimchar and Gabite together, and with another, it breaks them apart, sending them soaring into opposite walls where they make matching craters. Now it is Ash's turn to call out for his friends, but just as with Caitlyn, when the dust settles, he sees that both his Pokemon are unable to battle. Recalling them, he gives his most heartfelt thanks for helping him get this far. Then, with new determination in his eyes, he looks to Zoroa, asking if it's still able to keep going. Yipping its resolve, the small fox stares down Cresselia, and as Ash looks at the lunar avian as well, he reminds himself that while the task ahead of him may be daunting, it is one he always knew he would have to overcome if he is one day to surpass his father. He must defeat a legendary Pokemon. Floating into the air, Cresselia raises itself to finish off Zoroa, just as it did to Gabite and Chimchar, though after all its recent bonding with Ash, the spiteful fox is unwilling to let its trainer down, and so hastily transforms itself into smoke, thus preventing the lunar Pokemon from psychically grabbing hold of it, while also closing in for a super effective Shadow Sneak. Refusing to let this go unpunished, Caitlyn has Cresselia retaliate with a Moonblast, though once more, the normal ghost type employs trickery in its evasion, this time using its smoke trick to blend in with the smoke coming off the dragonfire still burning on Caitlyn's side of the field, courtesy of its fallen teammates, making itself virtually undetectable. However, this tactic comes with its share of risk, as in order to blend in successfully, Zoroa must position itself very close to the flames, with this causing the arctically inclined Pokemon to take some damage, and forcing it to show itself again before long. Nonetheless, it is still determined to win for Ash, and so during its moment of tangibility, fires off a Snarl, which like the Shadow Sneak does its fair amount of damage, before vanishing once more into smoke, so that it's not struck by the Moonblast sent its way. This quickly becomes the way of things, as knowing that they cannot beat the legend in a straight head-to-head confrontation, Ash and Zoroa instead put their focus into staying one step ahead of Cresselia, peppering it with super effective moves, then vanishing into the ether in a strategy best described as death by 1,000 cuts. Unsurprisingly, this quickly gets on Caitlyn's nerves, with the scowl turning the corners of her mouth, though all assembled know her well enough to recognize the audacity of the fighting style is only half the issue, as the other is how effective it is proving, as she has not been able to land the single hit it would take her to win this battle. Even non-damaging moves such as gravity are not enough to slow the spiteful fox down, as while it does briefly push the smoke close to the ground, limiting Zoroa's mobility, by its nature of being smoke, it is not held there long, rising back up like a buoyant object dropped into water, and landing one of those super effective freezing moves from above, in a way that sends a shiver down both trainer and Pokemon's spines thanks to their close bond. Seeing this as a sign that victory is near, Ash tells Zoroa to rush in for one last Shadow Sneak, though it seems Caitlyn has one last trick up her sleeve, stating in a tone of admiration that Ash truly is an incredible battler, as she's only ever had to pull out this strategy against Tobias and Derek. From the referee's spot, the battle butler worriedly asks if his mistress means the dark side of the moon combo, his tone suggesting that he believes such a tactic to be excessive, with Caitlyn nodding that she's afraid it's come to this, since she did promise to give her all for this battle. She then instructs Cresselia to enact this combo, with it immediately combining gravity and psychic to create a small glowing orb in the air which immediately pulls Zoroa off its planned path and towards it. Even reverting to its corporeal form is not enough to resist the pull, with the spiteful fox soon finding itself wrapped around the orb and completely immobilized. However, this is not the worst of it, as from the ground, chunks of battlefield begin rising into the air, entombing Zoroa, while the little normal ghost can do nothing but howl in pain. Frantically, Ash tells his friend to try and break free, though it is far too late for that, as the rocky orb has created a perfect seal that even smoke cannot escape, meaning the son of Brandon can do little more than watch as a miniature moon is formed with Zoroa trapped in its core. Then, like the celestial body from which it draws inspiration, this mini-moon begins to rise high into the air, though it does not stay there for long, as when Cresselia's eyes flash once more, it begins plummeting at top speed to the ground. Letting out a cry, Ash calls for Zoroa to hold on, though it is doubtful the fox can even hear him over the thick layers of rock containing it, or the earth-shattering bang as the orb strikes the battlefield and explodes in a shower of dust. Due to the dragon fire still being in play, this quickly becomes glass, with naturally forming spikes and waves lining the field in a beautiful representation of an explosion frozen in time. Though, in that moment, Ash could not care less, his eyes instead scanning the field for Zoroa, and finding no trace of it. Though he is not the sort to cry, there is a hollowness to Ash's gaze as he returns it to the point of impact, while across from him, Caitlyn's own expression is one of shock and remorse. She had not even imagined the possibility that the little fox might not have the same endurance as Derek or Tobias' Pokemon, though before she can concede, figuring it is the least she can do, something catches her and Ash's eyes, a smoky cloud beginning to reconstitute itself at the place Ash is staring. However, when the smoke begins to take solid form, it is not the Zoroa that everyone knows, but rather a hunched bipedal beast vaguely resembling a Zoroark, whose ghostly white body is lined with red patches reminiscent of open wounds, while the ends of its tendril-like hair float spectrally around it. Though the most haunting part of this new Pokemon's appearance is its eyes, as while Zoroa's were a warm, albeit somewhat aloof gold, these are a piercing yellow, broken up only by red pinprick pupils that seem to burn with hatred. Tentatively, Ash calls Zoroark's new name, hoping to get its attention, though this is a vain effort, as it currently only has eyes for one thing, Cresselia as the one who harmed it. Bounding onto all fours with a loping canine sprint, Zoroark then barrels into its foe, catching it off guard as it leaps atop it and begins bombarding it with the dark energy of that unknown freezing move. Shaking off her regret, Caitlyn snaps at Ash to get control of his Pokemon, to which the black-haired boy replies that he's trying, ordering Zoroark to stop, though this yields just as poor results as the attempt to draw its focus, with the feral fox continuing its onslaught unabated. By now, Cresselia has managed to use Psychic to throw the normal ghost type back, though employing a more advanced form of its previous smoke abilities, it simply becomes a cloud to mitigate the damage, before manifesting behind the lunar avian and slashing its feathery back with its razor-sharp claws. Letting out a pained caw, Cresselia next attempts a Moonblast, figuring that at point-blank range, this will be a guaranteed hit, and with it, a means to end this battle before things get too ugly. However, as the orb of light appears in front of it, Zoroark does something most peculiar, coating its paw in that same freezing energy and thrusting into the heart of the blast. Though instead of detonating as one would expect, the fairy move slowly begins to change color, looking almost as though it is decaying, as strands of inky darkness begin forming on its surface, until it is a mottled mass of blue, blacks, and purples, as though Zoroark's own bitterness and malice had corrupted it. Then, when the transformation is complete, the baneful fox takes the move for itself, raising the arm that is still embedded in it, and bringing it down on Cresselia's face with explosive force. Everyone is at a loss for words at this sight, as the legendary Pokemon is sent flying into the air by the force of its own corrupted attack, before crashing down to the ground, where it lies panting on its side. Unfortunately, even now Zoroark is not done with its prey, shadow sneaking once more to land on top of Cresselia, pinning it down and slashing mercilessly at its face and neck. This is the culmination of all its prior rages, with its fury having almost transcended into glee at the damage it is doing to its helpless foe, as a sepulchral howl rips from its lips, and a mad bloodlust fills its eyes. By now, Cresselia is barely hanging on to consciousness, with the only thing keeping it awake being the whipping from Zoroark's ragged hair tendrils, since it wants its victim present and afraid for the final act, as it slowly wraps its clawed hands around the lunar Pokemon's swan-like neck and raises it towards its open maw, ready to bite down with brutal finality. Throughout this ordeal, Ash has not stopped trying to reach his friend hidden behind the eyes of the beast, while Caitlyn in contrast has fallen into horrified silence, unable to comprehend how this battle had gone so wrong. As for Barry and Derek, the former is yelling at the top of his lungs for one of them to do something right now or he'll find them, while the latter has pulled out several Pokeballs, prepared to do the unthinkable and interfere in an official match in order to save Cresselia from a grisly end, with the only thing stopping him being his faith in both Ash and Lady Caitlyn to resolve this matter on their own. However, it seems the time for that is rapidly running out, as Zoroark at last gets Cresselia into position to end things, though before it can carry out its heinous deed, a word stops it in its tracks, and that word is Poffins. Seeing this pause, Ash continues what he was saying, reminding the ancient Pokemon of the fun they had that day in the kitchen when he messed up the Poffins and got batter all over himself, and how much they laughed together. He then urges it to remember all the fun times they had working for Derek, and how much they grew, both in terms of strength and as partners. So please, if it can hear him, don't throw that all away. For a moment, there is no response, as the entire battle castle seems to freeze. Then, with slightly shaking paws, the baneful fox removes Cresselia's throat from its mouth and turns its red eyes on its trainer, a look of recognition there at last. Face splitting into a wide smile, Ash calls out that he knew his friend would come to its senses before it was too late, rushing to join Zoroark on the field, as the normal ghost type in turn lopes over to him, dropping Cresselia in the process. When they meet, trainer and Pokemon alike wrap each other in a hug, with it coming as something of a surprise that they are now roughly comparable in terms of height, when before Zoroark could nestle comfortably on the boy's chest. It is a touching scene, and not one anybody wishes to interrupt, though unfortunately it is necessary, considering that Ash and Caitlyn are still technically in the middle of an official frontier battle. Clearing her throat, the lady of the castle informs Ash that she thinks their match is over, with the boy nodding, though there is an air of melancholy to the act, as he states that he guesses this marks the end of his battle frontier run. After all, he lost control of his Pokemon. In the somewhat haughty tone of her frontier brain persona, Caitlyn agrees that he did, and that it almost resulted in calamity, but in the end it did not, thanks to his intervention. Such quick thinking, and more importantly, such depth of trust between trainer and Pokemon, are what the battle frontier is all about, so it would obviously be a dereliction of her duty if she did not award him with a castle print for his actions here today. Looking a little shocked, Ash asks Caitlyn if she's serious, to which she replies that she is, gesturing for Derek to approach and present him with the print. Dutifully, the battle butler does so, congratulating Ash on his victory, while with a grin Barry praises his friend and rival as well, stating that he definitely deserved to win that print, especially since the whole Zoroark fiasco was all Caitlyn's fault. Flaring up, the young frontier brain demands to know what the blockhead is insinuating, with Barry bluntly telling her that if she hadn't gone overboard and been such a show-off with that stupid Dark Side of the Moon combo, Zoroark never would have started rampaging. Though it pains her to admit it, Caitlyn cannot deny that he has a point, but since it's Barry she's talking with, she instead responds by blowing a raspberry, a gesture the blonde boy copies until Derek steps in to break up their bickering. In celebration of Ash and Barry's wins, a party is held that night in the Battle Castle's dining hall, with Derek revealing that he even preemptively baked a cake, as he had complete confidence that his two apprentices would prevail. This does earn him a slight pout from Caitlyn, as she states that this means he had no faith in her abilities, though with a paternal smile, Derek replies that he has the utmost respect for her and her abilities, as she is among the most gifted battlers he has ever had the privilege to know, and it pleases him to no end seeing her so proud of her position as Frontier Brain. But after mentoring the boys, he is certain they have the potential to surpass their fathers. This claim causes both Ash and Barry to break out in matching broad grins, as this is the highest praise anyone has ever given them. But with a fond smile of her own, Caitlyn instructs them not to get too full of themselves, as they still need to beat Palmer, and he's even stronger than her. Nodding seriously, Ash states that for this exact reason, he intends to train a bit more before challenging the Tower Tycoon, since he has not forgotten that he and Barry have already used up all their allowed losses, meaning this next battle will be make or break. Letting out a groan, Barry chides that the Pyramid Prince can be such a worrywart sometimes, but he guesses it wouldn't hurt to do a bit more training, since he wants to completely cream his dad and show him what an awesome trainer he's become. Blithely, Caitlyn offers them the use of the Battle Castle as their training ground, since they're already familiar with its facilities, and would have her and Derek to help out, though to her surprise, the boys decline, saying that after all the time they've spent here, it would probably be best for their growth if they went somewhere else, even tossing around the idea of seeking out other frontier brains to mentor them. However, before a decision can be reached, something comes along to distract the kids, that being an overwhelming wave of vertigo that sends them all tumbling from their chairs. In a deeply concerned voice, Derek asks his mistress and the boys if they're alright, with each of them nodding as they rise to their feet. When they're all standing, the trio of friends share a look, recognizing this sensation as the exact same one they felt back at the Celestic Ruins, and for Ash and Barry, what they felt during their visits to Lake Valor and Verity respectively. Though this time there had been one key difference, as along with the vertigo had been an unfamiliar voice, prompting Barry as the team Murdermouth to ask if his friends heard it too. From the looks in their eyes, it is plain to see that they did, with the trio speaking in unison as they repeat the two words still ringing in their ears. Help us. In the wake of the psychic call for help, Ash, Caitlyn and Barry get to work, as if someone, or multiple someones need their help, they're not going to abandon them. Thankfully, it does not take them terribly long to figure out who has contacted them, due to Barry remembering what Peony had said at Lake Verity about him being chosen by the Lake Guardian, though the question still remains as to what they need help with, and why of all people, they chose to reach out to the three companions. In an attempt to get some answers, Caitlyn briefly tries to re-establish her psychic link and see if she can communicate with the Guardian who spoke in her head, though unfortunately, it seems the connection is only one way, as try though she might, she cannot get through. However, being a clever young woman, the lady of the castle already has a plan B in mind, stating that they should head for Lake Acuity, as the last lake they have not visited, to see if they can make contact with its Guardian. Nodding, Ash and Barry concur, adding that if they're lucky, Peony and Brandon might still be in the area so they can ask them for info on the Lake Guardians, and maybe get their assistance with whatever the legendary Pokemon need help with. Having no time to spare, Caitlyn instructs the boys to grab onto her, then with a promise to Derek that she won't be gone for so long this time, she teleports them away, using the Battle Pyramid as a destination since it's easier to home in on somewhere she's already been. A moment later, the trio find themselves in the middle of the pyramid's battlefield, with Ash having to throw himself and his friends to the ground, so they're not pulverized by a pair of attacks coming at them from either side. Looking up, Ash, Barry, and Caitlyn see the combatants to be Brandon's Regice and an unfamiliar Magmortar, though to their surprise, they have no trouble recognizing its trainer, with it being none other than Paul. At the sight of the kids materializing out of thin air, Brandon promptly orders a halt to the battle, with Paul being shockingly pliant, as he recalls his fire type without complaint, and approaches the trio alongside Brandon and Peony, who had been refereeing. Curtly, the Pyramid King demands to know what his son and his friends are doing here, with Ash explaining everything that had happened since they parted, while in turn questioning why Paul is here. In a tone that lacks all the hatred of their last encounter, the purple-haired youth replies that he has become Brandon's disciple, having challenged him not long after the Battle Pyramid arrived in Snowpoint. In his arrogance, he was decimated, though before he and Brandon could go their separate ways, a Pokemon hunter began terrorizing the local temple, and they had to work together to stop her. Picking up the story now, Brandon elaborates that it was the same woman from the Celestic Ruins, Hunter J, though this time she had her eyes on the legendary Reggie Gigas, with it proving quite difficult to drive her off. Thankfully, between him, Paul, and Peony, they had managed, with it becoming clear the boy does have skill as a trainer when he uses his head rather than letting his emotions get the best of him. Sagely, Caitlyn chimes in that this is what she told him and Ash at the tag battle tournament, to which Paul agrees, adding that he's been working on that, and on being a better trainer to his Pokemon. Though he cannot change what he's already done, he's trying to move forward with what he's learned here, and as part of that, now that they're here, he wants a battle with Ash and Chimchar. There is a passionate determination in the boy's eyes as he says this, something Ash can respect, with him readily agreeing to the challenge, though unfortunately it will have to wait, since right now, they need to get to Lake Acuity so they can help its guardian. Eyes lighting up, Peony declares that he'd be happy to lend a hand, since he still wants to see it for himself, while with matching stoic nods, Paul and Brandon agree to help as well, since if it's anything like the Snowpoint Temple incident, the more allies they have the better. This earns a series of appreciative smiles from the trio, though before more can be said, another wave of vertigo rocks them, accompanied by a second mental message: hurry. Barely catching himself in time, Barry relays this to the others, with Brandon, Peony, and Paul helping the trio to the Battle Pyramid's garage, where they pile into an awaiting truck and take off with great haste. For such a buttoned-down man, Brandon is something of a speed demon behind the wheel, with the truck tearing through the snow towards Acuity Lakefront, while in the back, Caitlyn and Barry hold on to their seats for dear life, being unaccustomed to the Pyramid King's driving. As soon as they reach the lakefront, Caitlyn is once again struck with that overwhelming psychic presence, much like the boys were when they first came into proximity with their guardians. Though being a psychic in her own right, she's able to handle this better, with it finally being a strong enough connection that she can at last reach out in response. Deep in a cave at the center of the lake, Uxie feels something. A visitor in its mind, similar to when it convenes with Azoth or Mesprit. But this is different. This is not a Pokemon. Of that it is certain, which can only mean one thing. The human it has chosen is here at last. Gently, the being of knowledge welcomes Caitlyn, and thanks her for responding so quickly to its summons, with the girl in turn asking what is wrong. At once, the mindscape the pair inhabit seems to change, growing darker and less inviting, as Uxie gravely informs its champion that recently, it and its brethren have become the target of evil humans who wish to forcibly seize their power for nefarious means. Resolutely, Caitlyn vows that she and her friends will help prevent this however they can, with this putting a smile on the knowledge Pokemon's worried face, as it wisely suggests that perhaps it is time they all meet. A moment later, Caitlyn finds herself not in the presence of one Lake Guardian, but all three, while beside her float Ash and Barry, both of whom seem rather confused as to how they got here. Placidly, Uxie introduces itself and its peers, though before it can do much else, Mesprit hastily cuts in, stating that it can feel its champion's impatience, so perhaps it would be best if they got down to business, a choice Azoth seconds, as it can sense its champion's resolve to help. Acknowledging this, Uxie cedes the floor to the being of willpower, who explains that each of the Guardians requires a partner to combat this incoming threat, since by their nature, they are designed to be collaborative beings who are made to work in tandem and to assist the creator of all. Therefore, in order to access their full potential, they have chosen the three humans, as each of them represents one of the Guardian's core virtues, with Ash possessing an iron will, Barry possessing a passionate spirit, and Caitlyn possessing a transcendent mind. Recognizing the honor that has been bestowed upon them, Ash, Barry, and Caitlyn all affirm their willingness to stand beside the Guardians, though first they need to know what the threat they're facing is, a request the Psychic Trio are happy to grant, telepathically displaying the image of an airship soaring above the snowy stretch of Route 217. While they do not recognize this craft, they have no issue identifying its captain, as a moment later, Hunter J emerges astride her Salamence. As one, the kids and their new partners show a grim look, being all too familiar with the trouble she can cause, and so knowing their time to prepare is short, the Guardians release the Psychic Link, causing Ash, Barry, and Caitlyn to jerk back into their physical bodies as they look up at their allies, who are sharing concerned expressions, having from their perspective just seen the trio collapse. Bolting to his feet, Ash tells his dad and the others that Hunter J will be here any moment, and in this he is not wrong, as no sooner have the heroes started preparing themselves for battle, Jay and her ship come floating into view. In her business-like voice, the Pokemon Hunter orders the group to stand aside, as her client is offering good money for the Lake Trio, though this just earns a refusal from the heroes, with Barry perhaps putting it best when he tells her to go suck a tomato berry, since they're not letting her lay a finger on those Pokemon. Cold scowl twisting her face now, Jay sneers that very well if that is how the do-gooders want it, then fine. she'll just have Salamence blow them all away with Flamethrower. However, it seems that she is not alone, as from the hatch she and Salamence came through burst several dozen angry-looking Golbat, while a similar number of Mightyena come charging down a ramp, which emerges from the underside of the vessel. Seeing the odds are against them, Ash and Co do not restrict themselves to a single Pokemon, instead calling out their entire teams, with Barry's Chatot leading Ash's Zoroark and Meltan, Caitlyn's Reuniclus and Cresselia, and Paul's Honchkrow take out as many Golbats as it can, while down below, Ash's Gabite and Chimchar attempt to halt the Mightyena's advance by tearing up the ground with Dig. This leaves the Savage Wolves vulnerable to a fearsome follow-up charge by Peony's Copperaja, while those who survive the rampage are forced to contend with Gallade and Empoleon, who have entered the fray together, trusting their rival to have their back. Finally, there is Brandon, whose Reggie trio are locked in fierce battle with Jay and her Salamence, refusing to give her an inch as they combine their moves into a beam attack truly worthy of the title Legendary. In terms of raw power, it is plain to see that the heroes hold the advantage, having a former champion, 2 frontier brains, and 3 strong young trainers on their side. Though this is greatly mitigated by the sheer numbers the Pokemon Hunter has at her disposal, as it seems that whenever they take down an opponent's Pokemon, a fresh one is there to take its place, while they are given no chance to rest. This quickly turns the battle into a stalemate, though unfortunately this is not to last, as slowly, the heroes' Pokemon begin to fall into the sheer mass of bodies being thrown at them, and having nowhere to replenish their lost forces, each defeat is a catastrophic blow, while also putting more strain on the remaining fighters. As a result, it seems as though Jay's victory is inevitable, and the heroes will surely be vanquished. That is until a new trio of allies join the battle, the Lake Guardians. As refusing to allow others to suffer in their place, they have decided to fight alongside their human partners, and so prepare to sync up for what will surely be a decisive blow. Unfortunately, this is exactly what Jay had been waiting for, and so breaking off her battle with Brandon, she fires her wrist-mounted cannon at Azoth, who is suddenly transformed into a bronze statue, while on the ground, Ash lets out a cry of pain, as though his whole body is locked up. Looking on in horror, Barry and Caitlyn urge their guardians to flee so they are not captured too, though it is no use, as with the marksmanship of a skilled Pokemon hunter, Jay blasts Uxie and Mesprit just as easily, petrifying them and making their champions cry out just like Ash. Then, with a look of sinister satisfaction, Jay has Salamence and the Lake Trio retreat into their airship, eager to be in liftoff procedures so they can rendezvous with her client and receive her payment. Likewise, the Golbat and Mightyena begin returning to the ship as well, with it only taking a moment before it is up in the air, leaving the heroes despondent at their loss here. Knowing Ash will be taking this especially hard, Brandon attempts to console his son, though to his surprise, when he looks to the place where he'd been standing, he finds Ash missing. Though on closer inspection it is not just him, as Barry, Caitlyn and all their Pokemon are also gone. The corridors of Hunter Jay's airship are deserted as the trio make their way through, having used the chaos of the evacuation to sneak on board and hide in a side room until takeoff was complete. Now they're on a mission to rescue Mesprit, Azoth and Uxie, their psychic bond acting as a homing signal, even if they can no longer hear the Lake Trio's thoughts. Zoroark in particular is very useful in this stealthy endeavor, as by becoming smoke, it is able to pass unseen and locate any security cameras that Meltan can either shot out with Thunderbolt or just eat, since dinner back at the battle castle was interrupted. Unfortunately, one obstacle that cannot be overcome with gluttony is a guard electrode hidden in the airship's cargo hold, as when the trio opens the door, having sensed their captured friends are inside, they instead come face to face with the explosive orb, who immediately begins the process of self-destruction, as it had been instructed to if anyone unfamiliar tried to get in. Letting out a yelp, Barry covers his face in anticipation of the painful boom, while Caitlyn prepares to teleport the 3 of them away, though in contrast, Ash stays perfectly calm, instead thrusting out a finger and poking it right into the top of Electrode's head. At once, the Electro-type goes inert, having stopped its self-destruct sequence, while with shared looks of amazement, Barry and Caitlyn ask how their friend did that. In a teacherly tone, Ash replies that Voltorb and Electrode are common booby traps in ancient tombs and temples, so his dad taught him how to stop them from blowing up when he was just a little kid. Apparently, a long time ago, Voltorb used to have this hole on top of their head, which when blocked would make them sleepy, and now even though the hole is gone, putting pressure on that spot stops them from exploding. Grin growing now that they aren't about to die a painful death, Barry calls Ash's dad awesome, saying he's almost as knowledgeable as his own dad, while in an impressed tone, Caitlyn agrees that Brandon's knowledge of the archaic definitely saved them today. There's only one problem. What are they going to do when Ash removes his finger from Electrode's head? After all, he can't stay like that forever, so sooner or later that thing's gonna blow, meaning they've only delayed the issue. Furrowing his brow, Ash admits that he didn't think that far ahead, he just sorta acted on instinct to stop Electrode. While still with that smile, Barry tells him not to worry, since he should just catch it. That way it'll be in a Pokeball and can't blow up. With a look of annoyance, Caitlyn tells Barry not to be stupid. There's no way a plan that simple could work. Obviously that Electrode must belong to Hunter J or one of her... The sound of the Pokeball clattering to the ground promptly silences the Frontier Brain, while across from her, Ash gives a slight shrug, evidently being as surprised as her that this worked. Though choosing not to look a gift ponytail in the mouth, he simply stows his unexpected new capture onto his belt as he and his friends make tracks for the center of the room, where Azelf, Uxie, and Mesprit are proudly displayed in glass cases, their faces frozen in looks of shock and horror that our heroes want desperately to remove. Thankfully, this is not a terribly difficult feat to achieve, as by sliding a dial on the base of the cases, Ash, Barry, and Caitlyn are able to revert the Guardians to normal, with each of them feeling a sudden sense of warmth through their psychic link, as a sign of appreciation that the kids came for them. Smiling softly, Ash replies that of course they came. They did make a promise after all, before telling the Lake Trio to follow them, since it should be a straight shot to the exit now. However, in a resolute tone, Azelf refuses, sighing that if they leave now, the Pokemon Hunter or another like her will simply seek them out again. No, if they are truly to end this strife, they must do so now, and they must do so together. Adopting matching looks of resolve, the kids all state that they're ready. Their guardians just need to tell them what to do, with this earning them each a smile, as the trio of Pokemon perch themselves on their respective humans' backs and place their twin tails over a different point on their body. For Caitlyn, this is her forehead, for Ash, it is his heart, and for Barry, it is his stomach. Though, as soon as they are in position, the same thing happens. The red gems on their tails begin to glow, and an overwhelming sense of power fills the kids. Joining hands, the trio all look into each other's eyes, which have begun to take on the same glow as the tails, while inside their heads, the late Guardians inform them that with their full power united at last, there is almost no limit to what they can do. Even space and time is theirs to command. They just need to think it, feel it, and will it into existence. For a moment, no one speaks, having no need to, as 6 become 1 and 1 becomes all. Then, having reached their consensus as to how they can best end the problem of Hunter J and her anonymous client, they enact it, as a flash of brightest red fills the cargo hold. Back at Acuity Lakefront, Brandon, Peony, and Paul see the red flash too, though only for a microsecond, before everything returns to normal, or at least they believe it does, as a moment later, they are joined by Ash, Barry, Caitlyn, and the Lake Guardians, all of whom look exhausted. In a slightly shaking voice, Barry groans that now he's had a taste of what it's like being Caitlyn, he might have to find himself forever being a jerk to her, since that was intense. While in an equally drawn tone, Caitlyn sighs that there was no picnic being in his head either, since it was so loud and chaotic. In contrast, Ash does not address either of his friends, instead turning his now non-glowing eyes on Azelf, as he quietly asks if it worked, with the blue sprite giving him a simple nod in return. Gruffly, Paul asks what exactly Ash is talking about, and what just happened, a bit of his old coarseness showing through in the tension, to which Ash replies that using the power of Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, they removed all memories of the Lake Trio from those who wish to do them harm, along with any desire to search for them, or evil intentions associated with them. In short, they have completely negated the evil plot targeting the trio, without harming the perpetrators in any way. In an approving tone, Brandon calls this a very wise and mature solution, while with a smile, Peony calls them good kids, even if he probably would have clobbered the Pokemon Hunter had he been in their place. As for Paul, he says nothing, his face a stony mask as he returns to the truck, with Brandon and Peony following suit, figuring it is best to give the Guardians and their champions some privacy. When they are alone, Azelf, Mesprit, and Uxie all express their deepest gratitude for Ash, Barry, and Caitlyn, stating they have saved them from a terrible fate, and for that they will forever be in their debt. Though with a smile, the trio call it their pleasure, promising to come to their aid again should the need ever arise. With this settled, the Lake Guardians then once more rise into the air, with Azelf and Mesprit teleporting back to their respective lakes, while Uxie drifts back to its cave, though as they go, they each impart one last thought to the humans who stood beside them during this trying ordeal. However, unlike before, it is not a word or an image, but instead a sensation, that of a deep and precious bond of lifelong friendship being forged. In the aftermath of their adventure with the Lake Trio, Ash, Barry, Caitlyn, Brandon, Peony, and Paul return to the Battle Pyramid for a well-earned meal and a good rest, having no trouble getting to sleep after all they went through this evening. Thanks to picking up the habit from their time as under-butlers, Ash and Barry are the first to rise, having shared Ash's room, with the pair deciding to head down to the Pyramid's battlefield with the intentions of getting some early morning training in before breakfast. As they descend, Barry attempts to crack jokes with his rival and buddy at Caitlyn's expense, stating that he wants to take bets on how long the princess will sleep in after the wild ride they just had, though in a stone-cold deadpan, Ash reminds his hasty companion that their psychic friend is probably able to still hear his smack talk in her sleep, so he should be more careful. At these words, Barry goes pale, though before he can ask Ash whether he really means it or is just joking, the two boys come across several others who all appear to have the same plan for their morning routine as them. Occupying the battlefield and the sideline space next to it are none other than Paul and a quite powerful and healthy looking Electabuzz, with the likes of Peony and Ash's father surveying the pair's training, offering critique, praise, and advice as Electabuzz practices its moves, while the two veteran trainers enjoy some coffee. Nonetheless, happy to have the fellowship and celebration from the night prior continue, even if it means their scheme isn't as special as they had thought. Ash and Barry greet and join the others with a pair of good mornings and receive 3 back in kind, with Barry curiously going on to ask exactly how long everyone has been up, since he thought Derek was an early Torchic. Paul, in a stoic but undeniably friendly manner, offers that he and Electabuzz have only been up and practicing for about 5 minutes, while Peony laughs heartily and slaps Brandon on the back as he admits that he only got a few hours sleep himself before getting up for a bit of light training with his team like usual. But Brandon, on the other hand, he's always been able to make a Noctowl blush with how sturdy his sleeping habits are, even when pulling all-nighters. Obviously impressed by this despite his need for speed, Barry looks to both Brandon and Ash for confirmation, before declaring he's never been able to go full throttle without a good long nap, even if he's not as bad about his beauty sleep as, well, you know who. Despite having nearly been made to choke on his own cup of coffee, Brandon somewhat tersely admits he's been guilty of burning the candle at both ends on far more occasions than he can reliably count, many a time due to poring over and obsessing about some new artifact, discovery or rumor, and all the while interspersing his Pokemon's training, exercise, and care, as that is what it takes to be a good frontier brain. At the same time, when Ash was born he had to juggle that as well, and he would be the first to bluntly tell anyone the boy was far less predictable or manageable than even the crankiest of Reggies, a statement which earns him a NO! From Ash, almost on par with his own, before the boy circles back to something Peony mentioned that had piqued his interest, asking why exactly they'd been pulling all-nighters after the adventure they just had. Seeing his son's spirit of adventure firing right back up, Brandon joins Peony in his laughter, seeing no point in playing coy, and so fills Barry, Paul, and Ash in on what has he and the other adventurers so excited, which is a series of ruins regarding a pair of hitherto unheard of Reggies, buried in a temple in the Galar region's Crown Tundra, with that being the Battle Pyramid's current destination. As expected, this elicits excitement from all 3 boys, Ash for the same reasons as Brandon, as he's excited to go on another dungeon crawling challenge, the more perilous and unbelievable the better, especially if it means he can help his dad meet and capture 2 more of the mythical golems he's fought so hard to find. In contrast, Barry's excited at the prospect of a quick detour journey to another region, knowing it'll be great training, while Paul expresses similar interest, though more because he's heard the Galar region hosts the world's most competitive Pokemon League. Pride swelling at these words, Peony confirms these words to be correct, proving himself a true child at heart, as stars appear in his eyes, and encourages all 3 boys to someday visit the region proper and give the league a challenge, as he'd be more than happy to sponsor them. With the lower level now abuzz due to all the energy coming off the young trainers, it's no wonder they eventually wake Caitlyn from her rest far earlier than she would have liked, with her popping into the room casually and yawning while flicking Barry between the eyes. As he jumps and yells in shock asking what that was for, Caitlyn confirms Ash's earlier theory about her abilities, while ordering her ex-butler to stop whining and fill her in on the rest. Taking this as a sign that their revelry has ended, Brandon excuses himself to go update his travel log, while Paul, taking the opportunity to make a challenge and avoid Barry whining about it not being towards him, locks eyes with Ash, suggesting they use this transit time to make good on their planned battle. Quickly arriving on the same page despite lacking mind-reading abilities of his own, Ash happily agrees, able to feel a certain ball in his belt heat up slightly, and so before long, he and Paul have taken up opposite sides of the battlefield, with an eager Peony agreeing to referee the match. As they don't know exactly how long the flight will be, both boys agree to a 1v1, with Paul not needing long to choose, having Electabuzz come back from where it was leaning against the side of the battlefield, wanting to both show his growth from their last encounter and take advantage of the improvement and warm-up he and Electabuzz have just gone through. Meanwhile, Ash calls out Chimchar, as it will be good to show it how far Paul has come, and in turn, show Paul the growth the simian has had. Wanting a strong start, Ash takes the first move, by having Chimchar belch out a flamethrower at Electabuzz, which Paul orders a protect to counter, with a dome of energy enveloping the lightning monster and shielding it from the fire. Then, when the attack ends, Paul is quick to call for a thunderbolt, with the pendulum swinging the other direction, seeing Chimchar on the defensive, having to dig down into the pyramid's packed earth battlefield in order to avoid this. Seeing a change in strategies in order, Ash and Chimchar swap to physical attacks, using a trick Goodbye to taught the Fire Monkey, in order to use its dig to distract the opponent and create an opening at the cost of some of the move's power, though Ash is quick to think of a way to mitigate this weakness, by comboing the move with Flame Wheel as soon as Chimchar bursts from the hole, in what would surely be a critical hit if not for Paul ordering a Thunder Punch to block it and send Chimchar skidding back. Believing this strategy could still work, albeit with some slight tweaking, Ash prepares to call for another flamethrower, though before he does, Paul tells Electabuzz to use a move he's never seen from it before, Rain Dance, causing a small shower to suddenly manifest indoors and stream down into the battlefield, reducing the power of all of Chimchar's fire moves, and making it so Electabuzz's attacks will hit far more easily. Seeing the overall intent of this strategy, Ash has to admit that when Electabuzz learns and masters Thunder, they'll have one killer moveset, but for now, he and Chimchar are going to keep on burning despite the pouring rain, with Ash ordering the Flaming Simian right back into the ground at double time, as Paul orders a volley of thunderbolts to chase after it as it goes. Thanks to Chimchar's own speed and the quickly softening dirt around it absorbing the electricity, these are all misses, though only just. A failing Paul will not repeat, as he has Electabuzz keep blasting the ground with Thunderbolt to tear it up and drive Chimchar into the open where it will be vulnerable. Seeing that the ground won't shield them for much longer, Ash puts his faith in Chimchar to surpass its limits, and so orders it to rush Electabuzz with Dig, though in truth, this is not the full frontal assault it appears to be, and rather the beginning of a much more wily strategy, as by tearing up the sodden ground further, it quickly grows unstable, especially around Electabuzz due to the whole Chimchar emerge from last time, seeing the electric Oni sink down to its waist in the mud. Seeing this as their chance to end things, Chimchar then leaps out of the dirt and prepares to attack, only to be caught under the jaw with a full power Thunder Punch courtesy of its ex-teammate, which sends it crashing to the ceiling with a heavy cracking sound. However, this is an unintended side effect, as Chimchar's blaze begins to activate, causing its tail flame to not only grow in size, but also wrap around Chimchar for a huge flame wheel that comes tearing down like a meteor thanks to gravity's added force. Having seen the power of Chimchar's blaze before, Paul has Electabuzz employ Protect again, though it requires a great deal of energy to maintain the dome, meaning it will not be able to hold on for long. Showing a bit of his old tactical ruthlessness, Paul orders Electabuzz to unleash a full force Thunderbolt and smash Chimchar between the Protect barrier and the Bolt of Lightning, with the electric type doing him one better, as when the move hits, it is with Thunder rather than Thunderbolt, having risen to match Chimchar, so that now it is anyone's guess who will come out on top. However, showing his continued faith in Chimchar, Ash encourages it not to panic or lose its cool, and to just keep spinning, something Chimchar does, its flame wheel burning brighter as it takes on a golden hue, which crackles with extra energy. This at last proves too much for Electabuzz, with cracks forming on its protective dome, before shattering as Chimchar punches through and slams into it with enough force to lightly shake the battle pyramid and kick up a cloud of dust. When this fades, Electabuzz is unable to battle, while Chimchar is just barely standing, having even lost the strength to maintain blaze, though it is undeniably the winner. As Peony calls the battle to a close, both trainers approach and shake hands, praising the other's Pokemon effort, with Paul taking a moment to acknowledge Chimchar finally, stating that it's truly earned his respect. This elicits a delighted squeal from the chimp as it eagerly leaps up and attempts to hug Ash, Paul, and Electabuzz, while from the other end of the room, Brandon re-enters and surveys the boys with a look of pride on his face. In his usual austere manner, the Pyramid King agrees that they both did well, while reflecting on how having raised a strong-willed son was instrumental in being able to help shape Paul's worldview, as otherwise, he's certain they wouldn't have seen eye to eye, and would have made much less progress. So in many ways, Ash and the strides he's made on his own journey helped Paul just as much as he did. This overly sentimental moment is much too sweet for Paul, with him easing out of the group hug and returning Electabuzz with a red face, while Caitlyn and Barry tease that this display was the cutest thing they've ever seen Paul do, causing the purple-haired boy to harumph sternly, while Ash laughs, asking if he would like to go another round. However, Paul declines, wanting to give his team some time to rest while reflecting on their match, with this leaving a vacancy on the field that Barry is more than happy to fill, as he levels a challenging glare at Ash, Brandon, Peony, or whoever will be willing to take him on for some training of his own, with the result being a 2v2 of Ash and Barry versus the rivals of the previous generation in Brandon and Peony. Despite all the boys' progress and great synchronicity, the teamwork and prowess of the veteran trainers is simply greater, with the rest of the flight to Gala being spent on the youngsters trying out new strategies to take down the champion and Pyramid King when they eventually get their rematch. This thankfully serves as more than enough entertainment to get our heroes through the rest of the morning, with them not stopping until Peony yells for them all to get dressed in cold weather gear, since the Crown Tundra makes Snow Point seem like a Lola. He then points out one of the battle pyramid's many windows, and as the kids look out at the blanket of snow drawing closer and closer, they realize they've finally arrived in the Gala region. Brimming with excitement as the massive flying structure's entry ramp slowly extends to the snowy ground, Barry is, as expected, the first one to set foot and technically start off this new adventure, his eyes wide and his motor mouth running a mile a minute as he tries to scope out any new or powerful Pokemon, with this quickly resulting in the others concluding he needs a chaperone so he doesn't get lost or into trouble. Just as predictably, Caitlyn volunteers to do so in a haughty fashion, while despite his certainty the duo will make his own exploration a bit more tedious, Paul volunteers to tag along to make sure Caitlyn doesn't kill the blonde. thus taking a small weight off of Ash's shoulders. While he is just as excited as Brandon about this new possible discovery, Peony is also eager as the group's Galarian representative to give an advent tour, as he calls it, of one of his region's most majestic and brutal environments, offering to show the trio a max raid den if they're lucky, with us promptly seeing them form an exploration team all of their own. This just leaves Ash and Brandon, who are still as determined as ever to make their way to the rumored ruins, despite the fact a battle with giant Pokemon sounds quite interesting to both. Though, as Brandon is quick to point out, if this is anything like catching the other Reggies, they will have a truly titanic battle waiting for them at the ruins. And so it is that Brandon and Ash make their way to a location known as 3 Point Pass, while the King fills his son in on some of the specifics of the rumors they're investigating, such as the local stories surrounding these 2 new Reggies. He also points out their destination on his map, naming this place the Split Decision Ruins, a name that forces Ash to wonder what decisions they might have to make when they arrive. However, before they face any decisions, they must first make it to the ruins, with it thankfully being nowhere as arduous as it could be, since its small inconveniences like an overabundance of snow, steep climbs, or debris in their path. Ash is reminded just how handy Regice, Rock, and Steel have been in making Brandon as successful and well-traveled an explorer as he is, so that before long, the father and son find themselves at the foot of a large, ornate, and old-looking temple-like structure, built in a manner true to its divisive name, as half of it is painted a deep tyrannical crimson, while the other is a bright shocking yellow, with both halves being for the most part unmarred by either the elements or the passage of time. Rubbing his chin in wonder at this, Ash has as a guess that these colours are surely tied to something important, possibly a reference to the colours of Regigigas' eyes and golden accents, but then just as quickly refines his hypothesis to be more centered around the temple's specific inhabitants. Mimicking the rubbing gesture, Brandon concurs, offering his son the extra info that these new golems are likely single-typed, the same as the other Reggies, but more important, he is curious if they will further his theory that each legendary titan was created to mark and reflect an age of humanity. Having heard this theory of his father's before, but at the same time lacking his eloquence, Ash tries to come to the same conclusion, citing how Regirock kinda represents how humans would have been back as cavemen, while Regice marks the shift into smarter people, capable of surviving the harsh cold, and Registeel stands when they finally learn to make and use metal for stuff like big strong buildings. Despite the crude conclusion, Brandon praises Ash's wit, as well as his prudence, since he's always been a proponent of looking and analysing before leaping into things like this. Though, as both are curious, the father and son do step close enough to examine the markings on the dual-tone door. To this end, Brandon asks what could come next for humanity, and what typings would correspond with these progress points that haven't been used yet. Thinking about it from this perspective, at least one answer becomes immensely clear, with Ash pointing to the yellow side, and theorizing an electric type would by all means be the best representative of where humanity currently is, but as for what could come between the hypothetical metal and electric ages eludes him. Regardless, Brandon agrees that his thought process is the same, and that if this is to be the case, and the rumors prove to be true, this should be enough to go off of, despite half of the temple remaining a mystery to them as the duo proceed inside. With a casualness only available to those who have built a life out of deciphering ancient texts and defeating elemental behemoths, Brandon rubs his hand across small bumps built into the door, though before he can convey the translation to Ash, 7 white dots appear over the red and yellow patterns on the door, in a formation meant to invoke the pattern of Regigigas' eye, and like a master key, the door slides open readily, allowing the stale air inside to begin moving after only Arceus knows how long. Now feeling even more excited as the credibility of these rumors increases by the minute, Ash suggests that maybe the reason no one else has been able to get in here is because they needed the 3 Reggies. After all, his dad did say he needed to meet special conditions to find the others. Not to mention, if the Reggies are all connected like he theorized, maybe they were intended to visit each other's shrines, by making the same continental migration their creator did. This theory is certainly an intriguing one, and something Brandon would quite like to unpack later, though for now he is too engrossed in the architecture and aesthetic of the temple's interior for such things, willing to snap a few photos as they make their way into a large room, with multiple button-like circles positioned on the floor, and a large strange-looking statue at the center of the room. In this venture, Ash defers to Brandon's expertise, as here the Pyramid King expresses both familiarity with this style of setup, as well as nostalgia to older journeys, reminding Ash of stories of some of his first meetings with the Reggies, and how he'd struggled to figure out their puzzles. Luckily, Brandon is far more experienced now, already having an idea how to solve this temple's riddle, asking Ash to wait where he is, before striding into the room proper, and meticulously stepping on a specific sequence of stone buttons to push them down in a pattern, one Ash eventually recognizes the same one carved into the stone arch above the yellow side of the temple. When Brandon completes his sequence, the various eyes of the statue begin to glow and crackle with electricity, while a hidden passage to the statue's right begins to slide open. Excitedly, Ash cheers and runs to join his dad, but as as he steps through the threshold into the puzzle chamber, the statue's glow is lost, and the secret door just as quickly slides back into place, as if nothing happened. Perplexed more than upset, Brandon asks Ash to step back, and surprisingly, the effects of his actions are also undone, with the statue crackling back to life and the secret door sliding open once more. Seeing this, Brandon takes a step forward, and these phenomena go unchanged, leading him to believe that only one person can go down each path, as it were. So he'll have to take the door to the right and meet Ash on the other side, assuming this might be the third point of the pass as the name suggests. A tiny bit nervous, but still confident as he's with his dad, Ash gives him the go-ahead to step through the door and leave him on his own, a bit thankful as he does, since it gives him a chance to run back to the entrance and copy the pattern above the crimson doorway so he can open the other door. After completing the puzzle for the red side, the statue once again glows, this time leaking dense scarlet energy as a door on the opposite side slides open, and though unsure of what it is he will face, Ash steps forward. When the door shuts behind him, Ash finds himself in pitch darkness, but before he can bring out Meltan or Chimchar to help light his way, he feels something press against him, and so jumps while letting out a terrified yell. Looking around frantically for the source, he finds the stern face of his father illuminated by a flashlight, which truthfully terrifies him even more. Though seeming completely unfazed by Ash's reaction, Brandon simply greets him with an, "Oh, it's just you, son," before sweeping his torch's light throughout the chamber. From the looks of things, it is around the same dimensions as the last one, with the only thing occupying it being a strange-looking pile of blue rings and what looks to be a stone carving of the head of a nondescript reptilian Pokemon. As both are curious and more than a little worried that the temple may have already been stripped of all its treasures and secrets, the father and son hastily step deeper into this section of the dungeon, and are thus taken by surprise when energy seems to hum and rumble through the old structure, illuminating the room and making it possible to see clearly. However, this shock is nothing compared to what they see before them, as now what previously seemed like odd furnishings of the ancient temple are beginning to move, as the blue rings suddenly start to crackle with electricity and float, while the stone Pokemon head begins to rattle and shake, while leaking that red energy from before. Then suddenly, eyes and the patterns they'd created flash into life upon these ornaments, revealing them to be the two new Reggies. One, as presumed, a golem of pure electric power, quickly bouncing around and sparking, while the other is produced by the stone Pokemon head opening with a roaring sound, and taking on eerie black color, as a bright jewel-like core is revealed inside the maw of what Ash now recognizes as a dragon, with these draconic features becoming the creature's arms. Then as one, the duo of golems buzz and rumble at their respective names, Reggie Drago and Reggie Lecky, in what can only be described as a call to battle. This leads Ash to finish up his earlier theory by proposing that a Reggie representing the dragon type could also represent the brutal and tyrannical nature of people after they made that advance up to the Middle Age, with Brandon in complete agreement, positing his own theory that these two Reggies are not meant to be taken in tandem, meaning some special criteria has likely been fulfilled. Regardless, for now he will require Ash's assistance, to which the boy is more than happy to provide, already prepared with a perfect counter to both these lost Reggies, as he chooses Gabite, completely nullifying the abilities of Reggie Lecky due to its ground typing, and being effective against Reggie Drago thanks to possessing the dragon type. What's more, if his dad goes with Reggie Steel or Regice, they'll have a very strong core of defense and offense, though what Brandon chooses couldn't shock Ash more, as with a respectful entreaty, he summons the creator golem itself, Regigigas, to serve as Gabite's battle partner. Both shocked and elated by this, Ash asks how this is possible, with his father coolly explaining that it was at the end of the day both the most logical and humane way to save Regigigas from falling into the hands of Hunter J or one of her buyers. Not to mention, it was amusing when a simple Pokeball was all it took to ruin her elaborate, and no doubt expensive, plans. Even so, Regigigas does not wield power without a cost, as Brandon informs Ash of the slow start ability, meaning for the first leg of this battle, Ash and Gabite will have to do the majority of the battling while also shielding the golem. Nodding his understanding, Ash prepares to call for a bulldoze on Reggie Lecky, wanting to deal some damage and make Gabite look like the bigger threat. Though as you will soon learn, the electric Reggie is operating on a totally separate concept of speed, already flashing in front of both Gabite and its creator with no hesitation to deliver a powerful thunderbolt. Though shocked, both literally and figuratively, Ash and Gabite don't change course, since this does no damage, and still protects Regigigas, but Reggie Lecky is not their only opponent, with this becoming clear the moment it zips out of the way just as quickly, leaving Gabite in prime position to be slammed brutally by Reggie Drago's Hyper Beam. If not for Regigigas using Protect, this might have been the end for Gabite, with Ash bashfully thanking his dad for the assist, and promising not to repeat the same mistake, as he tells Gabite to focus his attention on taking out Reggie Drago while it recharges, as it is weak to the Landshark's dragon moves. Though unfortunately, Reggie Lecky is just as much of a team player as its partner, using its incredible speed to trap Gabite in its signature Thunder Cage, so when Reggie Drago is back in fighting shape, it can finish the other dragon type off. Thankfully, here Dig becomes the most powerful weapon as Gabite dives through the stony floor of the battlefield, only to appear beneath Reggie catching it by surprise and dealing the first super effective damage of the match. Bolstered by this, Ash next calls for Dragon Breath on Reggie, though it seems the Titanic Drake also knows this move, creating a stalemate as the two beams clash, with neither being able to land a decisive blow. However, proving Ash's assessment that this Reggie represents a cruel and barbaric age right, Reggie plays both Ash and Gabite for fools, by feinting as if it is going to charge into the easily telegraphed Hyper Beam, though just as Ash orders his partner to dodge and counter this, Reggie just as quickly dissipates the glowing normal type energy, before rising into the air and leaking that draconic power once more, as its dragon head clamps around its jewel of a body, only to snap open with a different kind of high-powered beam attack that goes slamming into Gabite, painfully driving it back. Worriedly, Ash cries for Gabite while looking at his dad with just a hint of reproach at how long Reggie needs to charge up. Though calm as ever, Brandon simply utters the word soon, with this seemingly being all he intends to give his son in the way of comfort. Meanwhile, still in the midst of this draconic deluge, Gabite fights to stay conscious, with Ash urging it to hold strong, and that is exactly what it does, digging its feet in and hunkering down to weather this mighty dragon attack for the sake of its trainer and friend. This resolve, along with the massive amount of draconic energy flowing through and around it, allows Gabite to tap into a new level of power as it begins to burn with a ferocious evolutionary light, while transforming into the majestic pseudo-legendary Garchomp. Whilst looking worse for wear, there is an unmistakable aura of draconic power to Garchomp now, not dissimilar from Reggie, though while the Titan's leaks from its body, Garchomp holds its strength within, unleashing it through the newly learned move Outrage, as it begins literally swimming through Reggie massive beam attack to slam into it, creating an explosion that sees both dragons blown apart and sent hurtling to the ground unconscious. Hastily, Ash readies two Pokeballs, one to return Garchomp, another to bring out a replacement, though before he can do anything of the sort, Reggie lets out a mighty bellow, telling all assembled that its slow start is finished. Taking a step forward, the Reggie leader wastes no time in proving why it is supreme among its kind, as on Brandon's command, it unleashes a devastating Giga Impact aimed right at Reggie. Even though the Electric Titan is faster, dodging this initial pass, this does not matter, as it simply allows Reggie to cover more ground and build up more speed as it continues its pursuit until finally it surpasses its creation and slams into it in a showing of its seemingly limitless potential. In the face of such truly legendary power, Reggie cannot remain standing, and as it collapses beside Reggie, the father and son duo each lob a Pokeball and hold their breath. While in truth this takes no longer than usual, to Ash and Brandon it seems as though the balls rattle for an eternity, so that when they finally chime pleasantly and project digital stars in celebration, Ash can't help but leap into his stoic father's arms, cheering and screaming over and over again that they did it, while Brandon, having expected this reaction, decides to let his son indulge, as he couldn't be any more proud of him, and is confident Ash will do an amazing job raising Reggie. However, here Ash surprises his dad, as he holds the ball out to him, expressing that he really wants him to have the legend, and had always planned to give it to him. Beyond shock now, Brandon can't help but reflexively answer no, as he didn't defeat it, and even reminds Ash that Garchomp put everything it had into earning Ash that victory, so why would you want to deny his symbol of it? To this end, Ash stoically responds that he simply isn't ready to wield that kind of strength just yet, especially since the difference between where Ash is and where Brandon is in terms of strength was very clearly demonstrated by this tag match, as like he said, despite holding their own and doing everything they could, it still took all they had and more for him and Garchomp to pull off a win, and it was still a double knockout anyway. Meanwhile, his dad literally fought with a hand tied behind his back, and Reggie was still able to take down that crazy strong Reggie in one blow. So for now, Ash wants to keep working his way up the ladder until he's worthy of standing beside his dad as an equal, and when that day comes, he wants the knowledge that he did it without the shortcut of a legendary Pokemon. Stunned by this maturity, Brandon allows Ash to hand him the 6th Reggie, completing his collection, but filling his heart with pride as a father much more than as a trainer, as he thanks his son earnestly and pulls him into a hug. However, he does have one objection to this kind act, telling him that no adventurer worth their salt goes crawling around a dungeon or ancient temple and leaves empty-handed, so they'll be calling this a trade, seeing Ash's eyes light up at the prospect of getting one of his father's Pokemon. Sometime later, Ash and Brandon make their way to Freezington's Pokemon Center, which now stands in the shadow of the Battle Pyramid, as this is where everyone had agreed to rendezvous when their tasks were complete. Seeing that they're the last ones back, the father-son duo readily accept mugs of warm moo milk as they sit by the fire to swap stories, with Barry being very eager to regale them with his tale, not even pausing to elaborate on his lack of appropriate cold weather outfit, as according to Caitlyn, he's too dense to feel the cold. When Barry is done, Ash takes his turn recounting the events of their dungeon crawl, with Paul and Barry finding themselves engrossed at the discovery and challenge the boy speaks of. Though when Ash reaches the part where he successfully caught Reggie Drago, only to trade it away, both his rivals conclude that he must be either insane or criminally dumb. Thankfully, Paul has enough tact to hold his tongue, while Barry is borderline blowing up, now not as keen on bragging about the raid battle against a Gigantamaxed Pokemon, as this news has broken his brain, with the blonde demanding his best buddy at least reveal the Pokemon accepted in trade for a legendary. Sweat dropping, Ash complies, producing the ball of his 6th team member, and releasing Brandon's prestigious Relicanth. Ash traded away a legendary Titan for an old fish. Suddenly, Barry finds himself throttling Ash out of fury, as this is really the dumbest thing he's ever done. But saving himself from Barry's wrath, Ash sagely replies that every Pokemon is important in its own way, and what matters is their bonds, pleasing Brandon that his son understood the lesson, while Barry replies that bonds are all well and good, but not as good as legendary power. With a cheeky grin, Ash asks his friend if he wants to bet, and without thinking, Barry accepts, challenging Ash and Relicanth to a battle, with this soon seeing the two take up place in the battlefield of the Battle Pyramid. Cockily, Barry decides to hammer home just how stupid his friend is with his strongest Pokemon, producing Empoleon, while Relicanth quite calmly remains still in front of Ash on their side. As the match is called to begin, Barry's hot head sees him order Empoleon to take the first attack with a Bubble Beam, which as expected, does little in the way of damage to their fellow water type, though Barry cheers that will slow Relicanth down, as he next orders Empoleon to slide in and unleash an onslaught of Steel Wings that Relicanth and Ash seem either too slow or overwhelmed to retaliate against. Finally, Ash does give his first command, calmly telling the ancient fish to use Yawn, a non-damaging move, causing Barry to yell that it seems like Ash is throwing this match on purpose. Though still serene, the black-haired boy tells him it's quite the opposite, as he next instructs Relicanth to use Dive. Briefly, Barry wonders how the fish is meant to dive when there is no water in sight, though the answer comes soon enough, as by slapping its thick tail fin against the battlefield, it is able to propel itself high into the air, then with hitherto unseen speed, it begins to dive, plunging headfirst towards Empoleon, who in its drowsy state is too slow to dodge. What follows is something Barry cannot comprehend, as despite being an ineffective water move just like his Bubble Beam, this dive is enough to take Empoleon out in a single hit, seeing the blonde trainer look on in dumbfounded silence with his jaw on the floor, while Caitlyn as ref calls the match for Ash. Running onto the battlefield, Ash praises Relicanth for an amazing job, while a smiling Peony makes his way over to Barry to give him the explanation he needs so badly, as he reveals that Brandon has had that Relicanth for as long as he has known him, and even back then, it wasn't a Pokemon to be taken lightly, but now with so much more power and wisdom born of age, he's not entirely sure if he could beat it in a 1v1. While calling it impressive on Ash's part that he can get such a high-level Pokemon to listen to him. Speaking up now too, partially so Barry doesn't think he scammed his own son out of a legendary Pokemon, Brandon adds that this decision was also motivated because he doesn't get to use Relicanth much in his battle facility, so he's happy his old friend is getting a chance to go on more adventures with his son, even if he's fairly certain the old fish won't particularly care one way or the other, knowing it in its crotchety ways. This causes Barry to pout that he wishes his dad gave him an awesome Pokemon he trained personally, even offering Ash to trade his newest catch for it, causing Caitlyn to chide that he shortchanged his tune on Relicanth pretty fast, as the group will have a good laugh at Barry's expense, while he gets flustered and threatens to find them all trillions. We resume not long after we left, as following Barry's schooling at the hands and fins of Ash and his new Relicanth, the gang have decided to stay in the Crown Tundra for a bit, in order to use their downtime to take advantage of the intense environment for some hardcore training, despite Caitlyn pointing out how oxymoronic such a notion is. Regardless of contradictions, this time serves as an important moment for Ash to take stock while getting to know everything there is about his newest team members Electrode and Relicanth, as well as getting attuned to Garchomp and Zoroark's new forms, allowing him and his team's overall synchronicity to increase. For instance, through bonding with Electrode, he comes to find it very much as the spirit of a true guard Growlithe, as it is simultaneously eager to play, now that it has a dedicated trainer to give it affection and attention, but is also very protective, as its time as a booby trap for Hunter J now seems to Ash like something the Electrotype was doing not only out of a genuine appreciation for the art of standing guard, but possibly as merchandise itself, as with enough antics in training, Ash comes to learn that Electrode has the rare ability Aftermath, making it prone to still releasing small-scale detonations when it's exhausted or defeated, even though it does not know self-destruct or explosion. On the other hand, Relicanth is a much easier rhythm and ethos to learn, as his father summed things up fairly perfectly when it comes to longevity Pokemon. As per its classification and Brandon's description, the ancient fish is pretty much just a very crotchety old man, having made it this far in life serving as both a testament to its wisdom and tenacity, while also making it hard-headed and set in its ways. In simpler terms, a Pokemon with a disposition that could range from that of Ash himself to his dad when he's particularly stubborn or strict about something. In turn, this feeds Ash's confidence, as it serves as a reminder of his bond with his father, and a sign that the man will always have his back, and be there pushing him forward into the next challenge or adventure, no matter how far apart they are, or how old he may grow. Meanwhile, the aforementioned newly evolved duo of Garchomp and Zoroark have taken to sparring together, as with so much raw untapped power, they need all the strong training partners they can get while getting accustomed to the changes they've undergone, with this seeing Ash's other veteran team members such as Meltan and Chimchar working just as hard to help their companions, with this inspiring not only Barry and Caitlyn, but also Paul to help as well, with the purple-haired youth taking just as much advantage of the environment and training partners to continue building off what Brandon has taught him. This change in behaviour, while clear for all to see, is most obvious to Chimchar as a former teammate, with the Fire Monkey greatly approving and encouraging Paul in his efforts, even allowing him to command it during practice battles against Garchomp, with the two managing to control Blaze together as Chimchar and Ash did in their battle, giving Paul some closure in return for the closure said battle gave Chimchar. It is during one of these lively and active spars that something new is born, as in the midst of a double battle against Ash's Electrode and Chimchar, and Paul's Electabuzz and Magmar, the two sides suddenly realize their icy battlefield is actually someone's napping place, as thanks to all the heat they've generated, they accidentally melt all the snow a large white Aphroid Pokemon had been sleeping quite comfortably under, seeing it awaken crankily, as its large snow fro has been burned thanks to these interlopers. Taking the blame for this mistake, it is Chimchar who rushes up first to apologize to the fellow Simian Pokemon, seeing Ash and Paul call off their training bout, so Ash can get a burn heal from referee Samuel, but when he returns, things are quite chaotic, as now there is a lot more fire than before, as while the obviously ice-type Pokemon has calmed down and stopped going berserk from its burn, its Afro has taken on the appearance of a hellish snowman, which bears a searingly high-temperature flame as a nose rather than a carrot. This finally allows Ash to identify it as a Galarian Darmanitan, and a rather eccentric and carefree one at that, as it seems to find everyone's shock funny, as it attempts to spook Ash by flaring its flame nose when he steps in to apply the medicine, only to good-naturedly apologize after its prank, since it truly meant no harm. Following this, Darmanitan becomes fast friends with Chimchar, who as a fellow fire-type can certainly at least see the humour in their new friend's style of comedy, meaning Darmanitan winds up sticking around the group for a large portion of their stay in the tundra, clearly becoming endeared to Ash and his team. After a few days of this, Paul finally gives the ultimatum to go ahead and catch the happy-go-lucky gorilla, or he will, with Darmanitan showing its approval of the idea by excitedly beating the snowy ground in its chest, seemingly urging Ash to make it official already, with the young man happily doing so, expanding his team to 7. However, instead of having any form of dilemma or anguish over the choice he's now faced with as the trainer of more than 6 Pokemon, Ash just casually walks back over to referee Samuel to give him Chimchar's Pokeball, therefore putting in the possession of Ash's official sponsor Brandon, meaning that as soon as Darmanitan and Chimchar are split up, the two buddies are reunited, with Barry balking since Ash's home Pokemon storage being a literal flying pyramid is a loophole in the rules that's worth a life-changing amount of fines. Though Ash defends it's not as though he's always next to his house, so Barry should just quietly allow him to enjoy this while he can. Thanks to the trio-turned-quartet being inside the pyramid as they discuss all of this, they are privy to Brandon and Peony watching something rather intensely on TV, with it turning out to be an advert for the Sinnoh League's Lily of the Valley conference, which is apparently only 2 short weeks away. As a result, there isn't a lot of discussion between Master and Disciple before Brandon decides it's high time the group head back, for the sake of Paul being able to finish his gym challenge on time, and beyond this, the boys can't put off completing their Battle Frontier challenge forever, even if he does admire their dedication to preparation. Thus, though it means they'll have to part ways with Galar before they've truly explored its beauty, as well as from Peony, as he must attend to some family business as one of his daughters has just come home from boarding school on a sabbatical, the journey must continue on, with everyone saying a heartfelt goodbye to the orange-clad man. However, having come to look up to the Galarian explorer as a mentor of his own, Barry is the saddest to see Peony go, with his farewell understandably being the most passionate, promising to find the former champ if he doesn't come and visit them soon, while the master of the Dynamax band cheekily challenges Barry to hurry up and become a Frontier Brain already, so he can be the first to battle him for his symbol. And so with waves and warm smiles, our heroes board and take off in the battle pyramid, where a few hours later they find themselves crossing the border into Sinnoh near the battle tower, since Paul vehemently refuses to miss what will be the final battles of Ash and Barry's Frontier challenges one way or the other. Happy to be back home in spite of this dire reminder, Barry wastes no time in taking off when the pyramid lands, not even waiting for the entrance ramp to extend to the ground, instead simply sliding down the extending plank before switching to a run as he sprints into the battle tower, kicking up a cloud of dust which he goads Ash to eat. While Caitlyn in turn yells that he could have broken his neck by pulling a stunt like that, as she and Ash take off after him in a much safer fashion by simply teleporting. Thanks to quickly popping into the tower, they're treated to the sight of Barry reuniting with his dad as the pair share a hug, warming their hearts, before Ash is reminded he's acted too slow, since Barry confidently lays out his challenge to his dad while they embrace. Grinning widely, Palmer accepts, having apparently been awaiting this with as much anticipation as Barry has, with us soon seeing Ash, Caitlyn, Paul and Brandon in the stands, watching on as Barry and his father square off, while he is reminded of the rules of the battle tower, being a best of 3. As the Tower Tycoon, Palmer chooses his Pokemon first, with this being none other than the Pokemon he used against Brandon in their exhibition, Milotic, a wave Barry is more than happy to ride, as it means he can get his first win with his starter as he chooses Empoleon. Eyeing up the prideful penguin, Palmer praises that it's grown a lot from the little Piplup who used to chase Barry around the tower. He just hopes the same can be said of his son, with the boy in turn grinning that he's come a long way from that little kid who used to watch his dad battle. Now he's ready to face him as an equal. He then attempts to set the tempo by going first with Steel Wing. Though knowing his son well, Palmer perfectly predicts Barry's desire to start off fast, and so makes a move to slow him down by having Milotic unleash a powerful Icy Wind, that after all that time in a tundra Barry nearly mistakes for a blizzard. However, in a testament to his growth and mile-a-minute thinking, he does not freeze, but instead adapts, converting their Steel Wing attack into a Steel Wing shield to stave off the worst of this, before retaliating with Bubble Beam to use the same strategy against his father. Unfortunately, this is unwise for a multitude of reasons, such as Milotic's shared water typing and serpentine body allowing it to resist and avoid the stream of high-pressure bubbles easily, but mostly because the use of this special-based move is the requirement needed for Milotic to activate a Mirror Coat, which allows it to coil around Empoleon's attack, before reflecting it back with a bit of springiness from its body for extra force, once again forcing a use of Steel Wing to defend. Thankfully, Barry was not bluffing about having learned a lot, as drawing on his companion's analytical frame of thinking, he realizes that Empoleon's other moves can't trigger Mirror Coat, and so goes back to his first instinct of wanting to get in close, having Empoleon combine all its high-level moves in Peck, Steel Wing and Aqua Jet to help close the distance, with this high-level combination proving effective in allowing Empoleon to slide in and approach without fear of Milotic's Scald and Icy Wind attacks, as thanks to the coating of water, armament of steel and cutting power of the Emperor Penguin's sharp beak, Milotic is unable to either burn or slow them down. To add to this, each blow carries the damage of 3 moves in one, making every landed hit a significant one, driving Milotic back and forcing it to regain its footing so to speak, leaving it open for a follow-up attack that Barry is happy to provide, putting his hasty nature to good use as he does not let up for a second, until finally Milotic is left exhausted and unable to battle. As his first win is declared, Barry almost can't believe it. For a moment there, after all the setbacks and mistakes in his journey, he'd truly begun to wonder if maybe he was just a side character in the story of cooler and smarter people like Ash and Caitlyn. But right here, right now, this is his story, and he's the main character. Wanting to celebrate this with the gusto it deserves, he and Empoleon high-five and strike matching confident poses, promising to keep the train rolling by getting a second win in a row to earn a flawless victory over the Tower Tycoon. Palmer in turn can only respond to this boast with boisterous laughter, as while he is proud of Barry, that doesn't mean he's gonna let the kid win, since then he'd get a big head. To this end, his next choice is one Barry will not have such an easy time knocking off its feet, the Titanic tank Rhyperior. Seeing the hulking beast of his father's team sporting its shiny solid rock armor, Barry can't help but gulp audibly as he may have used Empoleon a bit early, but even so, the plan ain't about to change, since his newest team member is ready to make its debut, as he calls out a large rocky creature that bears a hefty load of burning coal on its back, which Caitlyn and Paul identify for Ash as the colossal Barry caught when they went on the max raid with Peony. For a moment, Ash doesn't speak, then as a small smile forms in his face, he wishes his rival luck, excited to see what Relicanth's equivalent can accomplish in this battle. With the start of match 2 called, father and son once again start off in nearly identical ways, as Palmer calls for an earthquake and Barry for a scald, with this seeing Palmer's Rocky Titan stomp hard, causing the ground to shake violently. The spikes of earth begin shooting out of the field and racing towards Barry's side, while at the same time, Colossal's Scald bursts forward, its heat and water pressure clearing away about half of the spikes, reducing the oncoming damage and causing the battlefield to fog up, greatly hampering Palmer and Rhyperior's ability to see. Gloatingly, Barry calls this his own version of Sandstorm, having always been a fan of the move from watching Rhyperior do it as a kid, and just like Sandstorm, this move is part of a combo that's going to take his dad down. He then calls for a barrage of tar shots, using the cover of the steam to prevent Rhyperior from dodging, as it does not know which direction they're coming from, seeing the drill Pokemon soon coated in gunky flammable goo, as Colossal closes in unimpeded, even slipping past the Ice Punch Palmer orders as a defensive maneuver by lobbing some of its coal into the air, resulting in the Tower Tycoon jumping the gun and allowing Barry to bring his carefully laid plan to fruition, as he orders a Heat Crash, which slams home without any resistance, resulting in a massive explosion that the blonde boy hopes will be enough to end things thanks to Tar Shot doubling the power of his Fire-type move. However, when the smoke clears, there Rhyperior stands, remains, blackened by the soot of the explosion, but undeniably still conscious, and with Colossal in such close range now, there is little it can do to avoid the rock ground type's next attack, a quite effective earthquake. Desperately, Barry cries for a rock polish in the hopes this will boost Colossal's speed enough to avoid the attack, but it is entirely too late, as the quaking of the ground stuns Colossal and leaves it vulnerable for Hyperia to place a hand onto its chest in a gesture of recognition for its strength and endurance, though this is not to say it will show any mercy, as a moment later, the draw Pokemon unleashes a point-blank Rock Wrecker that takes out the Fire Rock type, tying up the match at 1 win apiece. In spite of its loss, Barry praises Colossal, stating that it more than proved itself worthy of the battle frontier, returning it to its ball, while at the same time feeling the pressure rising. This next match is his last chance, as depending on how it goes, he will either achieve his lifelong dream of becoming a frontier brain, or he will fall at the final hurdle, and all his struggles will have been for nothing. Perhaps due to reading his mind, or simply because she cannot pass up an opportunity to scorn Barry, Caitlyn chooses that moment to pipe up, stating that she told him using his newest capture wouldn't work out with only a week or two of solid training, before adding that she had suggested to use Chatot. This in turn sees the duo descend into their most heated argument yet, until Brandon tells them to stop, reminding them both that there is a battle going on. Strangely enough, this serves to ease Barry's mind in exactly the way he needs, since it's a reminder that win or lose, the sun is going to rise tomorrow, and he and Caitlyn are going to bicker like Lillipup and Glameow. With this in mind, he decides to bet all his hopes and dreams on Shogun as his pick for match 3, since he already knows his father's final Pokemon is going to be Dragonite, so he might as well mirror his typing one last time. As the final bout is called to begin, Barry wastes no time calling for Draco Meteor, since it's his and Shogun's best weapon in this match, and its first use will be the most surprising and powerful. Thanks to this, Palmer and Dragonite are actually caught off guard, with the Orange Dragon taking several strikes from a few of the Draconic asteroids, before Palmer responds by having Dragonite boost its power and speed with Dragon Dance, allowing it to evade and fly away from the very worst of Shogun's attack. This is bad news for Barry, as Draco Meteor comes at the cost of weakening the user, meaning Shogun will now have to fight with reduced power while Dragonite's is heightened. Not that the boy is complaining, as he cheers out to his dad that he really is the coolest guy ever, and that he's glad he doesn't have to find him for going easy on him. Grinning, Palmer replies that he wouldn't dream of it. Barry worked hard to get where he is, and deserves the same challenge as any opponent, so while he loves his son dearly, he will not disrespect him with anything less than his all, even if that means crushing his dreams. He then attempts to make good on this promise with a barrage of fire and thunder punches that Shogun is forced to either endure or attempt to protect against, while using the brief moments between the Flying Drake swoops to launch as many Draco Meteors as it can. However, with only 4 uses of the move left, this is a desperate strategy made worse by the fact that each usage further weakens Shogun, to the point where soon Dragonite doesn't even bother to dodge, as their damage is negligible. Then, when the last set of meteors is launched, Dragonite strikes back with a super effective move of its own, Outrage. Though unlike the one Garchomp used, this one comes in the form of a brutal pitch as Dragonite grabs the falling stones, recharges them with Draconic Energy, and lobs them back at Shogun, for much fiercer damage than they would have done against the Dragon Flyer. Desperately, Barry begs Shogun to manifest one last Protect, even though they have used it so many times already, though unfortunately, this fails, only succeeding in trapping Shogun in a dome that suddenly implodes on the second stage pseudo-legendary, at which point Palmer's referee, as any reasonable person would, prepares to call the match in the Tower Tycoon's favor. However, before he can, the blonde-haired father and son cry out in unison, stealing Brandon's favorite word and rebuking the ref, as they see something brewing in the smoke. Then suddenly, as a mighty roar reverberates through the battle tower, a large red and blue creature rises from the dust and debris, having achieved its primal goal of taking to and conquering the skies as a fearsome Salamence. Shocked that Lady Luck decided to smile just as soon as she frowned, Barry doesn't give up hope, now willing to fight with Incinerate alone. However, with its special attack power gone, Salamence's natural instinct is of course to use its new stronger body, going so far as to manifest a new move to replace Headbutt by focusing all its power into its claws, resulting in them beginning to glow and extend for a dangerous looking Dragon Claw. Thanks to Dragonite having used Outrage, it can think of nothing but meeting this fellow Drake in a clash. However, for once in this battle, cooler heads prevail, as with a clean flourish that both Derek and Peony would be proud of, Barry orders Salamence to suck its wings in and dive, forcing Dragonite's attack to miss as a result of the change in pace, and leaving the Orange Dragon open to be slashed critically across its soft underbelly with Dragon Claw, knocking it out of the sky and sending it skidding across the ground face first, while Salamence is just barely able to come to a halt and stand up, seeing Barry declared the winner and ending his Battle Frontier run in triumph. For once, Barry is too stunned to speak, though his father quickly snaps him out of it by running up to him and pulling him into another hug, yelling loudly at how proud he is of him, and asking his referee to go and call Scott immediately. Getting his bearing back as his friends soon join them on the battlefield, and Salamence stomps over menacingly, only to nuzzle lovingly against him, Barry is still a bit too dazed to answer immediately, when his dad asks him the same question the Frontier Chairman will: would he like to become a Frontier Brain? Looking to Caitlyn and Ash, Barry is filled with more confidence and self-esteem than he's ever felt before, because he can see that his friends clearly believe he is ready for this, and so with a broad smile, he happily tells his dad that he will become a Frontier Brain. Needless to say, after such a momentous occasion and tough battle, everyone wants to celebrate and give both Palmer and Barry's team a chance to rest, with a big dinner and party quickly being arranged. Thankfully, having exhausted himself mentally and emotionally, Barry passes out with a belly full of food before his head can get too big, with Caitlyn taking a moment to make fun of his sleeping habits for once. Though sadly, Ash isn't really able to enjoy these jokes, since he is busy preparing for his own match to take on Palmer in the morning, since Barry's showing really fired him up, as now more than ever, he bears a similar intensity and focus to Brandon's, as if he has closed in on a treasure he's been seeking all his life. Obviously curious about this, his companions approach him around dawn the following morning to ask which Pokemon he's using and what his strategy may be, with his focus only breaking then and there, as he is all too happy to let them in on his plot, quite casually and matter-of-factly replying that he intends to use his 3 newest captures, as they've not had a chance to have a Frontier battle yet, and this is their last chance. Subsequently, Caitlyn, Barry, and Paul once again find themselves questioning how someone so seemingly insane was raised by the disciplined and pragmatic Brandon. Nevertheless, nothing they say is able to sway Ash, so that a few hours later, just before noon, when Ash stands before Palmer, who once again calls out his Milotic to start off the best of 3, Ash truly does answer it with Electrode. Thanks to having watched yesterday, Ash has a decent read on Palmer's battling style, so when he opens with Icy Wind again in the hope of reducing Electrode's speed, it is not surprising, with the boy calmly calling for one of the rare moves Electrode knows in Curse, further dropping its speed as it surges with power that buffs its attack and defense. Drawing inspiration from his son, Palmer changes tack to a Scald, and while it does fog up the battlefield, it does not achieve a burn, with Ash using the steam cover to his advantage as he calls for another Curse. Seeing that Ash is not moving, Palmer takes the initiative, having Milotic use its lithe body to dash around the battlefield, peppering its foe with more Scalds that continue doing damage, while Ash sticks to his guns, having Electrode repeatedly curse itself. Finally, when its attack and defense are at their maximum, but its health is dwindling from all the hot water it's been sprayed with, Ash at last goes on the attack, calling for Gyro Ball, a move he learned the effectiveness of from Thornton way back at the start of his journey, and which thanks to Electrode's severely cut speed hits like a truck, causing the ensuing Scald to bounce right off it as it strikes Milotic and sends it skidding along the battlefield. However, refusing to go down so easily, Palmer tells his friend to use Recover, seeing some of its strength returned, though this is nothing to the revitalization Electrode receives as it uses Rest to fully recover, before waking immediately on Ash's cry, thanks to its alert nature and guard Growlithe disposition. Now back at full health and possessing massive boosts to its physical strength, the ball Pokemon is ready to rumble, with Ash calling for what will certainly be the final move of the match, having devised this moveset by watching how Reggie fought. This move is none other than Supercell Slam, seeing Electrode wreathe itself in condensed electricity as it rolls and bounces to squash Milotic despite its technically slowed state, with this resulting in the water type taking enough volts to knock out a Copperaja, and thus giving Ash the first win in a spectacularly efficient fashion. Not all too surprised at Brandon's son being capable of something like this, Palmer is undeterred when he calls out Dragonite next, at which point Ash chooses Darmanitan. Despite the fact that he and Dragonite are now faced with an opponent who can deal quite effective damage, neither the Tower Tycoon nor his dragon show any fear, attempting to take control of the battle thanks to stacking 2 Dragon Dances, as Darmanitan is ordered to use the inaccurate Blizzard and Fire Blast. When these both miss, Palmer grins that he'll show Ash what true firepower is, striking the regional variant with a pair of super effective fire punches that force it into Zen mode. However, this is all part of Ash's plan, and the final step to him winning the battle frontier, as thanks to its time in the Crown Tundra, Darmanitan has mastered the move Snowscape, seeing the room rapidly cool despite all the heat Darmanitan produces with its flame nose, while also slowing Dragonite down and giving it no choice but to try and defend from whatever is coming next. Though, try as it might, there is simply no stopping Blizzard in these conditions, with the battle coming to an end ridiculously quickly as an undodgeable Blizzard Barrage downs Dragonite after 3 successive hits, meaning Ash has won 2 out of 3, and with it, his Tower Print. Turning back to his friends, Ash then answers the question that had been asking that morning, stating that while his new teammates are fresh, they are also all perfectly suited for defeating Palmer, as Milotic is weak to electric moves, while Dragonite and Rhyperior are quad weak to ice and water respectively, meaning even if Darmanitan had been defeated, he had full faith Relicanth could pull off a win. Suddenly, a new voice calls this very clever team composition as Scott steps into view, having made his way to the battle tower both to congratulate Barry as well as to watch Ash's battle in hopes of seeing the same thing. But he guesses he was too late, joking he should have expected nothing less from Brandon's kid. Smiling gratefully, Ash addresses the Frontier boss's earlier comment about team comp, revealing something he only realized the other day. His current on-hand squad is comprised of normal, rock, ice, steel, dragon, and electric, meaning that as of now, even if he doesn't have any of his own, he's assembled the 6 types of the Reggies, so in a way, his team should be as good as his dad's from a purely structural lens. Having a hunch he knows where the boy is going with this, Scott tells him to elaborate, with Ash not disappointing, as he states that he doesn't want to accept Scott's offer to join the Battle Frontier alongside Barry. At least, not yet. Instead, he wants to gamble it all on a full 6v6 with his father, no longer wanting to just be any Frontier brain. He wants to be the Frontier champion, a challenge Brandon welcomes. Our story resumes a mere 10 days after Ash beat Tower Tycoon Palmer in order to complete his Frontier challenge. Now we find him, along with Barry and Caitlyn in the Kanto region, as this has been the place Ash had chosen as the site of his and his dad's battle, specifically the Bolted Deadlock Ruins, since this is where he met Meltan, and the two became partners. So if this is to be the end of this particular journey, he can think of no better place for it than where it all began. And so it is that after parting ways with Paul and even dropping off in Sunnyshore's City to challenge for his final badge, the Battle Pyramid had made its way to a scarcely explored area of one of Kanto's Sevi Islands which houses the ruins, with Ash being granted all the time he needs to prepare, as both Scott and Brandon agree that they want the boy at his best. Making the most of this, Ash decides to spend this time relaxing, exploring and playing with his Pokemon team, sometimes even going off with all 7 of them so they can delve the depths of the ruins, now having the confidence and proficiency to lead an expedition all his own rather than relying on Brandon, with he and his friends traversing the Chrome Pokemon's ancient labyrinth of a home with the skill of seasoned adventurers. It is in these expeditions that Ash has what he perceives as the most fun and meaningful moments with those precious to him, such as the time he spends reminiscing with Meltan about their first meeting, and how the Hexnut slime helped him find his way over the ruins when he first got lost, when Barry joins him for a trip through the ruins, only to spend the whole time sulking about Ash always showing him up, even doing so now by challenging the freaking Pyramid King, instead of becoming a Frontier brain with him when they're supposed to be rivals. Thankfully, once he has gotten that grievance off his chest, Barry reverts to being more than supportive of his best buddy, offering to help him train, with it not taking long before Caitlyn joins in, both for the practice battles and the excursions, with it being just like old times as the trios explore battle and camp under the stars. However, even with this familiarity, Caitlyn can't help but note how much has changed, with the most notable shift being in Ash, as through her telepathic gifts, she can see his psychic aura, which is now so much like Brandon's, having lost that sparkle of a novice, but in its place gained a bright core that radiates strength and wisdom. This is the aura of a king waiting to ascend. After their fair share of exploring, Caitlyn and Barry decide to head back up to the Battle Pyramid, since the two of them have had more than their fill of ruins, unlike Ash, who has come to enjoy the area as much as Meltan, going so far as to suggest building his own battle facility here. As they go, Ash asks his friends to deliver a message to Scott and his dad that tomorrow is the day so they should get ready. In a voice of mature concern, Caitlyn advises Ash to do likewise, stating that a good night's sleep in particular is important on the eve of any battle, with Barry shockingly echoing her sentiment rather than teasing her, as both want to do all they can to help Ash win. However, in spite of this advice, Ash and his partner are simply too excited to sleep, and so decide instead to keep vigil in the lowest chamber of the Bolted Deadlock Ruins, whilst chatting the night away, with this proving beneficial, as shortly before the sun is set to rise on the new day, the duo discover something that excites them both to no end. A few hours later, as the early morning sun filters through the Battle Pyramid's windows, Barry, Caitlyn, and Chimchar watch as father and son find themselves squaring off for a full 6-on-6 battle, in which Scott has insisted he will referee. Using his position as the official for the match and the owner of the Battle Frontier, the glasses-clad battle fanatic gives Ash one last chance to back down, since a loss here means no job as a Frontier brain, with the man even looking to the boy's father to see if he has any last-minute hesitance in helping his son possibly throw away an amazing opportunity. But as expected, the king's visage remains stoic, while in turn, Ash pleases both his father and Scott by standing firm, stating the risks are more than worth the reward, just like any treasure hidden in a mysterious dungeon or ancient ruin. So even if he doesn't get this job, the world's gonna keep on turning, and his journey will continue nevertheless. With boisterous laughter that shows that father and son share more than just willpower and spirit, Brandon encourages Ash's words as well said, thereby giving him no more chances to back out, as he announces the format of this battle will be a triple battle, like in Caitlyn's castle, with Ash knowing exactly who his dad's opening trio will be. As expected, Brandon then calls forth Regirock, Registeel, and Regice, wanting to see how his son will fare against Pokemon who not only acted as pillars of his own frontier brain dreams and sense of adventure, but who have also been fixtures of Ash's life since infancy, to the point where there are almost parental figures to the boy. However, once more, Ash does not disappoint, as instead of faltering at having to face the legendary trio, he instead grins that he's been dreaming about this very matchup for as long as he can remember. He then unveils his own choices, and while he'd originally planned to match each individual Reggie type for type in single battles for a series of mirror matches, if his journey has taught him anything, it's that such stiff and inflexible strategy won't work, so he needs to adapt to the situation at hand and maximize his team's strength, as well as use the benefit of this battle style to his advantage, specifically capitalizing on his Pokemon's synchronicity in a way he couldn't if it were a single battle. To this end, he chooses Relicanth, Electrode, and Mentorship, a seemingly ragtag group in comparison to Brandon's legendary bunch, but one Ash has immense faith in. As soon as the original three Titans and Relicanth make eye contact, a noticeable yet wholly mysterious pressure begins to exude from both sides of the battlefield, as Relicanth for the first time seems interested in the assignment Ash is ahead of it, its usually cranky attitude becoming more serious and driven in the face of Brandon's Regice, which in turn signals to the usually goofy and fun-loving Darmanitan, as well as the vigilant Electrode, that this has officially become a veteran's battlefield right off the bat, so the whippersnappers had better follow its lead if they want to stand a chance. In contrast, despite their seemingly inorganic and inscrutable nature, Ash, having grown around them, can read the Reggies like a book, with it being plain to him through the beeps, boops, and warbles the trio produce, as well as the different patterns and codes they blink with their eyes. There is a distinct wariness among the Titans at having to face Relicanth. Evidently curious, Ash asks his dad the story behind this, with Brandon recounting a tale from 20 years ago when he discovered the necessity for a Relicanth in locating and challenging the three Titans, and how in that time, when training to conquer them, Relicanth developed a rather fierce rivalry with the trio. Even after he caught them, the fish subjected the golems to many exceedingly rough battles, with it taking about a decade or so for it to fully call a truce, thanks to its stubborn refusal to accept change. That's why he very rarely kept them around one another, and it's why, though before he can finish this thought, an irritable Barry cries out for the duo to start the battle already, where he's gonna find them, since they can tell all the stories they want afterwards. Though everyone assembled sweat drops at how rudely it was said, none can disagree with the sentiment, with Scott giving the signal to begin the match, and Brandon offering his son and challenger the honor of kicking things off, believing his best course of action is to lie in wait and counter Ash's moves, rather than waste his and his Pokemon's energy needlessly. To this end, he watches as Ash calls for his trio to form up and charge in for an onslaught of Dive, Gyro Ball, and Superpower on Regice, having immediately deemed it both the weakest link in the Reggie's defensive front, as well as one of Brandon's potentially most devastating attackers. While at first glance, Ash's strategy seems crude and unimaginative, it is actually rather well calculated, as each move builds off and supports the others, in a dangerous symbiosis made clear by Relicanth taking the lead, despite being vastly outpaced by Electrode, as by using Dive to cleave through the battlefield, it creates a trench leading straight to Brandon's side of the field, which Electrode can roll down like a marble on a track, increasing the speed and accuracy of the high gamble move. Meanwhile, Darmanitan proves itself just as integral to the strategy, acting as the hammer to launch Electrode, so that it is less a marble and more a cannonball, completely negating the speed claws of Gyro Ball, and allowing the Electro type to surge forward with devastating speed and power. Noting approvingly, Brandon praises this ingenuity to the point of even allowing Ash to carry out his combo move, at least for the most part, as having battled Caitlyn in the past and learned about triple and rotation battles, the Pyramid King employs a tactic from the ladder, having Regice and Regirock trade positions, as the rock type is better equipped to take this hit, and even retaliate by grappling Electrode against its stony body, before using superpower to ensure it can't speed away, while Regice uses its own curse to immediately begin shoring up the perceived weakness and defense Ash wanted to exploit. Though this is not the worst of it, as having up until this part remained mostly inert, Registeel leaps into action on its trainer's command, diabolically extending its metallic fingers into Electrode like syringes, and suddenly pumping it full of liquid mercury that badly poisons the electric type. Seeing no other option, Ash simply tells his guard orb to hang tough and start using curse itself, though as he and his team will soon learn, Brandon's assault is not about to let up long enough for Electrode to do anything of the sort, as continuing with the age-old strategy of divide and conquer, Brandon orders all three Reggies to combine their strength into an ancient power that sees a massive salvo of boulders and fossils manifest in the air and lobbed at Relicanth and Darmanitan in order to keep them away. Due to Darmanitan's ice typing, this is super effective, with the Arctic Ape being forced to disengage and even use superpower to bat away and catch a few of the rocks hurled towards it, while Relicanth continues diving and swimming its trench through the ground, ever so carefully working its way close thanks to Darmanitan's distraction, until finally it surfaces just under Regirock, slipping between it and Electrode and freeing the electric type. Eager to pay its teammate back for this rescue, Electrode unleashes its stored up power in the form of a Supercell Slam, which ripples outwards, striking all three legendary Titans for considerable damage. Seeing how much energy this move is expended, Ash next tells Electrode to use Rest, letting Relicanth roll it back towards their side of the field, though proving they are far from out of the fight, the Titanic trio suddenly perform a seemingly impossible trick by creating a pyramid, with Regirock and Registeel each taking one of the lighter Regice's arms in order to launch it up onto their respective shoulders. This is not only for show, however, as now their ally is off the ground, the Rock and Steel type unleash a joint Earthquake, which tears up the ground, evidently in the pursuit of a knockout or 3. Thankfully, Ash has a plan, having Darmanitan quickly cover its allies' escape with a powerful Snowscape, which narrowly manages to obscure Relicanth jumping with Electrode out of the trench to dodge the combo attack, while Darmanitan ambitiously rolls the fossils it caught earlier into snowballs, which are hurled back at the Reggies for another impromptu attack. Unfortunately, Ash isn't the only one who can snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, and so from its position atop the Titan Pyramid, Brandon has Regice unleash an avalanche empowered by Snowscape that seems to overwhelm Darmanitan and its army of loaded snowballs, with both all too quickly being buried beneath the snowy deluge. Meanwhile, having completed its task of rescuing the still sleeping Electrode, Relicanth now takes the role of main attacker back, summoning its own ancient power, which in contrast to the joint one mustered by the 3 legendaries, appears as a stampede of ethereal extinct Pokemon that charge to overwhelm the Reggies, seeing all 3 desperately combine their power once again to try and match the original Titan Slayer. This results in Relicanth achieving an Omni boost to all its stats, while on the opposing side, Regirock receives the same, with this prompting another formation change, this time into a wedge, with the Rock type at its point, as suddenly, Brandon shifts his battle style to a proactive one, ordering the trio to continue using ancient power until they run out and overwhelm Relicanth, though here it is age before beauty that Brandon and his legend should be worried about, as at that moment, the battlefield heats up as sparks fly through it, signifying Electrode has awoken and Darmanitan has achieved its Zen mode. In celebration of this, Ash seemingly repeats the plan to gang up on one of the Reggies in hopes of breaking the trio's unity, with a Fire Blast being intended to roast Regice and Steel, if not for the current formation already being perfect for having Regirock tank the burning Kanji. However, when the Rock Golem goes to snuff out the flames, it quickly finds itself catching a large round object, which sends it crashing back into its brethren, as it's revealed to be none other than a frozen Electrode, who had hidden in the heart of Darmanitan's blast as a secret of second explosive, with the slyness of the trick causing the orb to smirk deviously as it shatters its icy shell with Supercell Slam, and in the process, takes one for the team, as its energy finally gives out, triggering a point-blank aftermath explosion, which hits all 3 of the tightly packed Reggies, blowing them apart. Following this gambit, Brandon's golems are still and silent, with Ash barely able to contain himself at the thought that he actually took out 3 of his dad's strongest Pokemon at once. That is until a chorus of beeps and flashes signify that all 3 are still able to battle, with Brandon demonstrating this, as he orders combined ancient power before Ash can sub in a replacement for Electrode. However, it seems Relicanth has something to say about this, as it meets the move with its own again in a fitting deadlock of equal power, which causes Barry's jaw to drop to the floor in further disbelief that Brandon's tall tales about the fish were all true. Meanwhile, Darmanitan attempts to establish its own legend, as it adds to the stampede of primordial rock energy on Ash's side with a chilling blizzard so cold it almost seems to burn, while burying the 3 Titans' stubby legs in snowy slush to slow them down and enable Ash's swap. Considering the conditions of the battlefield, there is only one choice, with Ash summoning Zoroark, who takes well to the frigid climate, as it resembles the ancient Hisuian tundra that once served as the Baneful Fox's home. On Scott's call to begin again, Brandon wastes little time in having the Reggies regroup, but instead of waiting for Ash to attack and set himself up, the Pyramid King takes the offensive this time, seeing him suddenly order Registeel to cut a path with Heavy Slam that its brethren can follow behind, even helping to propel it by each grabbing an arm and slinging the Steel type forward, so that when it comes in for impact, it is with enhanced speed and force. However, here Ash steals his dad's battle style right back, as he waits for Registeel to get close before ordering a combo attack of Fire Blast from Darmanitan, while having Zoroark use that move whose name he'd never known until his father recently revealed it to him, Bitter Malice. As a result, the red flames spewed at Registeel's charging form are suddenly transformed into ghostly black ones that actually burn cold, resulting in a chaotic shifting between extreme temperatures that threatens to either burn or freeze the living mass of metal due to its high conductivity. To make matters worse for Brandon, Ash then has Relicanth join in with a yawn, though it is not aimed at Registeel, but instead at the blazing Kanji. As being a concentrated gust of wind, it serves to feed the flames, making them larger and stronger, to the point where they are more powerful than even a legendary Titan can endure, with Registeel being engulfed in black flames and promptly deemed unable to battle. Returning the Titan of Steel to its ball, Brandon shocks everyone by choosing not to make a substitution, instead accepting a 2v3, since he believes that as it stands, despite the seeming disadvantage, it is in the best interest of his second squad that he leaves them all equally fresh. Accepting this decision, Scott orders the battle to resume, with Ash doing all he can to break through the other 2 walls of his father's fortress-like battle style. Thankfully, his time with Barry has provided Ash the much-needed scope of view to see that he shouldn't be reckless, as even with the numbers advantage, the odds are still stacked against him, so for now he'll play it smart, ordering a repeat of the new Yawning Bitter Blast combo on the likes of Regice, who surely will be downed by it as well after the prolonged battle. However, refusing to make the same mistake twice, Brandon has Regirock position itself between the creepy flames and its icy brother, allowing Regice to easily slide past it through the quick melting slush to unleash a devastating avalanche empowered by the now fading effects of Snowscape. As the only member of Ash's team able to react without breaking up the attack now holding Regirock back, it falls to Relicanth to defend the younger fighters with Ancient Power, which sees both it and Regice struck hard, hampering the loose formation of both sides, and revealing to Ash all too late the invitation to engage in a 3v2 was a trap, as once the combo move employed against it begins to falter, Regirock resumes pouncing into the fray, and slams itself into Regice and Relicanth, resulting in a large pile-up with Darmanitan and Zoroark as well. Having Ash's Pokemon right where he wants them, Brandon then knows the Rock Titan to finish things off with an explosion, in a mirror of Ash's earlier move with Electrode, which sees the battlefield suddenly transformed into a shaking white void that for a moment has no sound, only for it all to return a split second later in a huge boom, as the psionic barriers protecting the trainers and spectators make themselves known, in protest to containing the force of the blast. When visibility returns, it is absolutely no shock that the battlefield has been cleared, as while Regirock and Ice are down, so too are Relicanth and Darmanitan, the likes of Zoroark actually being nowhere to be seen to Ash's great worry. That is until the shadowy fox reconstitutes itself from the wayward smoke of the explosion floating around Ash's side, a clearly shell-shocked expression on its pale face, despite the fact a normal type move like explosion can't actually harm it. Seriously, Brandon asks his son how he's enjoying the battle so far, as Ash returns his downed Pokemon, now brought to his last 3, with the only reason he doesn't have just 2 being the fact that he was lucky enough to have a ghost type on the field. Nonetheless, Ash earnestly replies that this is the most intense battle ever, so obviously he's having the time of his life. Taking on Regice, Regirock, and Registeel all at once was a dream come true he wouldn't trade for anything, and now he gets to face Regieleki, Regidrago, and even Regigigas. Seeing his son's delight, Brandon smiles warmly, unable to disagree, and once again nothing but proud Ash is pushing himself to be his best, and so not wanting to deny him the challenge he craves, the Pyramid King brings forth his remaining golems, with Regidrago and Regieleki being tasked with guarding Regigigas, as Brandon informs Ash that this has now become a test of the bonds he's formed with his newest legends as well. In response to this, Ash readies his last 2 Pokeballs, instantly calling for Garchomp, since it has prior experience in nearly this exact situation and has come to work well with Zoroark. This is a choice Brandon praises, though he does admit that Ash likely made a mistake by attempting to go into this battle matching him type for type, since had he used Chimchar rather than Darmanitan, he could have taken advantage of Registeel and Regice's shared fire weakness far sooner, and pairing it with Meltan, and especially his strongest Pokemon in Garchomp, would have given him a way to better have his Pokemon synergize to cover one another's weakness, and put pressure on his first team of Titans. However, Ash respectfully disagrees with his dad, stating his assessment would be entirely correct if not for 2 important factors. First, the 3 original Regis no longer serve the same role as the cornerstone and shared aces of his dad's team, as they did back when he rounded out the rest of his squad with Pokemon like Solrock, Dusknoir, Ninjask, and of course Relicanth. Now he is the king of the Regis, with a team built around supporting his new ace, which is Regigigas. At this accusation, Brandon likely smirks, having known Ash would easily figure this out from his time battling alongside and serving as a guard for the continent-moving Titan. But curious, he asks what his son's other reason to refute his assessment is. Smiling wider as he clutches his final Pokeball tight, Ash simply responds that the second flaw is that Garchomp is no longer his strongest Pokemon, as he orders his starter to come out and join him. Though what emerges from the ball is not the goopy little hexnut-headed runt Ash began his journey with. We suddenly find ourselves back at the night before, as Ash and Meltan are excitedly waiting for the morning. However, just as they're beginning to feel the lateness of the hour, something glints off the small campfire Chimchar had lit for them, something golden, which disappears a moment later, making Ash wonder if it was just a trick of the light. Even so, Meltan excitedly takes off after it, warbling for Ash to hurry up and follow, with the chase quickly becoming a hard one for Ash, as he can't move anything like his buddy, who squeezes through small crevices and other surfaces with ease. Nonetheless, Ash manages to keep up, until finally reaches a dead end, where he finds Meltan having cornered another Meltan, which upon seeing him warbles in a much more fearful tone than Ash's did before slipping into a crack in the wall and disappearing. Unable to walk away from such a mystery, Ash asks Meltan if it knows a way to follow the other Meltan, though he is certainly not expecting the solution his partner comes up with, that being a thunderbolt which strikes the wall and causes the entire ruin to shake as dust falls heavy upon the pair. Coughing slightly, Ash praises that his buddy's gotten really strong, though he is quickly struck dumb when he sees what's on the other side of the hole Meltan has just made in the wall, a secret room that is absolutely filled to the brim with Meltan, who seem to be cowering and crowding away from Ash in particular. In contrast, Ash's Meltan is happy to see these others, greeting them with no trepidation and trying to introduce them to its trainer, with this going a long way to ease the other strange steel types' minds, as they just as quickly lose all interest in Ash and begin to completely focus on his Meltan, giving him the distinct impression that tonight isn't the first time they've watched the two of them from a distance since their return here. it is actually during this reunion that Ash notices a stark difference between his Meltan and the other 300 currently crowded around it in awe, as it's not only a lot bigger, but also seems to be a lot more confident and stronger than its fellows. Though as a trained Pokemon, this isn't exactly a shock. However, what literally is the sudden buzzing of electricity amongst the Meltan community, as if the group are communicating and deliberating about something, only to stop and look expectantly at Ash's Meltan, having come to a decision, at least as far as Ash can tell, though before they act, they want the consent of their prodigal son. For a moment, Meltan seems to weigh its options, even turning to Ash for guidance, though when it sees its trainer's smile, which notes an unwavering faith in the steel type, it looks back to the others and gives a resolute nod. Back in the present, we see the result of this decision, that being the absorption of the other Meltan, causing it to evolve into something entirely different, Melmetal, a hulking steely behemoth standing nearly as tall as Regigigas. Seeing Ash's play, Brandon at last understands that his goal was always to save his oldest and strongest Pokemon for the back half, since that way, he would have the experience advantage, while Brandon would be using his newer Reggies. Truthfully, the Pyramid King is impressed, as on top of being a cunning and bold strategy, it also required patience and forethought to carry out, two traits he's pleased to see his son has mastered during his time away, so now the only question is who can bring the most out of their Pokemon in this final clash. Giving his son a proud smile, Brandon offers him the first move once again, something Ash is happy to accept, as he attempts to adapt his father's Titan tactical formation for his more aggressive battle style, seeing Melmetal and Zoroark sync up at Garchomp's flanks, while the aerodynamic Drake crouches low to build up power in its muscles as draconic energy begins to leak off of it, for what will surely be an outrage backed by its teammates. Wanting to preempt this, Brandon takes the opposite formation, and having Reggie Drago and Lecky band together in front of Regigigas, before combining their efforts into an ancient power that will act as both a barrier and bombardment, similar to how the first team used it. However, despite this, Ash's crew holds strong in the face of danger, even braving a few fossils and stones reaching them before Garchomp takes off in no mere outrage, but the species' signature Dragon Rush, seeing Garchomp's clawed wings extend as its cloaked invisible power that sends it tearing through the air with reckless speed. Meanwhile, Melmetal and Zoroark add their own contribution to the attack, a roaring thunderbolt from the steel type, which thanks to Garchomp's ground immunity merely adds a crackling golden aura to the shark's charge, which is contrasted beautifully by Zoroark's bitter malice, stacking on a cold necrotic black flame. With this added power, Garchomp is easily able to break through the ancient power barrier, reducing it to a shower of sand, before colliding with Reggie Drago, eager to begin their rematch, and settle the inconclusive rivalry started in the split decision ruins. Unfortunately for Ash, Brandon's guard holds strong even in the face of this assault, as the Dragon-type Titan clamps its maw shut to use Protect, while its electrified partner zips forward to punish the Landshark for straying too far from Melmetal and Zoroark with extreme speed. However, as Brandon and his Pokemon will learn, Ash's team are not as isolated as they might appear, since during the chaos of the initial clash, the old Scourge of Hisui was given a great opportunity to shift its body into smoke and ride alongside Garchomp in secret, meaning when the world's fastest Pokemon attempts to abuse that speed against Garchomp, a well-timed Shadow Sneak sees it interrupted, as Zoroark manifests between Garchomp and Regieleki, tanking the hit and taking no damage due to it being a normal type move. This in turn leaves Regieleki vulnerable for a vicious counterattack at center mass, strong enough to break one half of Brandon's guard formation, while Garchomp simultaneously employs an outrage to grapple Reggie Drago, turning its protective shell into a prison, while exposing Ash's true target, the now defenseless Regigigas. Knowing he doesn't have a second to waste when battling a resourceful opponent like his dad, Ash tells Melmetal that it's time to show everyone its legendary power, as he orders it to race down the field and unleash a double Iron Bash with everything it has. Rumbling determinedly as a glare forms in its floating inorganic eye, the Hexnut behemoth then begins to charge with limber strides enhanced by its fluid legs, which sees the distance between the Titans close at a remarkable speed. Then, when it's in range, Melmetal begins to spin while extending its hexagonal fists, ready to take out Brandon's king once and for all. That is until Regigigas lurches to life and attacks. And while its slow start has significantly weakened it, the progenitor Titan still has enough strength to use knockoff to deflect the incoming hit, as his gargantuan dark energy coated palm strike intercepts one of the massive slabs of metal heading for it, only to be shocked as Melmetal's mostly liquid body offers no resistance, and instead continues to pivot, allowing it to deliver at least one steely lariat, which is strong enough to send Regigigas skidding back towards Brandon, revealing the safety barriers once again. Wanting to keep this pressure up before Regigigas can recover and wreak the same kind of havoc it did in the split decision ruins, Ash orders his three Pokemon to maintain the divide and conquer strategy, seeing Garchomp continue to hold Reggie Drago in check as it tries to break free, while Zoroark pits its speed against Regieleki by using its ability to shift into smoke to both avoid attacks and speed itself up, making a thorn in the electric type's buzzing side. Unfortunately, while Ash's Pokemon are strong, there is a reason the Reggies are beasts worthy of legend, with them finally managing to disengage when they see Regigigas be struck by a second double Iron Bash from Melmetal, as if the sight of their liege in peril has given them strength. Recognizing his chance to turn the tide, Brandon shifts tactics by simply ignoring the physical distance between his Pokemon and having them combine their power for Zap Cannon and Dragon Energy, named not Zoroark and Garchomp, but Melmetal, whilst having Regigigas disengage as far as it can before using Rest to recover the damage it just took. However, having seen a similar opportunity, Ash does not have Melmetal run, instead telling his partner to use its morphing metallic body to redirect the light and energy of these two attacks into a concentrated beam aimed at Regigigas. While this does not mitigate the damage Melmetal has taken, it does at least ensure the colossal Pokemon shares its pain, with both Pokemon looking worse for wear in the aftermath of this attack. Knowing that the races can't take much more of this, father and son both urgently call for rest, seeing Regigigas and Melmetal share as tense a glare as two massive monsters with their traditional eyes can, before they subsequently fall into deep meditative states of sleep. Meanwhile, both King and Challenger attempt to make use of this massive shift in the battle's dynamic to clear away as many of the other trainers' Pokemon as possible, since now is their best chance while their heaviest hitters are sleeping. Unfortunately, Brandon receives an advantage in this endeavor, as Garchomp has finally fallen prey to its own outrage, growing confused and leaving it vulnerable for a Dragon Energy. Desperately, Ash cries out for his team to swap opponents, hoping to shield his Drake from what may well be a match-ending blow, and rising to the occasion in a match of skill and sheer luck, Garchomp and Zoroark manage to pull off this maneuver, with the befuddled Garchomp lurching just out of the way of the blast, while at the same time, Zoroark disappears into smoke, just as Regieleki had been about to strike it. This leaves the two Titans vulnerable, as they have both committed fully to their attacks, allowing Garchomp to keep up its momentum and ram into the Electro-type with a super effective Bulldoze, while Zoroark appears right in front of Drago to slash at its exposed pink body. This switch proves beneficial to Ash, though not to the point one could call it decisive, as now the battle has become a tense tug of war, marked by the ticking of time as both trainers wait anxiously for their powerhouse to awaken, while dreading the outcome if it's the others who rises first. All the while, the battle in the center of the field reaches its frenetic crescendo, as Ash's veteran pseudo-legend and ancient variant prove themselves a true match for the legendary power of Brandon's rookie Titans, giving and receiving hits with all their might. Then suddenly, 8 eyes spring open, as Melmetal and Regigigas awaken at the exact same moment, though this is not the only change, as having at last been freed from slow start, the original Titan visibly brims with its full unfettered power, which Brandon orders to be unleashed. Truthfully, he is sad that it has come to this, as it seems a poor way to repay Regieleki and Drago's efforts, but having acknowledged Ash as his equal, the Pyramid King knows he will be toppled unless the board is completely wiped clean. In response to this order, Regigigas lets loose the most powerful Hyper Beam all assembled have ever seen, with Ash doing the only thing he can think of, and having Melmetal mirror the move, revealing that it has transformed its Thunder Wave into a blast of untamed normal-type energy, with the hope being that this can match the strength of the progenitor Titan. As the twin Hyper Beams collide, it is impossible to tell whose is more powerful, with it taking Caitlyn's full might as a Psyche to reinforce the barriers around the battlefield, so that the devastation does not spread to the entire pyramid. Seeing the strain this is putting on his friend, Barry tries to encourage her in a tone of concern, though refusing to be underestimated. Caitlyn chides him to focus on Ash for now, and even demonstrates an advancement in her abilities by teleporting away all the dust that was kicked up by this beam struggle in order to reveal the outcome of the clash. Unsurprisingly, having been at ground zero, Regidrago, Garchomp, Regieleki, and Zoroark have all been rendered unable to battle, while on Brandon's side, a shaky-looking Regigigas stands immobilized as bioelectrical backlash buzzes around it, forcing it to recharge from the Titanic attack. Meanwhile, on Ash's side there is nothing but a few horrific-looking piles of metallic gunk that cause those watching to collectively inhale, fearing the worst. Though thankfully, after a moment, these begin piecing themselves back together to reveal Melmetal in the same worn-out state as Regigigas, with Ash being more than grateful for the nature of his partner's body, since if it weren't able to convert from solid to non-Newtonian fluid so easily, the force of both Hyper Beams would have left Regigigas the sole survivor. In other words, he only held on by the skin of his teeth, though because of it, he still has a chance, as now their battle will be decided in a sudden death one-on-one. Recognizing this, Brandon offers his son praise, only now becoming acutely aware of the thick beads of sweat rolling down his brow. There is no denying it. Whether the king of the battle frontier meant to or not, he has raised the perfect challenger to dethrone him, while on the other side, Ash is more exhilarated than he's ever been before, as this experience fighting with everything on the line has solidified his desire to have way more battles and adventures, so that even if he and Melmetal do lose it all here, he will have no regrets. A moment later, Melmetal and Regigigas' recharges end, meaning it's time to resume the battle, or rather to end it, as locking eyes, the father-son duo each call for what they know will be their last attack. Giga Impact for Regigigas, and double Iron Bash from Melmetal. As these two champions of the ring begin to charge, the very ground beneath them shakes, with Regigigas coating itself in a bright aura, while Melmetal morphs its entire body into a spinning top of doom to enhance its metallic lariat. Then as one, the two sides meet again, resulting in a blinding clash of power to end this Game of Thrones. 6 months later, a familiar young woman prepares to depart from her battle castle. This is of course Caitlyn, currently more excited and ecstatic than one would usually find her, as she chides Derek to hurry up with her hair so they can get going. Smiling a tight-lipped smile that belies his true fondness, the butler sighs that he thinks he may have allowed her to spend too much time with Barry. However, before she can admonish him for this, he produces his pocket watch and notes that as always, he is finished right on time, allowing them to be perfectly punctual for the big event. With this, the two then teleport to their destination, that being the battle pyramid, finding it once again packed to capacity with spectators in the battle area, including a great deal of famous faces, like gym leaders, Elite Four, and champions from the Kanto, Sinnoh, and Johto regions, with even Universe champion Alder making an appearance, as he attempts to pull Caitlyn aside to discuss a job opportunity with her. However, having no time, the lady of the castle replies that it'll have to be after the match, as she makes her way through the throng looking for her friends. Unfortunately, due to the sheer number of attendees, she is unable to locate them, instead being ushered to her seat as Scott steps onto the field to welcome them to the opening of another Battle Frontier season, which as per tradition, will be kicked off by a battle between the strongest frontier brains of the Kanto and Sinnoh regions. At these words, a low excited rumble fills the audience, as everyone here is eager to see this match, with this making Scott grin, as he at last calls out the two trainers, Tower Tycoon Barry and Pyramid King Ash. From their seats just a few rows down from Caitlyn, Palmer and Brandon begin loudly whispering that their son is definitely gonna win, having perhaps overindulged in the pre-battle drinks and canapes, causing both boys to sweat drop a little, as they wonder if they were really like that just a year ago. Nonetheless, the two newest brains each make sure to stand proud, giving off the air of power and determination befitting one chosen to serve in the battle frontier, as they listen to Scott's speech, which speaks highly of their abilities and the bright future of the frontier under the leadership of this next generation. Then, when he is done, the boys at last allow smiles to cross their faces, stating in unison that this battle has been a long time coming, as they bring forth their Pokemon, Empoleon for Barry and Infernape for Ash. This sight of the two fully evolved starters, each looking powerful in their own right, drives the crowd's excitement to a fever pitch, and as Caitlyn leads the cheer, the battle begins. And that's where we'll leave this story and my 100 subscriber special. I truly hope you all enjoyed it and want you to know what your presence on this journey has meant to me, as this story has been a great time capsule for my start and growth in content creation, having seen me grow right alongside Ash and his Pokemon thanks to this experience. Moving forward, I can't wait to bring more stories to their climactic conclusions, and for you to all see the other special and exciting things I have planned. Though for now, let me just say thank you for watching, and I will see you as the journey continues.